Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had Animagus to Psychic Serpent? Part 1. It's an award-winning story. Also, I have removed explicit stuffs. Join Patreon for full story early access, exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there. Please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry had planned to sleep late on his first day of the summer holidays. He felt as if he needed to sleep for a year after what he'd been through during his 4th year of wizarding training. He'd grown several inches during the previous year, and the bottoms of his pajamas hovered around his shins. He'd been so busy trying to stay alive through the Tri-Wizard tournament that he hadn't even noticed that he had a full-blown Adam's apple. He tried to sing a little of his school song to see how his voice sounded. Traditionally, at Hogwarts, everyone sang the school song to a different tune. He was partial to Loch Lomond and began, "I'll take the high road and you'll take the low road," but it came out rather like a cross between a garden gnome being sat on by a dragon and a rabid cat being kicked about. He cleared his throat and tried again, managing this time to produce a recognizable tune in a reedy tenor, causing him to be optimistic, but halfway through the first verse his voice cracked and made a noise that was so startling that his snowy owl Hedwig squawked in her cage and flapped her wings agitatedly. There was a sudden silence in the garden and one of the workmen yelled, "What in the hell was that?" Harry had hoped that the worker was referring to Hedwig, but a second worker replied, "Or Dick, I think it was someone singing." Harry grimaced at the mirror. He decided to drop the voice experiments and lifted up his hair, examining the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, a mark he'd received as a baby on the night Voldemort killed his parents and attempted to kill him. The hair flopped back onto his face. He needed a haircut. When he was younger, he'd always fought against haircuts. His aunt and uncle were endlessly frustrated by his hair, but now he thought he needed something to make him seem a bit less like a scared little kid, as if it were standing on end because he was afraid, and a lot more like a wizard that a powerful Dark Lord had to take seriously. He also noticed a dark, downy haze starting to appear on his chin and upper lip and along his jawline. Facial hair. At last. Maybe he would be shaving before the summer was over. He wondered whether there were special charmed razors that wouldn't cut skin while shaving. There had to be something. He'd never noticed a single wizard walking about with tufts of toilet paper stuck to the shaving cuts on his face, like his Uncle Vernon. Sometimes they fell off at the breakfast table and dropped into his coffee or food. Harry never said anything when this happened, trying not to grin broadly as his detested uncle raised to his mouth a spoonful of eggs prominently adorned with a wad of bloody paper, which his uncle did not notice due to his face being buried in the morning news. He would invariably say to Harry's Aunt Petunia, "Petunia, what have you put in the eggs this morning? They're smashing." And his aunt would be self-satisfied and smug, launching into a discourse about a famous chef she'd seen demonstrating recipes on a chat show. Harry would have to drop his fork and put his head under the table to avoid them seeing the gleeful expression on his face, and once he almost choked on his orange juice, trying not to laugh. The facial hair wasn't even close to needing shaving, however. It seemed more like he hadn't properly washed his face and a dirty film were still on his skin. He frowned at his chest in the mirror. He never slept with a shirt on anymore. Somehow he had developed a phobia about being strangled in his sleep, and V-necks made him feel like his air was being blocked. His chest was pale and flat and hairless. He was so thin that his ribs showed beneath the skim-milk skin. He tried flexing his muscles, turning his head to look in the mirror. Ludicrous. He lowered his arms and examined the other Voldemort-related scar he bore. The cut on the inside of his right elbow where Wormtail had taken his blood to add to the cauldron where he was brewing the potion that would resurrect Lord Voldemort. His blood, the blood of a foe, was the final ingredient needed for Voldemort to get his body back, after bones from his father's grave and flesh from a servant. Wormtail had cut off his own hand and had been rewarded with a new silver one. The workmen had started up again, yelling to each other, and like a descant above their chorus, his aunt harangued them about the way they were doing the work. His uncle's drill plant was doing very well, and he had told Aunt Petunia that she could have the garden redesigned so that she could impress her garden club. She had hired a garden designer, whose plan the workmen were following. But now she was spending all of her time changing her mind about every detail at the last possible moment and driving everyone mad with the resulting chaos. He sat down at the table with orange juice and a banana from the bowl on the table before taking a piece of buttered toast from the toast rack. His cousin Dudley sat at the table already, almost finished his frugal breakfast of yogurt, fruit, and a rice cake. He'd been upgraded from grapefruit because he'd been good enough at sticking to his diet during the previous school year. To Harry's eyes, he did seem noticeably smaller, even a little muscular, rather than like a mound of quivering blancmange. Since Harry had been home, Dudley had even been reasonably civil to him, helping him carry his trunk up to his room from the car and bragging about all the weight he'd lost. He didn't ask Harry anything about his school year, just prattled on about a girl he wanted to ask out in September, gushing on about Julia this and Julia that. Harry listened patiently. He wasn't allowed to use magic outside of school, which was the only thing likely to make Dudley shut up. Besides, he would rather listen to Dudley blather about his girlfriend than be on the receiving end of a pounding, as happened all too often during his early childhood. Sighing at his uncle's magic phobia, Harry went to the owl and removed the parchments, surreptitiously slipping the owl some bacon as he did so. He examined the parchments. One was addressed to his aunt and uncle and seemed to be in his godfather's handwriting, and the other was addressed to him on official Hogwarts stationery. The owl hooted, having successfully performed her duty and receiving no instructions to wait for a reply to be drafted. She flew back out the open window. Harry heard the workers outside yell in surprise, as he realized they'd done when she'd arrived, but he was too preoccupied to notice. He handed his uncle the letter from his godfather, Sirius Black, who was a fugitive from justice in the wizarding world because his former friend, Peter Pettigrew, the silver-handed servant of Voldemort known as Wormtail, had successfully framed him for his own murder and the murders of a street full of muggles. Ever since he had told his aunt and uncle that he had a fugitive wizard for a godfather, the Dursleys had treated him slightly better. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Dudley, I am writing to you because I am concerned about Harry. I wish I could have him with me and look after him myself, but as you know, my legal status in the wizarding community makes that impossible. Even if I continue to successfully elude the authorities, traveling with the most famous young wizard in the world will make me appear somewhat conspicuous, and will do nothing to enhance Harry's safety. The headmaster of Hogwarts feels that he is safest with you for the summer, but I want to caution you not to make life unduly. Harry may not have told you because he is very modest, but he is the winner of the Triwizard Tournament held at his school this year for the first time in over a century, and he is the youngest winner ever. Another reason he may not tell you is not modesty, however, but because he does not wish to remember what occurred at the end of the tournament, when he was transported to a place where the same dark wizard who betrayed his parents was preparing to resurrect the Dark Lord who killed them. Harry experienced horrible things that day, including seeing a fellow schoolmate killed before his eyes. He dueled with Lord Voldemort himself and escaped with his life, returning with his schoolmate's body so that his parents could mourn him and give him a proper burial. He did more than many adult wizards could have or would have done, and has made me very proud of him, for his moral strength and integrity as much as his magical ability. All signs point to Harry one day being a very powerful and formidable wizard. Please treat him well, won't be in school forever. I will come to accompany Harry to do his school shopping near the end of the summer, and to deliver him to the school train on the 1st of September. Sirius Black. His uncle peered at him through narrowed eyes. And just how exactly would everyone recognize you as being the famous Harry Potter? Harry drew his lips into a straight line and lifted his fringe from his forehead to reveal his scar. Vernon drew his own lips into a straight line and muttered, "Oh, right." He sat again, now that the owl was no longer on his chair, and sneered at Harry. "So, you're the hotshot tournament winner. You must think you're God's gift to magic." Harry was surprised. Normally, his uncle avoided the M-word. He wasn't surprised that his uncle was trying to needle him. It was as if he hadn't read the parts of the letter about modesty and trying to forget about Cedric. Cedric Diggory had been the other Hogwarts champion, the real Hogwarts champion, proclaimed buttons that some of the students had worn the year before, buttons that, when pressed, proclaimed Potter stinks in bilious green letters that were supposed to be reminiscent of his eyes. He and Diggory had gone into the final round of the tournament tied for first place. It had been so recent that Harry could still feel the weight of Cedric's lifeless body, could still see the staring expression on his frozen face, the blue eyes forever vacant and unseeing, of his own. Dudley managed to get the letter from his mother, who had gone to the open window to yell something to the workers again. Harry suddenly remembered that he was holding a letter of his own and opened it, unable to stop a grin creeping across his face as he read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, as your head of house, I am pleased to inform you that I have named you to be a prefect, effective when the new term begins on September 1st. This is a responsibility that I know you will not take lightly, as your record speaks for itself. You will be responsible for other students' conduct when professors are not present, and you will be expected to uphold all school rules and regulations to the letter. No, they would be proud of you. As a prefect, you will have access to certain school facilities that are not available to the general student population, and you will be required to attend regular meetings of all of the prefects in the 5th, 6th, and 7th years, which are led jointly by the head boy and head girl, who will be Roger Davies of Ravenclaw House and Alicia Spinnet of our own Gryffindor House. Congratulations, Harry. I look forward to welcoming you as a prefect on September 1st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the accompanying list of new 5th-year prefects. Gryffindor Hermione Granger Harry Potter.
Uflepa na Boterni Macmillan Ravenclaw.
Mandy Brocklehurst. Evan Davies. Slytherin Millicent Bulstrode Draco Malfoy. Only knew that Evan Davies was Roger Davies' brother and also on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. I'm a prefect, he said to his aunt and cousin, trying not to sound too pleased. His aunt grunted. You, prefect. Harry could not keep the hurt out of his voice. My mum and dad were prefects. In fact, my mum and dad were head girl and head boy. His aunt was stern. I don't want to hear about your parents. Or that. He took his letter to his room, smuggling some bacon for Hedwig, and wondered who he could share his good news with. He thought of his best friend, Ron Weasley, but Ron hadn't been named a prefect, so perhaps that wouldn't be tactful. He had forgotten the part of Sirius's letter mentioning his modesty. He was just bursting, and wanted to tell somebody who would actually be happy about it. He could send a letter to Hermione, who was visiting the Greek islands with her parents, but she would get her own prefect letter and know all about it, if she didn't already. After Greece, the Grangers would go to visit Victor Krum and his family in Bulgaria. She had met Victor when he had come with his headmaster from another wizarding school, Durmstrang, to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. Victor had been the champion from his school, and had rescued Hermione from the lake on the school grounds during one of the tournament tasks. Harry would write to Hermione later, on the pretense of congratulating her on being named a prefect. Suddenly it hit him. Hagrid. He pulled some parchment, a quill and some ink from his messy trunk and sat down at his desk to write a quick note to Hagrid to tell him he was going to be a prefect. The new Hagrid wouldn't think he was crowing or putting on airs. He would be genuinely happy for him. Hagrid was one of his best. He finished the note to Hagrid and tied it onto Hedwig's leg, giving her the rest of the bacon before she flew off. Hearing another shout go up as the landscapers were alarmed by yet another owl flying about in the daytime. Oops, thought Harry. I shouldn't have done that. Aunt Petunia'll be having kittens. He wasn't sure where Hedwig was going to find Hagrid, but he was certain that wherever he was she would find him. Harry knew that Dumbledore had sent him to the continent on a diplomatic mission to speak to giants about uniting against Voldemort, now that he was back in power. Voldemort was counting on the giants being on his side, and Dumbledore knew he had better do something to guarantee their loyalty before Voldemort got to them. Dumbledore was also worried that Voldemort would find a way to get to the Dementors and turn them to his side. They were the guards at the wizarding prison Azkaban, where his godfather had been incarcerated, without a trial, for 12 years before his unprecedented escape. Dementors were eerie and had given Harry nightmares at one time. In his 3rd year, when he was learning to fight boggarts, which always turned into whatever the person feared most. His boggart always turned into a Dementor. He had learned to fight it by conjuring a Patronus. He had a feeling that these days that if he encountered a boggart, it would no longer turn into a Dementor. He also inquired whether Hagrid had heard anything about his own mother, Ferdwulfa, a giantess with a bloodthirsty reputation who had left him and his father when Hagrid was very young. Giants in general had a very bad reputation and were credited with some of the worst mass muggle killings during Voldemort's reign of terror. Harry hoped Dumbledore could make allies of the giants, although he was not so sure they should be on the same side as such murderous creatures. Better than having them on Voldemort's side, he supposed, whether they needed another pair of hands. He felt Dick appraising his thin pale arms before he said, "Ye sure ye're up to it? 'Tis hard work." Harry assured him he was indeed up to it and set to work moving and lifting whatever they told him to, enjoying the camaraderie of engaging in manual labor with men he didn't know, who treated him at first as a frail, laughable kid, but soon gave him a surprising respect, after seeing how hard he was willing to work, and also being surprised at his wiry strength, and by what he was able to do. "Maybe I have some muscles after all," thought Harry, carrying a large rock across the garden. He took lunch with the workers. Some of them removed their shirts in the hot noon sun or reclined on the ground to absorb the sun's warmth. Harry decided to do the same, leaving himself open to. After he'd been working with the landscapers for a week, he was startled by a small garden snake slithering past him while he leaned back and soaked up the sun after lunch. The snake caught his attention because she was talking and he could understand every word she said. The snake muttered, "Find a perfectly good home and the next thing you know, it's being rent asunder, great yahoos tromping all over the place, digging up my favorite flower beds." Even though he had known since he was in his second year in school that he was a parselmouth, someone who understands and speaks snake language, he didn't often think of it since he seldom had any contact with snakes. He spoke to the snake now, though. "Sorry about all this. It was my aunt's idea. It may be going on for a few more weeks, I'm afraid." The snake stopped moving, lifted her head, and seemed if it was possible for a snake to do this, that she had a shocked expression on her face. "What did you say?" "I said it was my aunt's idea. Messing up your home like this. If you like, maybe I could help you find another garden to live in." "No," the snake said. "I meant, I've never been spoken to by a human in my own language. I hear humans speak human language, but never mine." "Oh," Harry said, hissing. "I'm a parselmouth. When I was a baby, a very powerful wizard who was also a parselmouth tried to kill me and failed, and some of his abilities transferred themselves to me. But I don't get to be around snakes much, so I tend to forget I can do it. I have heard of wizards, and I have heard legends of wizards who could speak parseltongue, but I never believed it. It's pretty rare. One time I talked to a boa constrictor. He told me he'd never been to Brazil. He lived in the zoo, but I accidentally freed him." "What is a boa constrictor?" she asked before pausing. "They are looking at you," the snake suddenly informed him, before she slithered off into a bush. Harry lifted his eyes to see the entire crew gaping at him as if he'd gone mad. After a minute, he realized that they hadn't actually heard what he'd said. They'd only heard hissing. Even to his own ears, when he spoke in parseltongue, it sounded like just so much hissing, though his brain converted the hissing into words. He could only speak parseltongue when he was confronted with a snake. He smiled sheepishly. He was sleeping soundly every night, rolling into bed exhausted from the work, his muscles aching, but at least now he had some muscles. And his skin wasn't the color of parchment anymore. He was glad to have the physical activity to take his mind off Voldemort. "Dear Harry, congratulations on being a prefect. Of course I had really hoped that I would get to be one, and I had a feeling that, out of the fifth-year boys, it would be you." Harry hoped she didn't tell Ron that. He was very touchy about competing with his older brothers, two of whom had been both prefect and head boy. "Mom and Dad and I are having a brilliant time in the Greek islands. In a fortnight we're going to Bulgaria to visit Victor's family. They live in Sofia, the capital. Maybe Victor can help me improve my broomstick technique. He's a reserve seeker with guess what team? The Chudley Cannons. Ron should be chuffed about that." Quidditch was a wizarding sport played on broomsticks, and Harry played seeker on his house team at school. He finished reading Hermione's letter. "So, since Victor will be working in England, he can meet me in Hogsmeade on weekends when we're allowed to go to the village. You don't think they'll cancel Hogsmeade visits now that you know who is back, do you? Here's a photo of me and my parents at the Parthenon. Next we're going to Corfu. Please take care of yourself and tell Dumbledore and Sirius right away about your scar hurting or anything else that could indicate dark magic. Missing you. Love from Hermione. Harry examined the photo she had enclosed. It was a Muggle picture. No moving people in it. Hermione stood with her parents in front of a large Greek temple, both of them with their arms around her, their little girl who was not so little anymore. She wore a very tight sleeveless white top and a matching skirt that was very brief. Her exposed arms and legs were very brown, and he noticed that she'd cut her hair. It was rather short, curling all over her head in a free and yet much more orderly way than it usually did. The shorter haircut seemed to work much better with her hair's natural bushiness, and he almost didn't recognize her at first. But after squinting at it for a moment, he could tell from the nose and shape of the face and the way she smiled that it was her. She wore dark glasses against the glaring Greek sun and seemed quite happy, enjoying a trip to the Greek islands. Harry caught his breath for a moment and thought, I just hope they're safe. What if Voldemort tries to get to her while she's traveling? Harry had mentioned to Sirius that he was concerned that Voldemort would try to coerce him to do his bidding by coming after Ron and Hermione. Sirius agreed that that was a danger, but he took a wait-and-see attitude and promised to discreetly check in on each of them during the summer holiday. He looked up in surprise as Ron's owl, Pigwidgeon, flew in with a letter. Ron's owl was very small and could be held in the palm of one's hand, and he was also very excitable, yet not dreadfully useful for Owl Post because he couldn't handle anything big. Pig fluttered frantically around the room while Harry tried to snag him and grab the letter he was delivering. When he finally had the letter in his hand, he sat down on the bed to read it. Dear Harry, did you know that Hermione is going to visit Krum? And that he's going to play for the Cannons? I feel like I'm in prison. We never go anywhere. That trip to Egypt a couple of years ago was a contest we won. And now we don't even have the excuse of going to Romania or Egypt to visit Charlie or Bill because they're taking time off work and staying here for a while. Dumbledore thought it would be a good idea. And yet SHE gets to flit around the Greek islands and visit a wizard who went to a school where they actually teach the dark arts. Anyway, Sirius said he's going to fetch you at the end of the summer and bring you here on the night bus. Then we can go shopping from here using flu powder. Dad's getting ministry cars to take us to the train on September 1st. I can't believe you have to stay with the Muggles until then. But Dumbledore says that's for the best too. I haven't heard from Hagrid. Have you? I'm not sure whether I want him to find his mum or any of the other giants. I'd settle for them to just stay in the mountains and not get involved in a wizard war at all. How's your scar? No pain, I hope. Write to me and tell me what you want for your birthday. See you in August. After grabbing a quick breakfast, Harry went out to the garden. It was very early, so no one else had shown up yet. Harry started moving rocks about. After a half-hour, Dick walked up the path from the street, alone. Harry looked up in surprise. Morning, Harry. Morning, Dick. Where's everyone? Dick seemed about 60, but Harry was just guessing. He was as brown and leathery as a gardener should be, with silvery hair swept back from his face and kind blue eyes. Harry was sometimes reminded of Dumbledore when he saw him. Dick put his hand on his chin, as if reluctant to deliver bad news. Well, the thing of it is, we've got another job and they're paying double for it to be done quick. Plus, your Aunt Haswell made my men reluctant to work here. He paused and looked round at the incomplete garden. But we do have a contract, so I'll stay on here and continue this job, and a few times a day I'll check in with my men on the other job. You still want to help, Harry? Harry smiled and nodded. Of course. I've been enjoying myself. Dick sighed and looked his age for once. Some's have the right to do it just for enjoyment. Some's have to do it to make a living. Harry flushed, thinking of the gold in his vault at the Wizarding Bank. Gringotts. Ron was touchy about money, too, and had been cross with Harry for not telling him that leprechaun gold he'd given Harry had disappeared the following day. Leprechaun gold was apparently not permanent. He and Dick got to work on the garden and things slowed down considerably. After it had been just the two of them for several days, it seemed like it had always been like that. He found it very comfortable to work with Dick. He wasn't much of a talker. They ate a companionable lunch together in the sunshine, after which Dick reclined against a pile of potting soil bags for a nap. Harry took off his shirt and also leaned back, basking in the sun. When it was time to get back to work, Harry put on his shirt and picked up their rubbish. As he was entering the kitchen, he heard a hissing voice say, "The rocks will fall. The rocks will fall. The rocks will fall." Harry stared around, perplexed. A pile of rocks in the corner of the garden sat waiting to be used around the artificial pond. Harry squinted around the garden, searching for the snake he'd spoken to before. He didn't see her. He said, carrying their rubbish inside. As he emerged from the house again, Dick selected a small shrub with sacking around its roots that sat near the rock pile to plant it near the kitchen door. Harry was probably on the other side of the garden when it happened. There was nothing he could have done. The precariously stacked rocks came clattering down, knocking Dick onto his side and shattering his left leg. Harry ran around the obstacles in his path to reach him. Dick lay on the ground with a huge mound of stones on his leg, sweat running down his face, looking like he wanted to scream but holding it back. Harry reached him, remembering breaking his leg during the Triwizard Tournament. And then there was the time he'd had to grow back all of the bones in his arm. But he didn't have access to magical medicine here, or even the magic necessary to get Dick out from under the pile of rocks. Harry felt like he was in a trance as he worked to move the rocks, one by one. Mustn't get too greedy. 5 pounds a day, he said, drawing himself up to his full height, looking her in the eye. He was as tall as her. Now, she narrowed her eyes even more, searching for the catch. But it was a small enough amount that even she couldn't argue. She agreed and went back into the house, leaving Harry to stare around the garden helplessly, feeling guilty and alone. He swept his eyes over the entire garden quickly, but he didn't see the snake, so he tried calling softly, "Here, snake, here, snake," but it sounded like English. He wasn't speaking Parseltongue. She must not be nearby. He worked for the rest of the afternoon alone, stacking the rocks in the corner more securely, and assessing the damage from throwing them about to remove them from Dick. He collected 5 pounds from his aunt at the end of the day, making himself a sandwich for dinner and rolling into bed early, aching all over. Now, every day, he got up with the sun, showered and dressed, and went out to the garden to continue his solitary labor. A few days after Dick's leg was crushed, Harry was basking in the sun after eating lunch when he heard a hissing voice. "How is your friend? Why did you not tell him about the rocks?" Harry looked around, finally noticing the snake near his feet. She was about 20 inches long and dull green, with glittering eyes and vertical pupils, like a cat's. "He'll be okay. I don't know why I didn't tell him. I didn't realize that snakes have the sight," she hissed softly. Harry nodded. His least favorite school subject was potions, because he couldn't stand Professor Snape. But at least potions were useful. He thought his most useless subject was divination. Professor Trelawney seemed to enjoy spending every lesson predicting Harry's untimely death. According to her, he was supposed to have died dozens of times over by now. Harry had never seen anything while staring in a crystal ball or at a lump of tea leaves in a teacup, and he made up things when doing star charts. Now, though, Harry was confronted by the possibility that the snake was telling the truth. And since very, very few humans could understand snake language, who would be in a position to know that snakes could predict the future? Even he hadn't believed her. He was as sorry as he could be about that. "If you have the sight," Harry said to her, "tell me, will Voldemort be stopped?" "Who?" the snake hissed. "You do not understand. I can only see a few minutes into the future, and only what is right around me. I cannot predict events happening far away. And I get only a glimpse of the future. The larger a snake is, the further into the future her sight reaches, and the farther distant." Harry had a sudden thought. "Would you like to come to school with me in September? It's up north and cold, but I could Harry floundered, then had a brainstorm. "I could wear you wrapped around my arm to absorb my body heat. You could be my pet snake." She met his eyes. "What is pet? I do not understand." "Well," Harry said, "humans sometimes choose some animals to take care of and give them names and bring them into their houses to live with them. Those animals are their pets." The snake hissed at him. "I am not a pet. If I go with you, it will be my choosing, not yours." "What is a name?" "Well," Harry said again, "I'm called Harry Potter." He trailed off, unable to put the concept of names into words. "I thought you were called Lazy Git." said the snake. Harry realized she had heard his aunt addressing him. You, so I'll call you Cassandra. Why? Because there was this seeress in Greek mythology named Cassandra who was blessed with being able to predict everything about the future, but cursed to have no one believe her. The snake did not reply. He wondered whether any of what he had just said made sense to her. But Cassandra is a little long to say all the time, so I'll just call you Sandy for short. For short, what? Harry was starting to get a little impatient with the snake. Just because you can talk to snakes doesn't mean you can really talk to them. For a nickname is like a shorter version of your name. What is your nickname? Well, I reckon it's Harry, he said, never having considered it before. He'd never seen his birth certificate. Was his real name Harold? Or Harrison? Or it could be that his whole name was just plain Harry. He had no idea. But that is your name. I know. Now Harry was really tired of explaining concepts to the snake that every human just knew. He wanted to get back to work. He put his shirt back on, shivering. Some clouds had passed in front of the sun. Harry Potter, the snake said suddenly. Yes, Sandy? Harry said, trying out her new name. I want to try your arm. What? The sun is hidden. I am cold. You talked about wearing me on your arm. I am very cold. Harry worked the rest of the day with her wrapped about his arm, and they talked every so often. He tried to speak simply and clearly, as if she were a little dim, but he tried not to be insulting. He didn't want to confuse her about human concepts she'd never been exposed to. She seemed to be trying to speak simply to him too, as if he were not quite bright enough to understand otherwise. When he was having trouble lifting a very heavy rock, not one that had fallen on Dick, she told him she had heard the other workers telling each other to lift with their legs. Harry examined his legs, which were still rather thin, though they no longer deathly pale. Can't, he said. They're not strong enough. Make them stronger, she said simply. Harry thought about this. Yes, he could take up running. That would make his legs stronger. He was far too exhausted to run at the end of the day. He just needed dinner and sleep. So he decided that first thing in the morning he would go running, before beginning work in the garden. He also decided that he knew what he wanted for his birthday. A book about doing magic with snakes. He had heard that some powerful dark magic could be done with snakes. Maybe some things could be done that weren't dark magic. He would ask Sirius about it. He went to bed that night feeling like it wasn't such a bad summer after all. He'd spent the previous year becoming stronger magically, for the tournament, and now he was becoming stronger physically, and also making use of some of his more arcane abilities. If it helped him to fight Voldemort, maybe he should learn some dark magic. Voldemort wouldn't be expecting that, or a snake of his own. Harry picked up the photo of Hermione and her parents and stared at it while lying in bed, preparing to go to sleep. I won't let anything happen to you, he thought fiercely. Or Ron. I won't. Voldemort will have to come through me and Sandy to get you. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and or Instagram. BL_Pudum. Training Dudley, Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 2. Training Dudley. The next morning Harry got up even earlier than usual, dressing in shorts, a singlet and trainers. He drank 2 glasses of water before running but did not eat anything. At first he felt fine, his feet pounding on the sidewalk as he passed house after house, the lawns dewy and moist smelling. But after a short distance he was winded, and used to the pace he was attempting. He pushed on, nonetheless, until he reached the park about a half-mile from the house, before turning around and running half-heartedly back, feeling every moment as though his heart would burst. He finally arrived back at number 4, Privet Drive, sweat running down his face and his legs wobbling with every step, as if he'd just learned to walk. He staggered up the stairs to the bathroom, collapsing in a heap in the corner of the shower stall while the water beat down on him. For the next week he didn't get much done in the garden. Running in the morning had him all done in, and he felt like he was dragging himself around the rest of the day. By Saturday his aunt and uncle were complaining about how slowly the work was going, and Harry didn't blame them. If he were moving any slower he thought he'd be going backwards. Sorry, he said at dinner, barely able to keep his head from falling on his plate. I've been trying to build up my stamina by running in the mornings. I only started, so I'm not really there yet. But I'll work over the weekend too. Don't worry. He was startled by a light coming into his aunt's eyes. Is that what you've been doing? Running. He could virtually see little wheels in her head spinning around. In that case, you have another job unpaid, I might add. You can be Dudley's trainer. Dudley looked up from his celery sticks and lettuce. The rest of them had pork chops, potatoes, and buttered beans. Harry and Dudley eyed each other, equally horrified. But Mum, but Aunt Petunia, but nothing. His aunt declared, you start tomorrow. The next morning he knocked on Dudley's door after he had dressed. There was no answer. Harry turned the knob and entered. Dudley was still in bed, fast asleep. Harry looked around his room. It was a dream for any 15-year-old boy. He had 2 televisions and video recorders, a state-of-the-art stereo system, a computer with a 20-inch screen, and about 100 computer games. He had every CD he wanted, every video he wanted. Some, Harry noted, were very racy, and there wasn't a book in sight. After he searched through Dudley's dresser for something he could wear, as well as trainers and socks, he shook Dudley roughly. Wake up, you. Your mum wants us to go running, so we're going running. Harry never wasted his breath being polite to Dudley, as he did with his aunt and uncle. That was just for self-preservation. Dudley rolled over and opened his eyes, alarmed. He closed them again, covering his head with the pillow. Geroff, go away. This is a nightmare. Get up, you git. You are going running. Dudley tried to swat him away, but Harry was too fast. He sprang across the room, jogging lightly in place near the door. If you want to whomp me, you'll have to catch me. Dudley grunted and reluctantly pulled on the clothes Harry threw at him and tied his trainers. Harry ran out the door and down the steps, feeling the entire staircase shudder as Dudley furiously followed him. Harry opened the front door and sprinted down the front walk, Dudley following after he'd shut the door. Harry jogged back to Dudley, hopping beside him, waiting silently. After a couple of minutes, Dudley straightened and Harry nodded, still jogging in place. Right then, he said to Dudley, ready to go on? Dudley nodded grimly, no longer attempting to whomp Harry, seemingly determined to do anything his cousin could do, and possibly considering his chances with Julia in September. Harry slowed, though he was still literally running rings around Dudley. He would jog forward few houses, jog back to Dudley, stay by his side for another handful of houses until the pace started to frustrate him, sprint forward again, and backtrack once more to be by Dudley's side. When they finally reached the park, Dudley wanted to collapse on the grass, but Harry wouldn't let him. Stretching now, he told him. Should have done it before we left, but now we'll do. Otherwise you'll cramp up. He demonstrated for Dudley, who gamely tried all of it, even reaching for his toes. He wasn't even close. Harry nodded at him, surprised that he was doing as well as he was. He wouldn't have thought Dudley would be able to do half of what he had, let alone without constant whining. After the stretching, Harry told him to get up for the run back. Dudley did better this time. He and Harry jogged side by side much of the way back to Privet Drive, though Harry was holding himself back from his forehead with his arm as he walked to the kitchen, turned on the tap, and proceeded to drink with his head half in the sink. After a week, Dudley was running by Harry's side every morning, though Harry was still going slower than he would have liked and sometimes sprinted ahead and back to Dudley. He usually drank a good deal of water and had some food while Dudley showered, then took his turn in the bathroom. He was so busy working on training Dudley and landscaping 7 days a week that his birthday crept up on him. On the morning of the 31st of July, Dudley came into Harry's room to wake him instead of the other way around, as was their usual routine. It was a Monday morning, bright and humid, and Harry was particularly tired because he'd stayed up late reading for his History of Magic summer homework, writing a parchment and a half about Dumbledore defeating Grindelwald in 1945. You should have seen your face, he howled. He tossed a package onto the bed. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry gawped at him from the floor, in shock. He had never received a birthday gift from his cousin. He pulled himself back onto the bed and opened the wrappings, which had concealed a portable tape player and headphones. There was already a tape in it. It was good to go. Harry smiled at Dudley. Thanks, Dud. He examined the tape in the player. it was some goth band. Goth? He said, raising his eyebrows. Just because I'm a wizard? Snakes in magic. Now she was returning with his present and a card. Harry started to open it, but a medium-sized brown owl flew in with a package unmistakably bearing Hermione's handwriting, followed by Pigwidgeon hauling a package far too large for him and a frightening eagle owl that Harry suspected had brought something from Hagrid, who had given Hedwig to him as his first birthday gift when he was 11. Next he opened Ron's. After setting another card up on the shelf above his desk, he found a cake sent by Ron's mother, a box of honeydew sweets, a belt with 2 entwined snakes for a buckle, and a narrow holster attached to it for his wand. Sirius has been talking, Harry thought. He noticed that there was another card and a small bundle in the bottom of the Weasley parcel. The card was from Ginny, saying simply, "Happy birthday, Harry. Love, Ginny." He opened the accompanying paper-wrapped lump and found a small amulet on a silver-colored chain. The amulet was shaped like a basilisk, and it had small glowing green eyes. He smiled and immediately put it around his neck. Dudley took the card and read it, raising his brows at Harry. "Love, Ginny, huh?" Harry grimaced, not feeling up to explaining Ginny and the basilisk to Dudley. Finally, he opened Hermione's package, which he could already tell no surprise there was another book. Sirius had definitely been talking, for it was a thick text on the care and feeding of snakes. As Harry opened the card, a photograph fluttered to the floor. Harry read the card while Dudley stooped to pick up the photo. "Dear Harry, happy birthday. I hope you find this useful. Sirius said you might. Here's another photo, this time on Corfu. Now we're off to Bulgaria. Sirius will accompany us, posing as our dog." It seemed like the best plan of action. Mum is still a bit alarmed whenever he becomes human again. I think she prefers his canine form. "Hope to see you in Diagon Alley. I'll say hello to Victor for you. Thinking of you. Love from Hermione." Harry smiled at the thought of Hermione's parents coping with Sirius changing into a large black dog and back as the mood struck him. Her parents weren't in the least bit magical. They were dentists, but they had accepted their daughter's status as a witch with equanimity. Dudley was holding the photograph he'd picked up from the floor. Harry could see that on the back of the photo that Hermione had written "Happy Birthday, Harry, with love from Hermione." Dudley's jaw hung open stupidly. He swallowed. "Is she your girlfriend?" Harry sighed. He'd had to contend with that question for much of the previous year, when it had even been reported as fact in the wizarding newspaper, the Daily Prophet. "No, we're just friends. She's one of my 2 best friends." "Boy, people think just because a girl and boy are friends." "She's not a girl," Dudley interrupted. Harry frowned at him. What was in the picture, anyway? Dudley was holding it very tightly. His knuckles were white. "Of course she's a girl, what are you on about?" "Nope," Dudley insisted. "She's a woman." He handed the photo to Harry, and now it was Harry's turn to let his jaw drop. Hermione was alone in the Noto instead of with her parents. She was on a sunny beach, leaning back on her hands for support, with one tanned leg extended straight out, the other one bent. All she wore was a black crocheted bikini. It was a very small black crocheted bikini. Harry was floored. Hermione had so much skin. She wore dark glasses again, as in the Parthenon picture, but she wasn't smiling. She seemed rather serious. Harry felt his mouth go dry. From what seemed like a million miles away, Harry heard Dudley's voice say, "Are you sure she's not your girlfriend?" Harry was startled. He placed the photo on the shelf carefully, beside the other one. "Yeah," he croaked. His voice had almost finished changing, but not quite. Dudley shook his head, turning to go. "Idiot," he heard his cousin mutter as he left the room. Harry fingered the basilisk around his neck and again examined the picture of Hermione on the beach. Her glowing skin, her hair a riot of shining curls, brown touched by gold, unmistakably now a woman and no longer a girl. He thought of her going to Bulgaria, and suddenly he understood Ron's annoyance with Victor Crumb. After he and Dudley went running, Dudley let him have the first shower. Harry was taking the day off from gardening. He sat down to skim the books from Sirius and Hermione, letting Dudley try some of the every flavor beans Ron had sent. Dudley was fine when he got blueberry, treacle tart, and even fish and chips, but recoiled when he got one that tasted unmistakably like furniture polish. Periodically throughout the day Harry glanced at the photos on his shelf, hoping Hermione was all right and touching the amulet Ginny had sent, silently wishing for Ron and Ginny and the rest of the Weasleys to be safe. At dinner Dudley sounded rather pointed as he asked Harry whether he had had a happy birthday and whether he'd had chance to try out his tape player. If you want a different tape, just look in my room and take whatever you like, he added. Harry thanked him and said that he hadn't tried it yet, but he thought he would tomorrow, while he was working in the garden. He didn't know yet quite what was coming. Now Dudley turned to his parents, saying, "So, what did you get Harry for his birthday?" Harry's Aunt Petunia looked up from her plate, startled. His Uncle Vernon stopped with a piece of meat he'd been chewing stuck in his left cheek pouch. They stared at their son as if they'd been hit by the strongest stunning curse there was. "What?" His dad exploded after a minute, not having moved the half-chewed meat, so it went flying out of his mouth into the middle of the table. He reached for it, picked it up and put it back in his mouth. Harry recoiled, grimacing. "We never get him anything, you know that." That wasn't strictly true, Harry thought. For his 10th birthday he'd received a pair of his uncle's old socks and a wire coat hanger. Exactly. Dudley shot back at his father. "What if something had happened to you when I was little, and Harry's parents had taken me in? Would you want them to treat me the way you've treated him all these years?" "Don't be ridiculous," said Aunt Petunia. "If anything had happened to us, you'd have gone to Aunt Marge." "That's not the point," Dudley sputtered. "What if I'd gone to her and she treated me the way you treat Harry?" "Well, that would never happen, Duds, because she loves you. I'm saying, what if you gits?" Dudley exploded at them, shaking his head. His parents goggled at him, perplexed, not understanding the source or content of his teenage rebellion. "Don't you talk to me that way, young man," his father yelled, after a moment of shock. "I'll talk to you any way I damn well please," Dudley informed him, getting up and leaving the room. Harry sat uncomfortably, still chewing a carrot, trying to do it quietly, looking back and forth between his aunt and uncle, who were now glaring at him, clearly blaming him for Dudley's behavior. "This is all your fault. You've bewitched him. We'll tell that school of yours you're doing magic and you'll be kicked out," said Aunt Petunia. Harry shook his head innocently, his eyes wide. He knew he wouldn't be kicked out. The Ministry of Magic could perform the priori incantatem on his wand and easily ascertain the last spell that had been performed by it. They wouldn't just take the word of a couple of muggles. He swallowed his food and excused himself, feeling their eyes boring into his back as he ran down the hall to the staircase. As much as he appreciated Dudley being on his side, he'd been treading lightly with his aunt and uncle all summer, and didn't need them blaming him for Dudley's change of heart and accusing him of breaking the law against underage wizards performing magic outside of school. "Oi, Dud," he whispered loudly, sticking his head around the door. "Want some cake?" Dudley was playing a computer game. "Well, okay, but only a small piece. I'm in training, you know." Harry smiled. "I know." They went into his room and sat on the floor, but suddenly Dudley got up and ran back to his room. He returned with plates, forks, and a cake server. Harry was perplexed. "When they put me on the diet, Mum cleaned all of the food out of my room I had stashed there, but she didn't care about this stuff. I have a service for 8. Harry smiled and sliced some cake for them both. "Happy birthday, Harry," Dudley said with his mouth full. Harry swallowed a bite of Mrs. Weasley's delicious birthday cake and smiled at his cousin. "You know, Dud, I actually think it is." They each tucked in 2 pieces of cake and said good night. Harry lay back on the bed with his hands behind his head, gazing across the room at the cards and photos on the shelf, especially the photo of Hermione on the beach. He fingered the amulet around his neck for a moment. Somehow, the idea of sleeping with it around his neck didn't bother him the way a shirt did. He took off his glasses and turned out the light. His birthdays were definitely getting better. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and or Instagram. BL_Pudum. The House Guest, Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 3, The House Guest. The following week was uneventful. Harry and Dudley rose early each morning to go running, and Harry spent each day after that working in the garden, often wearing Sandy and talking to her. In the evenings he read his new books or did summer homework. He had taken to bringing Sandy in with him at night and even slept with her on his arm. When she wasn't on his arm, it felt strangely light. The first time he brought her to his room, she was rather alarmed at the sight of Hedwig. "Did you bring me here to kill me?" she asked. "No, that's my pet owl, Hedwig. She delivers mail. She can find someone anywhere in the world and deliver a letter to them, even if I don't know where they are. All post owls can." "Impressive," Sandy hissed, sounding unconvinced. "So, you already have a pet?" She sounded a little hurt. "Well, Hedwig performs a service for me, and I take care of her and feed her. So, I guess she's more of a servant than a pet." It suddenly occurred to him that it wasn't a very different arrangement than house elves, who Hermione insisted were unjustly enslaved. "I thought you didn't want to be my pet." "That is true. Nor do I fancy being a servant. So what am I?" Harry examined her thoughtfully. "How about my roommate?" "What is roommate?" "It's people who share living quarters. They're usually friends." "What about friend?" "What about it? Why did you suggest roommate first instead of friend?" "Two don't know. Are you my friend Sandy?" "I'd like that. Yes. I am your friend, Harry Potter." About a week and a half after his birthday, Harry was preparing to go upstairs after dinner when the doorbell rang. Not thinking twice about it, Harry called, "I'll get it," and turned the knob. It was Snape. Harry immediately screamed and recoiled. Snape was the last person he'd expected to see on Privet Drive. He was attempting to dress in Muggle clothes, something Harry had never seen him do. But the clothes were somewhat out of place in Surrey, except for the eccentric retired colonel 2 streets over. He was clad as someone on safari in Africa, from his bush boots to his pith helmet with mosquito netting. He even had a machete hanging on his belt, though Harry noticed his wand in a holster on the other side. Where his knees showed between his khaki shorts and his knee socks, he was deathly pale, revealing that he had never been on a safari in his life. His lank black hair was pulled back into a ponytail under the helmet. Harry stared at him in disbelief. "Nice to see you too, Potter," he growled. Harry stepped back abruptly as Snape entered, glancing around suspiciously, as if, "Sirius. Thank goodness." But his godfather did not transform into his human self. He also sniffed about the hall suspiciously before nodding at Snape, who went back outside and summoned some people who'd been standing just outside the circle of light spilling into the night from the hall. It was Hermione and her parents. Harry was as shocked as he'd been when he'd seen Snape. "Hermione," was all he could say. The entire Granger family seemed like they'd been through the ringer. They staggered under the weight of their luggage, which they'd presumably been lugging from England to the Greek islands to Bulgaria. He thought Hermione was especially exhausted, though he couldn't see her eyes. She had on dark glasses. She wore denim shorts that were just above her knees. A large white t-shirt with a blue and white Greek flag printed on it was tucked into her shorts, and she wore rugged hiking sandals. They all appeared a bit dusty, as if they had walked from Bulgaria. Harry ushered them into the lounge. Dudley and his parents stood in the hall, staring incredulously at the odd party that had invaded their house. "See here," now Harry's uncle began as he entered the lounge with Aunt Petunia and Dudley close behind. Suddenly Sirius changed from a large black dog into a human, and Aunt Petunia crouched behind her husband, screaming. Sirius brushed dust from his black robes and smoothed his dark hair back. "Allow me to introduce myself," he said, extending his hand to Vernon Dursley. "I am Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. We meet at last." Vernon Dursley cowered against his wife, refusing to touch Sirius's extended hand. Suddenly, Dudley stepped up and grasped his hand. The Dursleys shook their heads dumbly, having no idea what Sirius was going on about, just looking like they wished he and the rest of them would go away. Hermione's mother sat beside her and put her arm around her, trying to get her to put her head on her shoulder. Hermione would have none of it, sitting up again pointedly, refusing to be coddled. "I was traveling with the Grangers from Greece to Bulgaria, but I had gone to meet with Professor Snape here when the abduction occurred. We talked to the headmaster of Hogwarts, who felt that this would be the safest place for Hermione until school starts. Her parents will go into hiding for their protection. Arrangements are being made." The Grangers were grim. We have a check we can give you," For Hermione's room and board for the rest of the summer, Hermione's mother told the Dursleys. Harry saw his aunt's eyes light up. Aunt Petunia rarely turned down money, and the Grangers seemed rather normal, except for traveling in the company of Sirius and Snape. "Can she stay?" Sirius asked the Dursleys. They seemed afraid to refuse him. Vernon Dursley gave a very small nod, and Mr. Granger took out his checkbook and started to write a check. He extended the check to Harry's uncle, who opened his eyes wide and suddenly seemed to wake up. "Harry," he barked, "take your friend's luggage up to the guest room." He practically grabbed the check from Mr. Granger, who was taken aback. Harry picked up Hermione's bags and said, "Your room's upstairs." She nodded and followed him into the hall. Sirius changed back into a dog, prompting another scream from Aunt Petunia. Snape and the Grangers moved into the hall with the large black dog. After the front door shut, Harry and Hermione went upstairs. She still held her head up stoically. Harry put down the bags to open the door before turning on the light, letting her go first. He followed her in, placing her luggage on the bed, watching her carefully. The room was very quiet. Suddenly Hermione whispered, "Close the door." Harry closed it, and immediately, Hermione took off her dark glasses, revealing eyes red from crying. "Oh, Harry!" She flung her arms about his waist, sobbing into his chest. Harry slowly put his arms around her, his cheek on the top of her head. It was surprising to find that he was several inches taller than her now. They used to be the same height. He smoothed her hair, surprised at the soft texture of the curls. She had last hugged him on the train platform at King's Cross at the end of June and given him a kiss on the cheek that surprised him. She had never done that before. But this wasn't like a brief goodbye hug. They had never held each other like this while she cried into his chest. They stood that way for what seemed a long time. When she had been simply sagging against his chest for a while and had stopped crying, he lifted her face and kissed her gently on the forehead. "You're tired. Get some sleep." He went to the door and opened it. She was like a deer caught in the headlights. "Good night, Hermione." "Good night, Harry." Harry felt his bed bounce. Startled, he opened his eyes. The sun was up, but only just. There was a pale, gray light outdoors and a slight apricot tinge at the edges of the sky. He squinted at the foot of his bed, finding Hermione sitting there. She wore what he supposed were summer pajamas. Light blue shorts and a matching button-down shirt with a pointed collar and a pocket. Her arms were around her legs, her knees pulled up to her chin as she stared into space. He rubbed his eyes and fumbled for his glasses. When he had them on, he pulled himself into a sitting position, the sheet falling to his waist. She was looking at him strangely. "Hermione?" he ventured, hoping to bring her out of her catatonia. She met his eyes now. "You look different," she said simply. "I've been doing manual labor all summer," he told her, holding up his hands. "My calluses have calluses." But he felt her eyes on his torso, not his hands. "Your voice is lower, too." "Yeah, but my singing voice hasn't improved any. Right now I'd say I'm a tenor, but I may wind up a baritone." She didn't say anything for a few minutes. Harry wasn't used to her being so quiet. She was usually talking unless her nose was in a book. She had positively gabbled at him and Ron on their first train ride to Hogwarts. Her eyes moved around the room. He saw her take note of the photo on the bedside table, and he wished now that he'd put it in a drawer. She seemed to be looking at Sandy on his arm, and the basilisk amulet that rested on his sternum. "You haven't met Sandy," he said, to break the silence. He leaned down to speak to the snake. "Sandy, are you awake?" Sandy raised her head. "I am now." Hermione's mouth hung open. "You know," she said, "I've only heard you speak Parseltongue one other time. In the dueling club, when you were telling the snake Malfoy had conjured to leave Justin alone and everyone thought you were egging it on. Until I heard Sandy talking in the garden, I forgot I could do it. She's with me a lot now. It's nice to have her to talk to." "It is nice to talk to you too," Sandy told him. "I have learned much about humans." "What did she say?" Hermione wanted to know. Talking about Sandy seemed easier for her than what Harry really wanted to talk about. The attempted abduction. He smiled. "She said that she likes talking to me, too. And she's learned a lot about humans." For a moment, he considered telling her about snakes having the sight. Then he remembered that he had thought about what it could do for him to have Sandy with him in school for his 5th year, especially in divination, telling him what was going to happen in a few minutes. Hermione would probably consider this cheating, and not worthy of a prefect, or more importantly, not worthy of him, and he decided not to mention it. He still hadn't decided whether he would go through with it. It did smack of cheating, he reckoned. What's that? She said after a prolonged silence, pointing to the amulet. Harry fingered it. It's a birthday present. From Ginny. Hermione said, understanding the connection. Harry thought Hermione probably wouldn't have chosen to give him a basilisk amulet if she had been the one in the Chamber of Secrets, like Ginny. As it was, Hermione had worked out first that the denizen of the chamber was a basilisk, and had looked at it using a mirror. But that didn't offer her enough protection, and she'd been petrified, sent into a near-death, open-eyed coma, broken only by a potion made from mandrake root. Hermione didn't have any romantic ideas about basilisks. She examined him shrewdly. Are you hiding under that sheet for some reason? Sleeping in the buff? Harry was shocked. No, but well, close. Just my underwear. Could you excuse me while I get dressed? Dudley and I go running every morning. She smirked. Boxers or briefs? Boxers. Color? Black. How wizard-like. Come on, it sounds about the same as swimming gear. Hermione, please. All right, I'm going. She went to the door, looking pointedly again at the photo of herself on the bedside table, not saying anything. When she had gone, he went to his wardrobe for running clothes. He'd been able to go shopping with the money he was making from working in the garden, and for simplicity's sake he'd bought virtually all black clothes. Black shorts and singlets for running, black socks and running shoes, plus black jeans, turtlenecks and button-down shirts for wearing with his school robes, plus a few black and gray jumpers and t-shirts. And, as he'd already told Hermione, black boxers. His bedroom door opened again. It was Hermione. She stood with her hand on the knob for a moment, smiling at having caught him in just his drawers. Can I go running with you too? I've got some appropriate clothes. And after what happened in Bulgaria, let's just say that I'd like to be in better physical shape, for times when I can't use magic, you know? Harry stood his ground, refusing to hide or blush. Meet us at the front door in 5 minutes. She nodded, not moving, and he felt her watching him again. Their eyes met for a long minute before she left. Harry looked at the photo on his bedside table, thinking, oh well, fair's fair. I've seen her in that. They met in the front hall, Harry in his black running clothes with Sandy around his arm. Dudley was used to it, but Harry had avoided letting his aunt and uncle see the snake. Dudley in his running clothes and Hermione in a gray running bra and very tight blue bicycle shorts. Dudley goggled, but Harry tried not to. She didn't seem like she was out of shape to him, but if she wanted to come along, he was all right with that. They drank some water and Harry led them in stretching exercises on the front lawn after he'd taken Sandy off his arm and put her under a bush to await his return. Hermione wasn't used to the warm-up routine but caught on fairly quickly. Harry tried not to look at her any more than was absolutely necessary. Dudley was making no such effort to avert his eyes, however, and once they started running, he seemed to purposely position himself behind Hermione for the view. They went to and from the park 3 times and Hermione never fell back or seemed to be straining. After breakfast, Hermione came out to the garden with Harry to watch him work. She wore a simple checked sleeveless blouse, white shorts and trainers. Her brown curls were still slightly damp from her shower, and her tan made the whites of her eyes appear very bright. Harry was in his usual black clothes, a sleeveless t-shirt, shorts and black work boots he'd bought because the steel toes would protect him if he dropped any stones on his feet, which he'd done several times. She sat against the wall of the house as she had that morning in his bedroom, arms around her legs, knees drawn up to her chin. It occurred to Harry that she was trying to be invulnerable to attack. She was a fortress under siege. He wondered exactly how traumatic the attempted abduction had been, and what Lucius's thugs had done to her. She watched him all morning, silently. He'd recently been wearing his tape player to while away the time while working, or sometimes talking to Sandy, but he'd left the gift inside today. When Sandy lifted her head and spoke to him, he hissed back softly, "Sorry, Sandy. We'll talk later. This isn't a good time." The snake accepted this without comment, resting her head on her tail again and going to sleep. They ate lunch in the garden, and as had been his wont, Harry removed his shirt afterward and lay back on the grass to get some sun. As the sun beat orangely against his eyelids, he was vaguely aware that Hermione had moved. She had reclined beside him, mere inches away, and after a few minutes, eyes still closed, he said her name. He got no response at first, so he said it again. Before he'd got out the second syllable, however, she said impatiently, "I heard you." He was silent again for a half-minute before saying, "Sorry. I wasn't sure. I just wondered whether you felt like talking yet." About Bulgaria. He stayed on his back, eyes closed, hoping that if they didn't have to look at each other it would be easier for her to talk. She sighed, as if she were going to tell him again that it was too soon, but instead, she plunged in. I remember reaching for a red pepper, like I was in a trance, and I tried to ask how much it was, using a phrase Victor's mom had taught me. But when it came out, it didn't sound like my voice. The woman running the stall said I didn't look well. She sounded very far away, and I thought, maybe I'm not under Imperius, maybe I'm just ill. I'm in a foreign country. I've been ill on unfamiliar food and water on trips before. I had some muggle medicines in my purse that I knew I could take to feel better. She brought me round to the inside of the stall where she sat, and she was so nice. She was just patting me and talking to me in English, and now that I think about it, she shouldn't have been speaking to me in English, should she? She didn't even have a Bulgarian accent. Their wands pointing at me. My head felt all right again, but I pretended to be kind of spacey, like I wasn't really with it because they were talking and I wanted to hear what they were saying. The woman who'd been running the vegetable stall was gone, and the marketplace was empty. One of them said, "Lucius will be very pleased." The other one said that the 4 others were taken care of, 3 other girls from Hogwarts and a muggle boy who'd still been at his muggle school in June when they'd done it, whatever it was. They talked about me, about the way I looked, and whether they should do anything extra. "I know," Harry said softly. Then I stopped again. And when I started again, it was daylight. I opened my eyes and I was lying on the couch in Victor's house. He was lifting me up and calling to my parents, telling them I was back, that it was all right, but you're not convinced. It's not that. It's just that I don't know. I've got all this lost time. Who knows? Harry reached out his hand blindly, found Hermione's and laced his fingers through hers. He felt her grasp his hand almost spasmodically and he squeezed back. They didn't talk, and when the alarm on his watch went off he opened his eyes and got up to work, as though nothing had happened. He let go of Hermione's hand to put on his shirt. He looked at her, still lying on her back, her eyes closed against the sun, tears running out from under her eyelids. He ached so for her. If there was one thing she needed, it was certainty. Harry stared. Was she going to pretend that she hadn't been discussing what happened in Bulgaria and what could have happened that she didn't know about? Apparently she was. "Well," he hesitated, "we have to plant these rose bushes near the wall here. They're climbers, and eventually they'll cover the trellis. It's just like herbology, but without the bubotuber pus making your hands swell up." Hermione laughed. It was a relief to hear it. Oh, that howler. And the other letters. All those people who believed Rita Skeeter when she said that I was toying with you and Victor. Harry had to smile. "By the way," he said, "what happened to Rita Skeeter?" Hermione seemed like she had just forgotten to tell him that she'd won the lottery. "Oh, Harry."
Rito Skeeter.
"Wait till you hear." "I am waiting," Harry replied in falsetto, imitating her. She threw a clod of dirt at him. "Don't mock me. When we got to London, I took Rita home with me, but I didn't let her out yet. I wrote to Professor McGonagall and explained to her about Rita. Since she's a registered Animagus, she doesn't hold much with those who want to skirt the law. Anyway, she talked to Dumbledore and they both apparat to my house. Mum and Dad didn't know what to think. McGonagall pretended that that was always how they told students they were going to be prefects. Anyway, when Mum and Dad had left the room, I took the unbreakable charm off the jar Rita was in and let her out. She was reluctant to become human. I think maybe she hoped that if she stayed a beetle, McGonagall and Dumbledore would think I was daft and making it all up. Finally, they threatened to force her to reveal herself, like Sirius and Lupin did to Wormtail, so she gave in. And the next thing you knew, there's Rita sitting in our lounge. And if looks could kill, you did keep her in a jar eating leaves for about 2 weeks. And she maligned my and yours and Victor's good names, not to mention Hagrid. No more than she deserved. Quite a lot less, I think. Harry tried not to laugh. He could laugh about Rita Skeeter now. During the Triwizard Tournament, he never would have believed it. Anyway, he prompted her. Well, he was referring to Sirius, obviously. And what's he having her do? Her face fell. I don't know. He made me leave the room with, then what? Then nothing. She was gone. Poof. I think she just did it because it makes it possible for her to get her scoops. It's a great way to be a fly on the wall or beetle, rather. And I don't know how Dumbledore knows what her loyalties are. We keep wondering why he trusts Snape, but that hasn't blown up in his face yet. And why did Sirius say Victor thwarted the kidnapping? Sounds like you were returned. Like they kidnapped you and then changed their minds. Victor said that he was in the marketplace waiting outside the vegetable stall when the two wizards aimed their wands at me. He did a very fast stunning spell on both of them, and put a full body bind on them both and left them there. He took me back to his parents' house, but it took until morning before whatever they'd done to me wore off. When Sirius got to the vegetable stall, they were gone. Or at least that's Victor's story. She nodded grimly. Or at least that's his story. Don't think I haven't thought about that. I mean, I was having a good time with Victor and Sophia. She lowered her eyes and colored, sort of, my first boyfriend. She avoided looking at him. But I suppose I don't really feel about him the way he feels about me. It's just as she turned even redder and didn't finish. Just a what? Harry suddenly very much wanted to know. Hermione looked at him. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that I've got a real problem now. More of a problem than almost being abducted by dark wizards working for Lucius Malfoy? Could be all the same problem. Like you said, Victor's version of how things went, that's his story, and no one can corroborate it. Maybe they meant all along for me to be returned. Maybe even now I'm under some kind of spell and don't know it. I don't feel like I am, but you never know. The problem I'm talking about is how to get rid of Victor. You want to kill Victor? Harry said, shocked. She threw another clod of dirt at him. No, you stupid, I mean, he thinks of us as girlfriend and boyfriend. He's going to come to Hogsmeade when we have weekend visits. I can't break up with him and I can't stay with him. What? Harry sputtered, confused. If I break up with him, he could become cross. I've seen him cross. And he was trained in the dark arts, don't forget. I'd hate to think what he'd do if I broke up with him and he became agitated. But I can't just stay with him because I'm afraid of how he'll respond if I break up with him. That'd be daft. But if I broke up with him and someone like Lucius Malfoy wanted him to work for him, he might be contrary enough that he wouldn't need to be coerced. Plus, as we've already seen, he's not at all able to fight Imperius. You told me how Crouch put the Imperius curse on him in the maze and he turned right around and put Cruciatus on Cedric. He was very easily manipulated. And though I don't have proof, that could be what happened in Bulgaria. At least, I'd rather believe he did something while cursed instead of voluntarily, if he did cooperate with Lucius Malfoy's underlings. Let's just say that being with Victor doesn't exactly make me feel safe and well protected. Here I feel safe. Here? Harry was mystified. She peered at him, her eyes narrowed. You don't know, do you? Ever since you were a baby. There've been charms protecting your house for several streets around. It's impossible to apparate in and out or even use a portkey. Snape had one. We used to come back to your village, but we had to land about a mile away. I'm not convinced the protection reaches that far, but he wanted to play it safe. That's why we were knackered when we arrived. It was late. I was hauling my trunk, and Snape wouldn't let Sirius put a spell on it to make it lighter. Harry was puzzled. Once, the Weasleys came by Floo powder. They temporarily added the lounge's fireplace to the Floo network, got special permission from the ministry. Of course, it didn't work very well, since the fireplace is boarded up. But see, they had to get special permission to do that. There are also dark magic detectors all over the place here. Why do you think Voldemort or his Death Eaters haven't just come to get you? Harry pulled a face. I reckon I always thought they were repulsed by the prospect of meeting the Dursleys. They both laughed and decided to get back to work. It was nice to have someone to work with again. After Dick, and Hermione wasn't afraid to get dirty or do heavy lifting, though he tried to spare her the worst of it. For the rest of the week, Hermione went running with them in the mornings and worked with Harry in the garden the rest of the day. After the second day, Dudley noticed Hermione on her hands and knees in the garden, and volunteered to help them. Harry understood why, but he didn't mind. He couldn't blame Dudley, really, though it was more than a little disturbing when Hermione got rather flirty with him. He'd never seen her do that. She'd been rather silly at times when she was around Gilderoy Lockhart, during second year, but she'd only been 12. With all three of them working, the garden was soon done, and Harry collected his last £5 from his aunt. Now, after morning runs, he went into the garden to do basic watering and weeding, but otherwise had the rest of the day free. He and Hermione worked on their summer homework, sitting on benches beneath the new arbor, while Dudley sat nearby playing video games on a small handheld unit. Sometimes he let Harry or Hermione use it when they were tired of working. He seemed to feel it was necessary to hang over Hermione's shoulder when it was her turn. Reckoning that he'd made all the money he was going to from the garden, and having spent most of it, Harry felt compelled to defend her. She cleans her own room and does her own laundry. Plus, her parents gave you a pretty hefty check. Suddenly, Dudley was shouting hotly at his mother, "You leave Hermione alone. She's the most. Dudley," his mother exclaimed reproachfully. His father glowered at him. "Don't forget, boy," he growled. "She may seem normal, but she's a—" "Say it, Dad. Just say it. She's a witch. A witch. Why won't you just talk about it normally? Harry's a wizard and Hermione's a witch, and they call us muggles. They fly around on broomsticks and at least she's not something beginning with a B that rhymes with witch." He finished, glaring pointedly at his mother before storming out of the room. "Dudley," his parents exclaimed. Harry and Hermione glanced furtively at each other, continuing to eat their food quietly. The silence was deafening. Harry was reminded uncomfortably of his birthday. What's got into Dudley lately? It wasn't just Hermione's arrival. This had been going on all summer. I suppose most 15-year-old boys rebel against their parents in some way. He tried to imagine what he would have been like if he'd been raised by his own parents, how he would relate to them now that he was in his mid-teens. Try as he might, he couldn't imagine being anything but relieved to have parents. Perhaps that was the problem. Most teenagers just didn't know what it was like to not have parents at all. Though in Dudley's case, in Harry's opinion, he'd have been lucky to know what that was like. He tried to imagine the scenario that Dudley had raised before, Harry's parents living and taking in Dudley in the event that something happened to Petunia and Vernon. He couldn't imagine that any better than he could imagine rebelling against parents he'd never had a chance to know. Perhaps because they had a guest, though his aunt was already being rude to her. Harry's aunt and uncle didn't say another word. Before they had a chance to rise from the table, however, Hermione spoke. "Don't worry about the cleaning up, Mrs. Dudley. Harry and I will do it. And I would also like to make a special dinner on my last night here, as a thank you for letting me stay. I took a course with a brilliant chef in Athens while we were in Greece. Please say yes," she added sweetly, smiling at them placatingly. Harry's uncle squirmed uncomfortably and looked at his wife. "All right," he said, rising from the table. Petunia Dudley followed him out of the room, still appearing rather hurt about Dudley's outburst. Harry and Hermione cleared the table and stood at the sink to wash and dry the dishes. Harry heard the television come on in the lounge. "Cooking lessons while on holiday? Are you never not going to school?" he asked. She laughed and splashed him with some suds. He splashed her back and it threatened to become a free-for-all. But Sandy, under his shirt sleeve where his aunt and uncle had been unaware of her, said that his aunt was coming into the room, so Harry stopped and whispered to Hermione, "Aunt Petunia's coming." She frowned at him quizzically, turning toward the doorway. Nothing happened. "Are you sure? Give it a minute," Harry whispered, wiping dishes. Hermione counted to 60 under her breath, and when she reached 61, Aunt Petunia entered the kitchen. Hermione gaped at Harry again. "How did you know?" she started to whisper, but Aunt Petunia had other ideas. "The pair of you had better not break anything," she exclaimed shrilly, her hands on her hips. They stared at her wide-eyed, assured her that they would be careful. She turned and left again. Hermione eyed Harry, but he avoided her gaze, wiping dishes and glasses, thinking, "I've got to keep her from knowing that Sandy has the sight." That was a little close. The next day, after their morning run and showers, Hermione and Harry sat under the arbor in the garden, while Dudley played with his portable computer game nearby. Hermione had brought her notebook from the Greek cooking school and was paging through it, searching for recipes for the meal she planned to serve before they left for the Burrow. She made notes on lined paper with a ballpoint pen, and it struck Harry that this was the first time he'd ever seen her not writing on parchment using a quill. Sometimes he forgot that she'd had a Muggle upbringing like him. When Dudley got up to go inside for a different game, Harry leaned back contentedly, considering the summer. You know, he said, with you here and Dudley being friendly, it's almost like having a brother and a sister. It's nice. Harry watched her go, wondering what he'd said wrong. After lunch, Dudley had to go shopping for his school things with his parents. As they were leaving, Harry's uncle suddenly peered at Harry and Hermione shrewdly, suspiciously. I don't know whether we can trust you two here alone together, he started to say. Hermione smiled at him brightly. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Dudley. We're both prefects, and we know how serious it would be to break the law against underage, you know. He examined her through narrowed eyes. That wasn't what I was talking about, he said through his teeth. Harry noticed that Hermione was flushed under her tan before she abruptly left the room. You, his uncle suddenly barked. What are you going to do? Weed in the garden. Should take a while. Dandelions are all over the place, trying to take over, Harry told him. His uncle seemed unconvinced. All right, he grumbled, and soon the Dursleys were off to buy Dudley his new Smeltings books and uniforms, the old ones being far too large after the running he'd been doing. Harry changed into his work clothes and went to the garden shed for a trowel and kneeling pad. Hermione came to the back door. Do you mind if I get some sun while you're working? I haven't been able to, for a while, and I may not again, since the summer's almost over. Harry shrugged. Yeah, I don't need help with the weeding. She went back inside and Harry picked a spot to start, kneeling on the pad, pulling on gardening gloves and starting to dig out dandelion roots. He didn't like using weed killer. A short while later, he heard the kitchen door again and Hermione came back out. He wasn't facing the door, bent over a particularly annoying dandelion root that seemed to be the source for all of the weeds in the garden. When he looked up, he goggled at her. Hermione was wearing the bikini. She spread a towel on a patch of grass and sat on it before picking up a bottle of sunscreen to protect her skin. He tried to look away but always seemed to see her out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't tell if she was looking back. She had her dark glasses on again. If he thought the picture in his room was amazing, it was nothing compared to the live show. She reclined and closed her eyes. Her arms were by her sides and her whole body seemed to glisten in the sun. Harry felt his mouth go dry. He dragged his eyes away, staring at the dandelion root again. It wasn't easy to concentrate on his work. Several times he pulled out small flowers instead of weeds and had to unobtrusively replace them, in case she was watching. After a while, she sat up and pushed her sunglasses up. Harry, could you help me put sunscreen on my back? Harry stared at her, terrified. On your back? Harry looked at her legs, feeling like his head was swimming. Maybe I could fake my scar hurting. That might get me out of it. But he obligingly knelt beside her again, putting sunscreen on the backs of her legs. When he touched his fingers to the back of her left knee, she flinched and sighed. Harry drew back in alarm. Go on, she whispered. Are you okay? He ventured. The backs of my knees are just sensitive. He quickly applied sunscreen to the rest of her legs, trying to cloud his mind and ignore the sounds she made when he touched the back of her other knee, trying not to see her at all or linger over her skin. He was glad to finally be done, and went back to his weeding, but it went slowly. The hot sun made him feel lightheaded and stupid, and so did the sight of Hermione in her small bikini. He avoided looking at her, he thought, and yet it seemed that he spent quite a lot of time looking at her. He was finally able to put away his weeding supplies, having rid the garden of dandelions once more. I'm going in, he said when he'd locked the shed. He opened the kitchen door to escape into the house, but she'd already risen and wrapped the towel around her waist, carrying the sunscreen and padding after him. Her short curls had been touched by the sun too, golden highlights glistening here and there amidst the brown. In the kitchen, they both tried to get a cold drink from the refrigerator at the same time, and Hermione wound up standing very close to him when they'd closed the door, her face mere inches from his. Harry looked down before guiltily jerking his eyes back up to her face. Her eyes were very close to his, the white so white they seemed tinged with blue at the edges. "Still thinking of me as your sister?" she whispered. She turned to go, not seeing Harry's jaw drop as he stood frozen in place. He sat at the kitchen table, hearing the shower upstairs, and tried not to think about that. He drank several glasses of water to avoid dehydration, trying not to think about anything at all, and succeeding in thinking of nothing but her. When she came back down, she wore jeans and a simple blue blouse, very much like school Hermione except for the new haircut and the deep tan. Her skin glowed, her hair shone, and Harry thought, why did I ever think Cho Chang was pretty? But he was disturbed again by something. Why had she flirted with Dudley? She sat beside him at the table, and almost before she was settled, he found himself blurting it out. "Why have you been flirting with Dudley?" She smiled and looked at her hands. "Only to make certain that he's another ally. When Snape told me that Dumbledore wanted us to come here, I reckoned it would be a good idea to cultivate him." Harry nodded but couldn't stop himself as another question came bursting forth. "You do realize that Ron is very jealous of Crumb, don't you?" "Not that I am," he said in his head. Not that I am. Looked at him. "Do you think you'll ever try asking Cho Chang out again?" Harry grimaced. "Are you joking? When I've thought about her this summer, all I can see is the way she was crying during the feast at the end of term, when we were toasting Diggory. Just buckets of it, streaming down her face. And I even had a dream that I was on a date with her. And she was saying things like, 'Oh, Harry, isn't it a good thing you got Cedric killed so we can be here like this?' So, no, I don't think I'll be asking her out again until this massive wave of guilt over Diggory passes, which will probably be never." Hermione nodded. "I wondered whether you thought you were responsible." "Believe me, Harry, no one thinks you're to blame, not even his parents." He put his hand on her arm. "Save your breath, Hermione. I'm going to feel guilty about him for the rest of my life, and that's that. End of story." She swallowed and put her hand over his. "You're still letting that eat you up?" "Then?" He nodded, staring at the table. "Well, we need to find a way for you to think about other things, like helping me get rid of Victor or at least making certain that we're not alone together." "I know. You could go out with us in Hogsmeade. You want me to go on your dates with Victor?" He was appalled. "Well, that might seem odd. Ron could come too. And Ginny. Maybe Parvati and Lavender and George and Fred. We could make it a big group thing. He has a very difficult time saying no to me. If I tell him that's how it's going to be, that's how it's going to be." Harry promised to come along, and she leaned over suddenly and kissed his cheek, thanking him. Their faces were very close together. Suddenly, Harry stood, nearly knocking his chair over. "Yum, need to take a shower. Gardening sweat and grime, you know." As he was passing through the front hall, the Dursleys returned. Harry told them he was going to shower before dinner, since the gardening was done, and Dudley said, "Does that mean Hermione's not doing anything?" "Hermione, want to play Space Wars on my computer?" Hermione came into the front hall and smiled at Dudley warmly. "I'd love to." They three went upstairs, Dudley and Hermione into his bedroom, and Harry into the bathroom. Standing under the spray, Harry thought again of Hermione sunning herself in the bikini, touching her skin while he was putting the sunscreen on her. But he realized that even if Hermione were interested in him, and it was starting to seem that she might be, if she was already in danger merely for being his friend, how much more dangerous would it be for her to be his girlfriend? And there was Victor Crumb to consider. And there was Ron. Hermione thought he was annoying and immature, but he could turn into quite a formidable enemy if he were upset about Harry and Hermione being together as Harry suspected he would be, if that were to happen and he found out. Harry would go from having two friends to having a girlfriend and yet another mortal enemy. Harry left the shower with his head whirling. He dressed and went to Dudley's room, sitting on the bed and watching Hermione and Dudley at the computer, not saying anything. He felt like he was in a trance, trying to sort out his feelings and his desires, and trying to work out if any of it was worth putting her life at even greater risk. He went down to dinner when it was time and volunteered his and Hermione's services for cleanup duty again, so he could talk to her, but he couldn't seem to say anything to her that wasn't related to dishwashing and drying. She didn't talk much either, except for one time when she suddenly said, Harry, I never told you how proud I was that you stood up to Voldemort. So many adults wouldn't. To the Dudley, Sirius had probably said the same thing to Hermione, he reckoned. He got the impression that she, however, was speaking of Victor as one of those who couldn't or wouldn't. After they finished the game, Harry won. He'd played a lot of chess with Ron, so he was used to having to work hard at it, but not used to winning. They said goodnight to the others and went upstairs. In the hall between their rooms, Hermione suddenly leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek again. Harry swallowed, looking at her in terror before also kissing her on the cheek. She sighed. I suppose that, if you want to think of me as your sister, she trailed off. Harry grinned at her and whispered, too late, before forcing himself to go into his room, after seeing her smile and blush in a satisfied way, forcing himself not to step across the small hall and behave toward her in a far less brotherly fashion. It was by far the most elegant meal any of them had ever eaten. Petunia and Vernon seemed to have forgotten who had made it and went into raptures over every mouthful. Dudley was thrilled to be rid of celery and lettuce. Harry thought she should teach the house elves at school how to make this. He tried not to laugh at the thought of the house elves allowing themselves to be taught recipes by the mad reformer, Hermione Granger, who scandalized them every time she called their situation enslavement. After dinner, Harry and Hermione cleaned up again. It seemed that she had used every pot in the kitchen. When they were done, it was just beginning to grow dark, so they sat in the garden on the bench, arm on his leg, as they watched the pink glow fade from the sky and become sapphire velvet. Harry wasn't certain how long they sat like this when he looked at her and saw her looking back. He couldn't think of anything to say. He didn't want to talk, and he hoped she didn't either. He knew what he wanted to do, knew it more clearly than he'd ever known anything before. Their mouths gradually grew closer and closer. He could feel her warm breath, smelling of chocolate and coffee, and felt her lips begin to brush his. A large black dog is coming. Harry started, pulling away from her. Sandy had spoken under the loose sleeve of his t-shirt. He glanced around the garden, left and right, and over his shoulder. He turned back to Hermione, who seemed more than a little annoyed. Sirius is coming, he said simply, still glancing around, trying to see his godfather, wondering whether he was already there and had seen them. He removed his arm from around her and crossed his arms over his chest. Hermione crossed her own arms, frowning. He thought it was possible that she assumed he was just making excuses. But after another minute, glittering eyes appeared around the corner of the shed, and a large black dog padded over to them quietly. Hermione glared at Harry again, annoyed and perplexed. You keep doing that. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and or Instagram. BL_Pudum. Padfoot and the Night Bus. Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 4. Padfoot and the Night Bus. Sirius sat down beside the bench, letting Harry and Hermione pet him. Hermione still glared at Harry with suspicion. Suddenly the human form of Harry's godfather stood beside them. Sirius sat down on the bench beside Harry. Are you both ready to go? I've been to the Burrow and the rest of his family are fine. Bill and Charlie are still there. Yeah, said Harry. We know. Ron's not too happy about it. Yes. He feels like they're babysitting him. So he's just feeling like they're treating him like a baby? Hermione asked. He's just fine? She didn't sound happy about this somehow. I wrote to him while we were traveling, but he never wrote back, not once. Sirius looked at her levelly. Well, he asked me about how you were doing. Not in the friendliest of ways, mind you. So I told him about the abduction. He was very concerned. Hermione seemed quite interested in this. Harry sat back and frowned. Really? What did he say? She wanted to know. He didn't say anything. Booty could tell he was concerned, all the same. Sirius examined her and Harry again. Harry grimaced. Sirius changed the subject. As you know, I'll be coming with you on the night bus. They allow pets so you won't be traveling alone. However, we'll have to walk nearly a mile away to get it. The protective charms around here have been enlarged. The bus won't be able to get any closer. So Snape wasn't just overcompensating by setting them down in the village. Harry thought. Just a couple of years ago, I was able to get the night bus over on Magnolia Crescent, a few streets away. Sirius changed back to a dog and went into the house with them. Dudley was in the kitchen, looking guilty about having his face in the refrigerator. Oh, hello, just seeing if there's more of that chocolate, more fruit. Then he saw the large black dog. Oh, your godfather's here already. Harry put his finger up to his lips. Shoo, we're going to get our trunks. We have to go. I'll help you with yours. Hermione, he said enthusiastically. Hermione smiled at him and they left the room. Harry patted Sirius on the head. Wait here. Sirius nodded. When Harry had thumped his trunk down the stairs and gone back to get Hedwig in her cage, he waited in the hall. Dudley was carrying Hermione's trunk down, looking as if he were going to pitch down the stairs any second. Harry's aunt and uncle stood in the lounge doorway, as disagreeable as ever. Can I come with you? Dudley asked Harry. His parents cried together. Dudley, I don't mean go to his school. Sirius padded down the hall from the kitchen and changed into his human form, making Petunia scream and hide again. I think he means he'd like to see them off. That's fine, but we have to walk about a mile away first. Hermione gazed at her trunk uncertainly. It was awfully tiring to drag this here when I came, Sirius. Do you think you could? Sirius smiled. All right, we'll do it here instead of outside. Hermione nodded to the Dursleys. Thank you for having me, Mr. and Mrs. Dudley. Harry nodded curtly at them. Bye was all he said. Sirius changed into a dog. Petunia screamed again. Dudley frowned at his mother. Get a grip, he said to her before opening the door. The four of them left, Harry and Hermione pulling their gently floating trunks behind them easily, Sirius padding before them. After about 20 minutes, Sirius sat suddenly, looked at Harry and nodded. Harry took his wand out of the holster on the belt Ron had given him and put his arm out as if to hail a taxicab. There was a very loud, abrupt bang and a glaring light seemed to come from nowhere. Dudley and Hermione both screamed. Neither had known what to expect. Dudley pulled Hermione's trunk up a dark driveway, and Hermione with it, since she was still holding on to the other handle. There appeared before them all, in the middle of the quiet suburban street, a very purple triple-decker bus where there had been nothing a moment before. Over the windshield, gold lettering proclaimed the night bus. Harry and Sirius walked calmly up to the bus, and after a moment, feeling a bit ridiculous, Hermione took her floating trunk to where they stood, this time dragging Dudley reluctantly with her. He was shaking. The conductor stepped off of the bus, his uniform as violently purple as the vehicle, and began his usual speech. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand. Hello, Stan, Harry said with a smile, having heard his spiel before. Stan Shunpike stopped. Harry Potter. As I live and breathe. Shoo. Harry swiftly silenced him. Quiet, or I may not go on living and breathing.
Stan winked.
Oh, I see. Traveling incognito again, are we? Being Neville Longbottom again, are we? Another wink. I'm with you. Hello, Neville Longbottom, he said loudly. And who is this with you? My cousin Dudley. And this is Lavender Brown. Come on aboard.
Stan exclaimed.
Hermione peered at him quizzically. Neville? Lavender? Yeah, I thought I told you a couple of years ago. Haven't got all night, Neville and Lavender. Stan louder than before, winking very broadly and smiling conspiratorially. You going to London?
No.
To the Burrow. That's near Ottery St. Catchpole. Harry opened his trunk and removed his money bag. How much? Harry asked Stan. Right. Let me take your trunks on board first. He took out his wand and waved it carelessly toward their trunks and Hedwig's cage. Second level, all right? Harry nodded. While the trunks moved into the bus on their own, Dudley goggled and Stan consulted a small booklet. 15 sickles, but for 17 you get OT chocolate, and for 19. That's okay, Stan. That comes to 30 silver sickles for the two of us, right? Here's 2 galleons, and he handed 2 large gold coins to Stan. Your change, Stan said, taking the galleons and returning to Harry 4 silver sickles, which Harry put in his money bag. My dog can come, yeah? He nodded at Sirius. He didn't notice Dudley trying to see what else was in Harry's money bag. Yeah. All aboard. Harry and Sirius climbed the steps, but Dudley put his hand on Hermione's arm. Right to me? He asked her throatily. She nodded and kissed him on the cheek. Of course, Dudley. Goodbye. She went up the steps and Harry leaned out of a curtained window on the second level. What about your parents, Dud? They'll freak about the owls. Write to me at school. They'll never know. Bye. Harry called, feeling for the first time in his life that he might actually miss him. Bye. Dudley called, waving. Stan Shunpike stood beside the brass bedstead Harry had chosen. Hermione placed her trunk at the foot of the bed beside his and Sirius lay on the floor between the two beds. Harry, I mean, Neville, that bloke a muggle? He's fine, Stan. A couple of months ago I wouldn't have said that, but he's fine. Outside in the street, Dudley fell backward onto a very green lawn and somehow triggered the automatic sprinkler system. He sat, sprawled, oblivious to being watered along with the rest of the grass, saying only wow. Harry and Hermione recovered from the bumpy start and lay on their respective beds. Harry reached down to idly pet Sirius. Hermione gazed out the curtained windows, fascinated by the landscape going by. One moment they were in Manchester, the next in Edinburgh, then Bath. Harry smiled, watching her face. Here she was, having known for 4 years that she was a witch, and these things still amazed her. With all her reading, she probably knew about more amazing things than he did. He thought about other things he knew that she didn't, though, like what it felt like to have Voldemort put the Cruciatus curse on him, and he looked at her again, at her innocent enjoyment of the passing scenery, her shock each time the bus made a leap. I hope she never knows that kind of pain, he thought. Or Ron. Harry put his head on his arms and closed his eyes. It seemed that he'd hardly been lying there for a moment when Stan Shunpike came up the stairs bellowing. Next stop. The Burrow. That's us, Hermione said excitedly, jumping up and grabbing her trunk, not bothering to ask Sirius to float it again. Oh, Harry, you never told me what this was like. It's incredible. With a bang, the bus was driving along a quiet, dark country lane, finally coming to a halt. Harry smiled at her. We should go. He picked up Hedwig's cage and dragged his trunk to the stairs. When Stan saw them coming, he levitated the trunks again and they were able to walk calmly down the stairs, following their belongings. Sirius padded after them. Harry checked his watch. It was only 11 o'clock at night. He saw one of the most comforting sights he knew of, the Burrow, home to the Weasley family. It seemed like it ought to by rights be falling down, but Harry knew that magic prevented that, and that it was much larger on the inside than it appeared from the outside. Lights still glowed in most of the windows, and the Weasleys had probably not been able to ignore the noise of the bus's arrival. Sure enough, the kitchen door opened and Ginny ran out into the garden, breaking into a smile when she saw Harry. Harry immediately smiled in response. She's become so tall and beautiful. She wore a simple summer dress, blue with a fitted waist and bodice, modestly covering her knees. She ran across the grass barefoot to greet him, and he ran to meet her halfway, still smiling, and surprised her by throwing his arms around her in a greeting hug, twirling her around while she put her arms around his neck and laughed. He put her down, grinning. She was just slightly taller than him, now thinking, it feels wonderful to hold her. Even in the moonlight, he could see that Ginny's face was as red as her hair. Over her shoulder he saw Hermione climbing down from the bus, frowning. He looked back to Ginny. Hello, Ginny. It's wonderful to see you. Thank you for my birthday present, he added, taking the basilisk amulet out of his shirt to show her. She looked thrilled. Well, Ron said you'd got a snake. Oh, right. This is Sandy. He took off his black denim jacket. He wore a black t-shirt from which he'd removed the sleeves, and showed her the small green garden snake curled around his upper arm just above his elbow. Ginny stepped forward tentatively and stroked Sandy. She feels nice, she whispered. She moved her fingers to Harry's upper arm, above where Sandy was coiled, tracing the outline of the newly visible muscles there. But she abruptly pulled her hand back guiltily and gazed up at Harry. Their faces were very close together and his skin tingled where she'd stroked his arm. What is this? Harry wondered. Earlier, Hermione and I almost and now Ginny looked so nice and I really enjoyed holding her and the door opened again and Ron Weasley came into the garden. Both Harry and Ginny jumped and separated themselves. Hermione walked over to them and nodded at Ginny, not smiling. "Hello, Ginny." Ginny was perplexed by the cold greeting and said hello in return. Harry greeted Ron, who responded normally enough. But then there was another cold, awkward greeting between Ron and Hermione, who could best be described as grunting at each other. Ginny examined them quizzically. Harry raised his eyebrows and shrugged. He was playing dumb. He knew perfectly well that Ron was still seething about Hermione visiting Victor Crumb, especially since she was almost kidnapped. Snape may not have lectured her for what happened, but Ron probably will. He turned to say goodbye to Sirius, but he'd gone already. Without warning, the night bus went bang again and disappeared from sight. The four of them walked through the kitchen garden, Ginny and Ron carrying Harry's trunk and Harry and Hermione carrying hers. When they were inside, Harry was immediately hugged by Mrs. Weasley and thumped on the back in turn by Mr. Weasley and his sons. Bill was every bit as cool as Harry remembered him, from his long red ponytail and fong earring to his ripped rockstar clothes and dragon skin boots. "Hello, Harry. How's it going?" And Bill suddenly stopped. "Hello, Hermione," Bill said slowly, drawing it out, eyeing her in a way that Ron and Harry didn't like. She smiled and tossed her short curls. "Hello, Bill. How are the goblins?" "Annoying as hell. But what you gonna do?" They smiled at each other and Harry followed her eyes. She was gazing very appreciatively at Bill. He wanted to find some way to break it up, but this was so unexpected he was at a loss. Suddenly, Fred and George bounded over. "Oi, Hermione, you look fit," George said brightly, and Fred gave a loud wolf whistle. All three laughed. Fred and George never minced words, nor did they skulk around making eyes at girls. They were as straightforward as you please. Hermione laughed. "Thanks. Have you been? Oh, Sadas. What's it like being the girlfriend of a world-famous Quidditch player?" Fred wanted to know. At the mention of Victor, Ron's face went very dark and he mumbled something before leaving the kitchen. "Oh, it's fine," she stammered. Charlie clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. "But," he said to the twins, "did Victor Crumb think to fly to get past his dragon? Did Victor Crumb win the Triwizard Tournament?" Everyone was silent. Harry said quietly to Charlie, "I'd rather not talk about that." Charlie backed off. "Sorry, I've really put my foot in it." Open mouth. Insert foot. Fred and George howled in unison. Now, Mrs. Weasley said, trying to get her sons to settle down. "Don't pester Harry and Hermione. Let them get settled in their rooms." She turned to Hermione. "You might not see Crookshanks until the morning, dear. He's out hunting, but he's been good as gold all summer." She levitated the trunks again. "There you go, dears. They'll just about fly up the stairs with you." Ginny walked up the stairs and Hermione followed with her trunk. Ginny glanced over her shoulder at Hermione, making a puzzled face. Ron led Harry up the stairs behind them, glaring at Hermione's back and muttering darkly. "Well," thought Harry, "so far no one's cross with me." He watched Hermione go into Ginny's room and the door close. He and Ron continued to the top of the house, to the slightly cramped space that Ron had completely plastered with posters featuring the Chudley Cannons, Ron's favorite Quidditch team, giving the room a distinctly orange hue. "Where's Percy?" Harry thought to ask when they were in Ron's room with the door closed. Ron flopped on one of the beds. "On a date. Should be back soon, too, or he'll catch it. Even if he is out of school. Mum says as long as he's still living under this roof." You remember Penelope Clearwater? She was a Ravenclaw prefect? Yeah. Together again ever since. She's got her own flat in a village in Dorset. Makes Mum very antsy. Harry sat on the other bed quietly, trying to pay attention to Ron, but his mind was wandering. "So what do you think, Harry?" "Harry? Huh?" Harry said in confusion.
Sorry, I'm knackered.
I said, "Are Hermione and Crumb still a couple?" She told me about his job with the Cannons. Can you believe it? Harry chose his words carefully. Well, she doesn't want to stay with him. She says she doesn't feel about him the way he feels about her. Ron seemed pretty happy about this but tried to hide it. And she said she doesn't feel safe with him. The whole abduction thing. I know, Ron exclaimed, springing to his feet and pacing as well as he could considering that he had to stoop over half the time. He was now over 6 feet and the slanted ceiling sloped down to 4 at the exterior wall. He should have been taking better care of her. After all, he's of age, he can use magic anytime he wants. She can't. What was he thinking? Harry didn't tell him that Hermione thought it possible that Victor Crumb had been cooperating with the kidnappers. Yeah, well, she said Snape reamed him out about that already. Snape? He was meeting with Sirius in Bulgaria and he brought Hermione and her parents to my house. You should have seen me jump when I opened the door and saw him there. Ron laughed. I wish I could have seen your face. He held his stomach and rolled onto the bed before sitting up and looking at Harry again. So, she's gonna break up with him. He explained Hermione's predicament and the plan for the dates to become more like group outings. I told her I'm in. Do you think you and Ginny can come too and maybe Fred and George? Probably. Except for George. He's going with Angelina now. Angelina? Didn't she go to the Yule Ball with Fred? Yeah, and they went out a little after that, but then one time the two of them swapped, a twin thing just to be funny, and it turned out she liked George better. Fred was cool about it. Do they still swap? Don't know. Angelina would know, though. She obviously saw some kind of difference between them, to decide she liked George better. Harry suddenly felt very tired. Are we leaving early for Diagon Alley? He undressed and climbed into bed. Ron did likewise, right after breakfast. Flu powder. But it shouldn't take too long. When we get back, let's play Quidditch. With Bill and Charlie here, we can have 4 to a side, if Hermione plays. You think she will? She hates broomsticks. And wouldn't Ginny have to play, too? Oh, Ginny'll play. You've never seen her play. Have you? Harry shook his head. Ron grinned, but immediately seemed like he was trying hard not to. Harry wondered why. Well, good night, he said abruptly, switching off the light. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and/or Instagram.
BL_Pudum.
The Ringer, Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 5 The Ringer. The next morning they all kept bumping into each other while preparing to go to Diagon Alley. After they'd eaten they each had to step into the kitchen fireplace one by one after Mrs. Weasley had thrown in a pinch of flu powder and they had to yell loudly, Diagon Alley, and make sure they got out at the right grate. Mrs. Weasley was staying at home with Charlie. Bill would accompany them on. They landed with a thump in Madame Malkin's robe shop. Hermione was the only one who didn't need new school robes. She just wanted one nice one for feasts and dates. I haven't grown any taller in the previous year, she sighed. I seem to have just stopped. George and Fred were going into their 7th year. Don't want to look like rubbish our last year, Fred said. Go out with a bang. They had the Triwizard Tournament winnings Harry had given them and they'd invested some of it, to make sure they wouldn't spend it and it would be there for them when they finished school, their father's idea. But some of it they did just want to spend. Fred and George started examining the nicest robes in the shop and Harry joined them, thinking that it would be better for his prefect badge to be on some really nice robes. He hadn't mentioned being a prefect nor had Hermione's arriving at the Burrow. After the way Percy had behaved while a prefect, he didn't want the Weasleys to think he was full of himself. Harry felt Ron's eyes on him while he and Ginny sorted through second-hand robes. They'd both grown quite a bit in the previous year. Ginny towered over Hermione. First, Harry needed to withdraw money from the bank. When he told Bill he was going to Gringotts, Bill started to come with him but Harry stopped him. Shouldn't you stay with the others? Bill looked torn. Listen, Harry said. I'll be at Gringotts. You work there. Goblins all over the place. I'll be fine. Stay with them, he said, nodding at the others. Bill relented. Hurry back. Next they went to Flourish and Blots for their books. In addition to the standard book of spells, grade 5 and other 5th-year versions of books they'd already been using for the previous 4 years, Harry and Hermione also needed taking the OWLS. Preparing Yourself for the Worst Experience of Your Life by Eglantine Etude. Fred and George gave Ron the copy they'd shared. This year they were going to share Percy's old copy of Taking the Nastily Exhausting Wizarding Tests, NEWTS, and You Thought the OWLS Were Bad. again, by Eglantine Etude. Harry also noticed that the Sweetbriar Publishing Anthology of Muggle Literature was on the 5th-year list, so he picked up a copy. It had quite a lot in it. Plays, Shakespeare, Shaw, Chekhov, some short stories, The Lottery, Gift of the Magi, and even entire novels, Lord of the Flies, Tess of the D'Urberville. He wondered what subject it was for. It'll make good reading in any case, Harry thought. It was like a whole library by itself, magically packed into one average-sized book. He noticed that Ron crossed it off his list but didn't buy it. "We'll be right back," said George. 10 minutes later, Fred and George emerged from the shop carrying 4 long packages. They handed 2 to Ron and Ginny. "Belated birthday presents. From your loving brothers," Fred said. "My birthday was 3.5 months ago," Ron whinged. "And you forgot it entirely. I hope it's better than my not belated birthday present," Ginny began. "That's what you get for having April Fool's Day for your birthday, Gin," George said. "Open it." She and Ron tore the paper off their packages. Inside were brand new, shining Nimbus 2001 brooms. Ginny exclaimed over hers. "The top of the line is the Nimbus 3000 now. And the Firebolt, of course. But these are a damn sight better than what you've been riding," said Fred. "Don't worry. We didn't get ourselves Nimbus 3000s or Firebolts. Ours are the same as yours. Otherwise, we couldn't have afforded 4 of them. These are marked down now." Ginny hugged Fred and George in turn. "Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you." She paused. "Do you have any money left now?" Fred and George looked at each other. "Actually, no. But we can wait until we get home to eat." "No need," Harry said magnanimously. "Lunch is on me." Ron still stared at his Nimbus 2001, mouth open. "I've never had a new broom before." Fred shrugged. "Well, like I said, it's not top of the line," but Ron beamed. "I don't care. Thanks, Fred. And you, George." His brothers laughed. "You're welcome, Ron," Fred said. Ron was still gazing rapturously at his new broom. Fred cleared his throat. "Would you two like to be alone? A little soft music, some wine." They all laughed and Ron colored, putting the packaging back on the broom to protect it. He cradled it in his arms like it was a baby as they walked to the cafe. They spent a good deal of time at lunch, laughing and talking, overlapping conversations going on simultaneously while they ate. Harry almost didn't notice a very pretty girl with chin-length shining black hair standing beside his chair until he rose to throw out his rubbish and almost knocked her over. "Oh, I didn't see you," he said, trying to recover his balance. It was Cho Chang, the 6th-year Ravenclaw seeker. Harry recognized some other Ravenclaws, holding shopping bags from Madame Malkin's and Flourish and Blots, standing a few yards away. "How are you?" he asked, trying to shut out the feeling of overwhelming guilt again, the image of Cedric's lifeless body. "Can I talk to you alone for a minute, Harry?" Cho asked. He peered uncertainly at Bill. She took a deep breath, as if what she was going to do took a great deal of courage. "Ryan, our first weekend trip to Hogsmeade. Would you like to go out with me?" Hear her say those words. Then came the Triwizard Tournament. He drew his mouth into a line, trying to think of the most painless way to let her down, other than the truth. "Sorry, I can't go out with you because every time I see you I suffer from crushing, paralyzing, debilitating guilt because it's my fault your previous boyfriend is dead." "Double date?" she echoed, considering this proposal. "All right, I suppose so." She eyed the other Ravenclaws, who were waving to her. "I have to be going. See you on the train?" "Probably," Harry replied. "Until tomorrow." She smiled shyly. "Until tomorrow." She rejoined her friends, who huddled around her, obviously getting the lowdown on what happened between the two of them. Harry returned to the table and picked up the bill, taking out his money bag to pay. He calmly gave the waitress 5 gold galleons. He wanted to leave her a generous tip after what Fred and George had put her through. Bill had got her name so he could owl her. Hermione couldn't take it anymore. Finally she burst out. "Well, what was all that about?" Harry smiled. "That was me being sneaky. She asked me out, and I was trying to figure out how to tactfully turn her down." Bill was floored. He'd seen how pretty she was. "Why?" Harry sighed. "Because of blinding guilt. Cedric Diggory was her boyfriend." Bill nodded. Harry went on. Anyway, I got a great idea, and I told her I'd go out with her if we double dated with you and Victor. You see? You see? Hermione frowned. No, we'll fix them up. We'll arrange for them to be alone together a lot. They're both seekers, they have that in common, and we'll be beastly to them without actually breaking up with them. And before you know it, Victor's going to be looking pretty good to her, and Cho's going to be looking good to him, and Victor will break up with you instead of you having to break up with him, and Cho will break up with me, and they'll be together and your problem will be solved. Harry stopped, breathless. George's mouth hung open. Did I hear you say Hermione doesn't want to be with Victor Crumb anymore? Yes, Harry hissed. But keep it quiet. If Cho finds out that's why I said I'd go out with her, my name would be Mud. And so would Hermione's. Ginny was perplexed. But, Hermione, when you wrote to me when you first arrived in Bulgaria, you said, "Not now, Ginny," Hermione whispered, running her finger across her throat. Ginny still seemed confused. She turned to Harry. So, she said softly, you don't fancy Cho Chang anymore? I don't hate her, but I don't want to go out with her. And yet you are. Just until we can get her and Victor thrown together enough times. Ginny nodded but seemed unconvinced. Their conversation had gone largely unnoticed except by Hermione. George and Fred were deciding who was going to be on whose team when they returned to the Burrow to play Quidditch after lunch. Ron will be a keeper and Harry can be on his team as seeker, George said. They can have Bill for their chaser and Hermione'll be their beater. Hermione turned her head suddenly when she heard this. Hold on, George, me and broomsticks, you'll be fine. You can use Ginny's old clean sweep. The slow as molasses. And as beater, all you have to do is whack the bludgers. So I have to fly with one hand? She said, horrified. Anyway, Fred interjected before she could raise more objections. That means I get to be chaser on our team. George can be our 100-0. Bill cried triumphantly as he put the quaffle past Charlie for the 10th time, only to scream and swerve as a bludger hurtled at him from Hermione's paddle. Damn it, Hermione, he bellowed. For the last time, we're on the same side. Oops, she yelled from the other end of the makeshift pitch. Sorry. She'd been blindly whacking bludgers throughout the match, mostly in the direction of Harry, Ron and Bill, it seemed, though Fred and Ginny had had some near misses. Harry flew in circles near where Ron played keeper, hovering before the middle hoop. He scanned the field, searching for the snitch. Ginny didn't seem to be paying much attention at all. She laughed at something George said, and the two of them chided Charlie. To Harry's confusion, it turned out that Charlie was a terrible keeper, and Ron was a great one. It helped that Fred was playing chaser for them, which he didn't do on the school team. He usually played beater alongside George. But Fred had got off some nice shots that seemed guaranteed to give the. He wondered, but he blinked and suddenly there was Ginny, flying around the pitch holding the struggling snitch over her head in triumph, her face glowing. Fred, George and Charlie hooted with delight. 150-100. Our game, cried Fred, laughing. Harry stared at Ginny. Her long red hair flew out behind her. She seemed like she couldn't stop smiling if she tried. And he felt a grin creeping over his own face, though he wasn't used to losing at Quidditch. Hermione glared at him with narrowed eyes. They played 3 more matches, and each time, though Harry's team was up by more than 100 points, Ginny grabbed the snitch and won for the other side. Harry never saw it until it was clutched in her hand. It was almost time for dinner, and they had to rise early the next day to go to London, so they decided to stop playing. George, Fred, Charlie, and Ginny couldn't stop laughing. Bill clapped Harry on the shoulder. I should have warned you, he said, or I should have insisted on changing teams. What? Harry was confused. Well, I reckoned it was you, Harry. If anyone could beat her, I thought you could, after seeing you get past that dragon last year. And I knew Ron was unbeatable as a keeper. You mean, Ginny's a ringer? Fred howled with glee. Sorry, Harry. It was too funny seeing the expression on your face. Charlie guffawed. George put his arm around Harry's shoulder. You see, Harry, George started to explain in what Harry thought of as his spiffing what imitation Percy voice. Ginny is a ringer. A natural seeker like Charlie. She can do it with her eyes shut and in her sleep. You never had a prayer. What do you mean, like me? Asked Charlie. I've never beaten her. Ginny blushed. But she's not interested in playing at school. All those people watching. She whispered shyly, not meeting Harry's eyes. Oi. yelled Fred, sounding like Hermione when she was trying to get a teacher to call on her who was ignoring her. Usually Snape.
Oi, oi, oi.
What's with you? Bill snarled. I just realized Oliver's out of school now, and with the Triwizard Tournament last year there wasn't any Quidditch, so we didn't have to think about it. But we need a new captain and a new keeper for the Gryffindor team. Yeah, Harry agreed. I forgot all about that. And you can be the new captain, Harry. Fred cried triumphantly. Me? What about you? I don't want the responsibility. Rousing people out of bed for early morning practice, boring people silly with strategy sessions. But Harry, you have clout. We'd have for our captain Harry Potter, who defeated, Harry Potter, winner of the Triwizard Tournament. Come on, Harry. Okay. But who actually decides who's captain? The other players. George and I will vote for you and we'll tell the others to. I don't think Alicia wants it. She's head girl, already has enough to do. And Angelina and Katie probably don't want it, so that leaves you. Of course we still need a keeper. As captain, you can pick the new keeper. Harry smiled at Ron. Then I pick Ron. You want to? Of course, it won't be official until I'm elected captain. But it sounds like Fred and George have thought of everything. Ron didn't jump immediately at the chance, though. Well, it's not that I don't want to be keeper, but when I play I also like to be chaser. I'm also pretty good at that, not to brag. Well, Harry thought fast. You can be keeper, but you can also be a reserve chaser in case anything happens to one of them. Then I can be reserve keeper, and he trailed off, trying to flesh out the playing roster in his mind. He had a sudden inspiration. And Ginny can be the reserve seeker. Ginny jerked her head up, opening her mouth to protest before she caught sight of the pleading expression on Harry's face. She closed her mouth, and she and Harry looked at each other. He didn't mind gazing at her for as long as it took to get her to say, "All right, I'll do it." Harry threw his arms around her and picked her up in a twirling hug, like when he'd got off the night bus the previous evening. When he put her down, she was redder than he'd ever seen her, trying hard not to seem deliriously happy and failing horribly. Hermione practically had steam coming out of her ears. She turned her back on them all and trudged back to the Burrow without speaking to anyone. What's with her? Ron said, watching her go. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and or Instagram.
BL_pudum.
Hermione's reputation. Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 6. Hermione's reputation. The next morning they piled into ministry cars and were driven to King's Cross Station. One by one they casually walked through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 in order to reach the magically hidden platform 9 3/4. Harry, Bill and Hermione were the only ones who still needed to go through when suddenly a tall figure appeared as if out of nowhere, walking flat-footed and stoop-shouldered.
Victor.
Hermione exclaimed in surprise, trying to look pleased. She looked sideways at Bill and Harry as if begging them to save her. Hermione, there you are. I came to see you off. Oh, how nice, she stammered. Well, I was just about to go through the barrier. I suppose we could both do it. Victor Crumb took her hand and they calmly walked toward the barrier before vanishing through it. Then Harry and Bill walked toward it together, Harry hauling his trunk on a station trolley and carrying Hedwig's cage in his other hand. Then suddenly they were all on the platform and the Hogwarts Express was gleaming in the sunshine, beautiful and regal. The train platform was swarming with students in their robes, hauling trunks and owl cages and cat carriers, being hugged and kissed by their parents. Fred and George found their friend Lee Jordan and disappeared into his compartment. Harry and Hermione claimed a compartment with Ron and Ginny, all of them dragging their trunks except for Hermione, whose trunk was being handled by Victor. They all went back out onto the platform again to say goodbye to Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie. Mrs. Weasley hugged and kissed Fred and George, who slipped away as soon as possible. It was embarrassing when you were 17. And then Ron, who had to stoop for his small mother to reach his cheek. Ginny didn't have to stoop as much as Ron. Mrs. Weasley gave Hermione a hug and kiss too before turning to Harry. You look so much like your father, she started to say, tears in her eyes. If only your parents could see you, Prefect and all. Harry hugged and kissed her quickly, to prevent her saying more. Tears prickled behind his eyelids. He often thought of his parents at times like this, but didn't like to talk about it. When she had released him, Bill shook his hand and Charlie slapped his back. Be safe, Bill told him, suddenly very serious. Harry nodded. Charlie smiled. Would have been nice if one of my brothers had become Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Followed in my footsteps, but I can't complain if it's Harry Potter instead. Can I? Harry laughed. I'll try to do a good job. No, you won't. You'll win the damn Quidditch Cup. No pressure, though, Bill said, elbowing Harry in the ribs. Harry smiled before turning to board the train. Hermione was farther down the platform, talking to Victor Crumb. Harry stepped onto the train and stood in the corridor, waving to the Weasleys through the window. Potter. He turned. Draco Malfoy strode down the corridor toward him, wearing robes even nicer than the nicest ones in Madame Malkin's shop, which Harry and the twins had bought. Must be custom, tailored, he thought. Pinned to Malfoy's robes was a silver badge with a P on it for Prefect. Harry's was still in his trunk with his new robes. Harry folded his arms across his chest and glared at Malfoy. For once Crabbe and Goyle weren't with him. What are you doing here? The prefects are up front, for private compartments. You're a disgrace to the other prefects. What, because I'm not snooty enough? I'm fine where I am. He felt Malfoy's eyes on his arms. Harry was wearing yet another black sleeveless t-shirt, sandy curled around his left upper arm. What have you been doing, lifting weights? Just honest work, manual labor. How muggle? He pointed to Sandy. What's that? Ever heard of a snake? Malfoy? It's only the symbol of your house. I mean, is it a pet? No. Sandy is my friend. You don't make a pet of someone you can have conversations with. He let this sink in. Oh right, Malfoy finally said. Parselmouth. You know who has his own snake? I've heard. Bigger than that puny thing, of course. Suddenly he stopped and stared out the window. Ron and Ginny were in the corridor too, also staring out the window. Blimey, Ron said. Hermione had started to leave the platform to board the train again, but Victor Crumb caught her hand and pulled her to him. He put his arms around her and leaned over her, tilting her head up and joining his mouth to hers. She seemed like she was trying to get away at first, but then she relaxed into the kiss, her arms around his neck, opening her mouth as Victor held her face up to his, kissing her deeply. Harry's mouth went dry. Ron's and Malfoy's mouths hung open stupidly. Only Ginny seemed unsurprised. The train started to move and Hermione broke the kiss, running to hop on. Victor Crumb held his hand up in a goodbye wave, looking stricken at the sight of her leaving. When Hermione stumbled into the corridor, she froze, meeting the gaze of a dozen students who had witnessed the dramatic goodbye kiss between her and the star of the most recent Quidditch World Cup. Her mouth worked soundlessly and she reddened. Finally, Malfoy spoke. It's a definite improvement, Granger, he drawled, looking her pointedly up and down. Ron started to pull out his wand, but Harry decided that something else would be faster than magic. He turned to Malfoy and pushed him to the floor, kneeling on his chest and putting his right arm across Malfoy's neck. Malfoy gasped. You're cutting off my air, he wheezed, trying to reach his wand before giving up and just trying to remove Harry's arm from his throat. Failing. The other students in the corridor pressed against the wall to let someone pass. It was Alicia Spinnet wearing her head girl badge on new robes, looking very stern. Potter. Malfoy. Break it up. Harry removed his arm from Malfoy's throat and rose, generously extending a hand to help Malfoy stand. He ignored it at first, but after struggling unsuccessfully to rise, he took it reluctantly and let go of Harry's hand as quickly as possible once he was on his feet. He clutched at his throat. Alicia stepped. Professor McGonagall. Malfoy, she barked. Get back to your compartment. She stepped aside so he could go past. He glared over his shoulder at Harry, resentment smoldering in his eyes, still with his hand to his throat. Alicia saw. Go, she said again, and Malfoy picked up speed, rudely pushing aside other gawkers, not looking back again. Between the platform kiss and the brawl, many of them seemed to have become planted where they stood. Alicia looked less stern now, but only a little. Harry, do I already have to take points from my own house? Harry had the good grace to be abashed. No, Alicia. Right then. Are you and Hermione coming? We have private compartments up front for prefects. One for each house. Harry looked at Hermione, still standing in the corridor. I don't think so. We're fine back here. Maybe it's just as well. Keeping you away from Malfoy, Our first meeting is Sunday night at 7:30 in the anteroom off the Great Hall. Don't be late. She was standing very close to him. Harry looked down into her face. She seemed to be trying to talk with her eyes. They looked pleading somehow. Then she shook herself as if waking from a dream, turning and sweeping down the corridor toward the front of the train, again looking every bit head girl. What was that? Harry wondered. The remaining gawkers moved out of her way before turning to stare at Hermione again. Hermione colored once more and ducked into their compartment. Ron, Ginny, and Harry followed. I wish he hadn't done that, she said quietly. Do you mean Victor or Malfoy? Ginny asked slyly. Well, both, she replied, still petting Crookshanks, not looking up. I suppose, said Harry, looking at her shining brown curls and the tan limbs showed off by her close-fitting blouse and skirt. Coming from Malfoy, that was something of a compliment. Hermione grimaced. Malfoy is the last person I want compliments from. And I still need to get rid of Victor, remember? Ginny smiled slyly. You didn't look too eager to get rid of him just now on the platform, and you did say in your letters how good at snogging he is. Shut it, Ginny. Hermione hissed, her face red. Ginny was stunned and hurt, her face crumpling, eyes bright with unshed tears. Maybe you should sit up front with the prefects. You wouldn't have to put up with me then. She turned from Hermione and looked out the window at the passing landscape without seeing it. Hermione immediately looked contrite.
Ginny, I'm sorry.
She trailed off, seeing that Ginny was having none of it. They're not getting along well lately, Harry thought. Hermione sighed. He'll finally say something to her, he thought. How do I feel about that? He didn't know. Then he looked at Ginny, and his heart turned over. Poor Ginny. How do I feel about her now? He wasn't sure. It was going to be a very confusing year. When they finally reached Hogsmeade Station, they had all calmed down considerably. They'd had a chance to visit with other friends on the train, fellow Gryffindors Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, and the Creevy Brothers, as well as students from Hufflepuff they knew from herbology lessons and the other members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. But because he hadn't gone up to the prefects' compartments, Harry hadn't run into Chong as they'd discussed the day before. They bought too many sweets and pumpkin pasties, but still left room for the feast waiting for them in the Great Hall. They entered the Great Hall and sat at their house tables. Harry felt quite conspicuous in his new robes with his silver prefect badge. He had changed on the train, as had Hermione. Ginny and Ron wore second-hand robes. Ron's were fraying at the cuffs. Hagrid brought in the first years, stopping to discreetly wave at Harry, Ron and Hermione. Though not that discreetly, Hagrid was huge. The Sorting Hat sang a new song, which had once impressed Harry until it was pointed out to him that it had all year to think of a new one and precious little else to do. One by one, rather small-looking boys and girls around 11 years old stepped forward when their names were called, placed the hat on their heads, and were proclaimed Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, or Slytherins. It seemed a very long time since Harry's sorting. Crabbe evidently had a little sister, if little could be used to describe Wilhelmina Crabbe, who was the largest 11-year-old girl Harry had ever seen. She went to Slytherin. No surprise there. A rather small, thin boy with curly blonde hair was called Flitwick. Harry wondered if he was related to the charms teacher. Flitwick became a Gryffindor, causing the table to cheer as it had for the previous new members of their house. In the end, there were 8 new Gryffindors, 4 girls and 4 boys. In addition to Will Flitwick, they now had Andy Donegal and his twin sister Amy, Muggleborn, Dean Thomas's younger sister Jamaica, Barry Bagshot, Peggy Patrick and Jules Quinn, from old wizarding families, and Gillian Lockley, another Muggleborn. The newly sorted students joined their house tables and squeezed onto the benches, looking expectantly at the head table, where Dumbledore stood. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Everyone, I hope all third-year students have turned in their permission slips, or no visits to Hogsmeade. Now, I don't know what your parents have told you, but the first-year students who were from wizarding families erupted with a loud gasp as if uttered by one throat. The Muggle-born first-years looked quizzical. As I said, Hogwarts is one of the safest places on Earth. We ask that you be especially careful, however, when visiting Hogsmeade, and I reserve the right to cancel Hogsmeade visits with no notice and no explanation. If this occurs, please assume that it is for everyone's safety and don't go trying to get around it, he said, staring at Fred and George, who looked at their feet. Also, the Forbidden Forest is still forbidden, hence the name. Do not forget it. Now let's sing the school song and eat. He finished. Everyone stood. Harry had been practicing to Londonderry air with his new tenor voice, having abandoned Loch Lomond. Ron used his quavering baritone for the tune to the national anthem. Hermione had chosen Candle in the Wind, of all things, and George and Fred were loudly singing in unison to the tune of Waltzing Matilda. So theirs was the theme that came through the polyglot of noise most prominently. It turned out to work with the words surprisingly well. When the last few singers had finished, there were always some who had to choose a slow ballad. Food appeared on the tables and they all fell to with gusto, despite the sweets many had consumed on the train. Young Will Flitwick was across from Harry and Ron, between Hermione and Ginny. "Are you Harry Potter?" he asked, awestruck, looking at the scar on Harry's forehead. "Are you a prefect?" Harry looked kindly at him. "Yes and yes. Are you related to Professor Flitwick?" "He's my uncle. Great uncle, actually. My granddad's big brother. Don't see him much, since most of the year he's teaching." The idea of tiny Professor Flitwick being called big was making Harry's mouth curl up at the edges. "Bet you'll do well in charms." After puddings they rose to go. Harry wanted to talk to Ron about having a Quidditch practice the next day, which was Saturday. Lessons wouldn't start until Monday, so they had a free weekend right at the start of term. But it turned out that, as a prefect, Harry had other responsibilities. "Harry, Hermione," said Alicia, striding over to them, "please take the first years up to Gryffindor Tower and make sure they're settled in their dormitories. Answer any questions they might have. McGonagall wants to see me." She walked off to the head table, where Professor McGonagall was still seated, talking to Professor Vector, Hagrid and Dumbledore. That's when Harry noticed that Snape hadn't been at the feast. He didn't have time to ponder this, though, as he had to herd a parcel of first years upstairs. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady, Harry suddenly realized that he didn't know the password. He turned helplessly to Hermione. She sighed and gave the password. Crenellation. The portrait swung open and they scrambled into the common room. It looked as cozy and inviting as Harry remembered, with overstuffed armchairs scattered all about and a blazing fire in the hearth. He noticed for the first time the rampant Gryffindor lion on the keystone of the arch on the fireplace opening. Hermione took the first-year girls up the spiral stairs leading to the girls' dormitories while Harry led the boys up the stairs to their dorm. Once they arrived in the room that had been vacated by the previous seventh years, there was a sudden frenzied rush to claim the 4-poster bed. Harry had to break up a fight between Andy Donegal and Barry Bagshot, who both wanted the bed farthest from the door. He awarded it to Will Flitwick, unsure whether he was really being fair, but he had been unable to come up with another way to settle it. Then there was a fuss over Jules Quinn's cat, since Andy was allergic and Jules would insist that it had to sleep with him. Maybe, when they'd finally settled down, Harry left them, pointing his wand at the candles to extinguish them one by one, looking at the exhausted boys, tucked up in their beds, by the light of the last candle. Then Harry heard Will say softly, "Harry, could you just leave that one lit?" Harry nodded and quietly closed the door. When he returned to the common room, Hermione, Ron and Ginny were in 3 of 4 armchairs gathered near the fire. They'd saved him a seat. "What took you so long?" "The first-year girls were good as gold for me. Well, I had first-year boys. There was a fight over who got which bed, over Quinn's cat, you name it. Plus, I felt out of sorts all day." They sat silently for a minute, staring at the fire in exhaustion. "I know," Hermione said suddenly. "Why you're feeling out of sorts. You didn't go running today." Harry opened his eyes and thought for a moment. I think you're right. It's too late now, of course, but I can get up before breakfast tomorrow and do it. I'll meet you here in the common room at 7 to stretch." "Oh," Harry began, surprised that she still wanted to do it. But, remembering how she looked in the running bra and shorts, he didn't object. "I reckon we could use that sandy path around the Quidditch pitch. Probably easier on our joints than the pavement back home." Ron made a face. 7 in the morning. On a Saturday. You're mad. Be glad I'm not holding Quidditch practice at that hour. That won't be until after breakfast. You and Ginny'll both come, right? He looked hopefully at them both. They nodded. Good, because Fred and George are free. I talked to them on the train and they said they'll get Alicia, Katie and Angelina there. We'll meet down at the pitch. Suddenly he had to stop talking and gave a tremendous yawn. Oh, those first years were tiring. I think I need bed. Good night. Me too, said Ron. Night, Ginny, Hermione. Harry changed into pajama trousers, but above the waist wore only his basilisk amulet and Sandy wrapped around his left arm. He glanced at Ron as he clambered into his own four-poster, muttering, sorry. Ron shrugged, trying to act like it didn't matter to him, but it clearly did. He closed his curtains. Harry closed his own curtains and lay back with his hands behind his head, feeling guilty because Ron was trapped in his house all summer just for being Harry's friend, and Hermione had almost been kidnapped. When will it end? But he knew the answer: when Voldemort is dead or I am. Harry and Hermione staggered up the steps to the entrance hall at 8 o'clock the next morning after spending 40 minutes running and 10 stretching before and after. Harry left Sandy under a rose bush in the gardens while they ran and had collected her afterward, wearing her around his arm once more. They dragged themselves to the third-floor hall and Hermione waved exhaustedly at him, heading toward a portrait of a girl in a very large skirt with a shepherd's crook and a flock of sheep around her. Lemon fresh, she said to the shepherdess, gaining entrance to the prefect's bathroom for girls. Harry trudged up 2 more flights to the 5th floor and the statue of Boris the Bewildered, hopeless during the Goblin Rebellion of 1510, Hermione had informed him, before counting 4 doors to the left of Boris. He said, "Pine fresh," and the door swung open. As he remembered, the bathroom was as opulent as a Roman bath with marble everywhere. Unfortunately, it was not as empty as he remembered. Draco Malfoy was in the large pool-sized sunken tub, swimming in celadon green bubbles, his pale hair clinging wetly to his scalp. Malfoy, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? I'm a prefect too, remember? What are you looking so grungy and sweaty for? Was it that hard to get here? Lost your way in the castle after 4 years? You'll be bloody helpful to the first years, won't you? They'll be giving you directions, probably. I was out running, for your information. With Hermione, he added. He was unsure why. Malfoy smiled lasciviously. Granger, are you thinking of trying to steal her from Victor Crumb? That was quite a show yesterday. He looked at Harry, who was still breathing hard from running. He felt adrenaline running through him from the exercise and felt he could actually squeeze the life out of Malfoy with his bare hands. If he wanted to. What's the matter? Don't I get threatened with bodily harm today? Too tired after running around like a muggle? It's early. I just woke up. Let me eat breakfast first. He laughed. Harry placed Sandy carefully in a corner before stripping and getting into the shower. The warm spray was like a blessing. He lifted his face to it gratefully, as if in prayer. He wondered how Malfoy would have reacted if he could have seen Hermione in her bikini, but that thought made him picture Hermione in her bikini, and soon he felt like he might need to turn off the hot water and have a cold shower. After he dried off, he put Sandy back on his arm and wrapped a towel around his waist before going to the large wardrobe near the tub. He felt Malfoy's eyes on him again and wondered if he'd make more annoying comments about manual labor. At least I'm not a pale, skinny gitanamore. The wardrobe held green, blue, yellow, and red dressing gowns, and he removed a fluffy red dressing gown with the Gryffindor lion embroidered over the heart, plus a pair of the standard-issue black shower shoes kept on the bottom of the wardrobe. He felt like new, all pink and humid, his hair curling on his neck. Haircut, he thought again. Must get a haircut. He carried his clothes to the door of the bathroom. Malfoy was still in the tub. Careful, Malfoy, he said before leaving. You'll never be able to unshrivel your skin. Not that anyone would notice the difference. Malfoy made a face and moved to pick up his wand at the side of the tub, but Harry laughed and ran out the door. He walked back up to Gryffindor Tower, smiling and shaking his head. At least Malfoy being a prefect meant that he was with Crabbe and Goyle less often. On his own, he was quite manageable, Harry thought. He gave the password to the fat lady and climbed into the common room. Only Parvati and Lavender were there. Since it was Saturday, They were in jeans and t-shirts, rather than black Hogwarts robes. They stared at him, Parvati in particular looking flabbergasted. "Harry," she said, "you look like you had a good summer." He realized after a moment that she was peering at his legs. The dressing gown came down to his knees. Lavender stared at what was visible of his chest where the robe opened. He tried to be casual. "Yeah, I reckon. Wish I'd had time for a haircut, though. I feel like I need a different look." "Oh," Lavender suddenly said. "Parvati can do it. She's really good, does her own dad's hair." Parvati looked at him as she had when he'd picked her up for the Yule Ball the previous Christmas before he trod on her feet during the dancing and ignored her, spending the rest of the ball watching Cho Chang with Cedric Diggory. "Yes," she said slowly, squinting at him as if trying to see a vision of him with his new haircut. "It's a good thing your hair's already wet. Sit here," she said, pulling a wooden chair out from one of the tables. He sat obediently, clutching his sweaty running clothes. He tried to explain what he wanted. She nodded and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I always thought that would be a much better look on you," making Harry wonder how many girls at Hogwarts had been expending mental energy thinking about giving him a makeover. "Incisio," she said. Her wand sprouted scissors at the tip. As she worked, Harry watched his hair fall to the floor, remembering times during his childhood when the Dursleys had tried to cut his hair, which he'd magically willed to look the same again, not yet knowing he was a wizard. He'd been as surprised as the Dursleys that this happened, and had been baffled by receiving punishments for it, as if he'd done it intentionally. When she was done, she said, "Finite incantatem." The scissors on her wand disappeared. "Imago," she said next, and a mirror sprouted from the wand tip. She handed it to Harry so he could inspect himself. It was exactly as he described it to her. Short on the sides, which was fine as he didn't have large ears. They were oddly small, with lobes that went straight into his head instead of hanging down pendulously. She'd cut it shorter on top, too, pushed back and up, bearing his forehead was bare. The scar no longer partly hidden by his fringe. The scar was front and center for all the world to see, and his vivid green eyes seemed more in evidence too, somehow. He put his glasses on and ran his hand through his hair, making it stand up even more. "Thanks, Parvati. It looks just like I wanted." He stood and smiled, confused by her reaction, which was to blush furiously. She usually giggled. He suddenly felt that he needed to say something else, something long overdue. "Listen, Parvati, I'm sorry about the way I behaved at the Yule Ball. I was a total prat and you didn't deserve it." She really had looked beautiful that night, he thought. She smiled and looked at him with her large dark eyes shining in her flawless coffee with cream face. "That's all right, Harry. I got to go to the Yule Ball with Harry Potter, one of the Hogwarts champions and winner of the Triwizard Tournament. It's something I can tell my grandchildren." He looked at the floor, abashed by her response, before noticing his hair all over it. "What a mess. Is there a broom? You are so funny sometimes, Harry. But then you spend each summer with muggles, so non hirsutum." She waved her wand and the hair clippings disappeared from the floor, chair and Harry's shoulders, as well as the running clothes he still held. He smiled at her again, wondering how he had not noticed before how enormous her eyes were, and then climbed the stairs to his dorm, remembering Cho Chang asking him out and Alicia standing very close to him in the train corridor the day before. He wondered whether the girls at Hogwarts had now decided that it was open season on Harry Potter. Certainly seemed that way. Harry threw on a sleeveless black t-shirt and black jeans, put on the basilisk amulet and Sandy, and went down to breakfast carrying his Quidditch robes and firebolt. The other Gryffindors were already gone, and when he re-entered the common room, even Parvati and Lavender had left. He virtually skipped down to the Great Hall. Running in the morning made him feel normal again. But when he arrived in the Great Hall, he felt anything but normal. He started to stride over to the Gryffindor table, feeling rather than hearing. The vibrations seemed to come through the floor. "George," he laughed. "Sorry, Ginny, but you should have seen your face. And your mouth was hanging open, so I don't get it," Harry said, looking around at the girls craning their necks, even at the Slytherin table. "Hasn't anyone ever heard of a person getting a haircut?" "Oh," said George casually. "Have you cut your hair, Harry?" Harry threw a scone at George, who laughed and ducked. Parvati cut it. She did a pretty good job, I think. Ginny nodded dumbly, blindly biting her toast. Harry thought her large brown eyes looked slightly unfocused. Beside him, Hermione said, "She did a fantastic job." She reached out to touch his hair dreamily. "Hermione," Ron said, irritated. She jumped as if waking up. "Oi." George responded, making Angelina laugh. Harry reddened as he reached for toast. Did it look that bad before? He glanced at Hermione, who looked away, coloring, then at Ginny, who stared at her plate. "Well, it's not hard to see your scar now," Ron said in a flat voice. "And it's not hard to see your muscles with that shirt," Angelina added helpfully. George glared at her and then Harry, but she smiled and kissed his cheek. "You're just too easy, George. And you're terribly cute when you're jealous." Breakfast was somewhat uncomfortable for Harry because of the stir he was causing. Was it that bad before? He wondered again. Hermione mumbled something about the library before running off, peering at him over her shoulder for a second. Ginny avoided meeting his eyes during the rest of the meal, and Harry avoided looking at other house tables, pretending to be fascinated with his feet on the way out of the hall. After breakfast, the Gryffindor Quidditch team gathered in the changing rooms and officially elected Harry to be their new captain, whereupon Harry introduced Ron as new keeper and reserve. "Chaser and beater, what do you think's going to happen to us?" Fred and George wanted to know. "And Ginny as reserve seeker." "I'll also be reserve keeper, when necessary," Harry told them. He wanted to put breakfast behind him and be as businesslike as possible. Angelina was treating him normally again. He assumed that a lot of her comments at breakfast had been to needle George, but Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet looked a bit distracted. "All right, we all need to practice, and some of us need to practice more than one position. Since there's 8 of us, we'll divide up into 2 teams. The chasers will take turns playing other positions, since we only need one on a team. You'll be one of the seekers first, Katie, while I play keeper. Alicia will be your chaser and Fred will be beater. Ron, you and Ginny will be the keeper and seeker on the other team with Angelina and George. Let's go." Once they were playing, having to concentrate on not falling off broomsticks or being hit by bludgers, everyone seemed more normal again. Ginny caught the snitch before Katie, and then before Angelina and Alicia. Alicia, Katie and Angelina were a bit surprised, but obviously put it down to the fact that Ginny wasn't competing against Harry. Then he had each of the chasers take a turn at playing keeper for the sake of the practice, so Ron could practice being a chaser while Harry played seeker. "George tipped me off how good you are." Now I know he wasn't exaggerating. In fact, I think he underplayed it. Ginny smiled gratefully at her, watching as Angelina and George joined hands and left the rest of the group to walk toward the greenhouses, smiling and swinging their hands vigorously. "Where are they going?" Harry asked Ginny as they continued toward the castle. Ron looked like he wondered too. Fred was up ahead with Alicia and Katie, trying to get them to laugh with very bad puns. "Where do you think?" Ginny said, frowning. "Honestly," she muttered, picking up speed and passing them. Harry looked at Ron. When did Ginny become so worldly wise? Ron wouldn't look at him. She almost sounded jaded. He remembered how she had giggled about catching Percy kissing his girlfriend Penelope when Harry was in 2nd year and Ginny in 1st. 3 years have made quite a difference, Harry thought, watching her walk ahead of him and Ron toward the castle. Quite a difference. After lunch, Harry, Ron and Hermione went to Hagrid's cabin to see how he was doing. "Maybe we can find out what he did in Ukraine," Harry said on the way. "How do you know that's where he was?" Hermione wanted to know. That was supposed to be a secret. He told Maine not so many words. "Well, I think Hagrid was the perfect ambassador to send to them, and didn't he also take Madame Maxime? I mean, she's headmistress of a very well-regarded school of witchcraft and wizardry. She's got clout," Hermione stated with authority. Harry looked grim. "I hope you're right." Hagrid was pleased to see them when they knocked on his door, but all through tea, he managed to deflect any questions about the giants, or even what they'd be doing in care of magical creatures. They came away feeling somewhat flat, but when they reached the castle again, Hermione reminded them that they hadn't gone to see Hagrid just to pump him for information. They'd gone to see him because he was their friend. And anyway, she went on, nothing could be any worse than blast. Ended Scroots, right? "Yeah," said Harry and Ron feebly, That's what they'd thought about the baby dragon, too. They just hoped she was right. Meeting. 2 hours? We've been discussing trick steps and how to change passwords to restricted areas and how to take points from houses based on certain infringements of the rules for 2 hours. They'd discussed more than that, but it was all starting to blur for Harry. Personally, he thought Roger was a bit power-hungry, particularly enjoying the power he had over the prefects to bore them silly for as long as he wanted. Even Alicia and his own brother, Evan, looked like they wanted to hex him. Good, Alicia said quickly. Do we have a motion to table any further business until the next meeting? So moved, came a swift reply from Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff. Second, responded a 6th-year Slytherin. All in favor? Aye, replied 22 exhausted voices. Opposed? But Roger began. Alicia cut him off. The ayes have it. I move to adjourn the meeting. Second, came the unexpected voice of Draco Malfoy. All in favor? Aye. The meeting is adjourned. She tried to pry the gavel out of Roger's hand to pound it on the desk, and wound up having to put her hand around his and pound it that way. Roger looked deeply offended. Alicia collected the notes from Hermione, who had volunteered to be the recording secretary. Alicia had offered to get her a quick quotes quill for the purpose, but Harry suggested that they weren't very accurate or reliable and tended to embellish a great deal. So Hermione opted to do it the old-fashioned way. As the prefects prepared to leave, Harry noticed Mandy Brocklehurst gazing fixedly at him. He remembered that she played chaser on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. She had wavy chestnut hair, a sprinkling of freckles over a small nose, and large dark blue eyes regarding him closely. He looked away, into the gaze of Alicia Spinnet. He was also vaguely aware of Hermione and Cho Chang gazing at him. This is getting creepy. He had spent much of the previous day, after returning from Hagrid's, and all of the earlier part of Sunday, except for mealtimes, holed up in his room, at times even closing the curtains of his four-poster and reading his OWL book by wandlight. Well, if I have to spend this much time avoiding leering girls, maybe I'll at least get top marks on my OWLs. Harry, Alicia said, could you stay for a moment after the meeting? He nodded, not trusting his voice, in case what came out was, could you all please stop staring at me? Hermione said casually, I'll meet you in the entrance hall, and left. Cho Chang and Mandy Brocklehurst also left, somewhat slowly. Alicia sat in the chair beside that Hermione had vacated. They were the only ones in the room. So Harry, she said, smiling and sitting, he thought, entirely too close. How's it going so far? Harry leaned back in his chair so it was on the back 2 legs, trying to be casual. This also helped put distance between him and Alicia. You know, first-year boys are still pretty young. He was forced to stop as the chair tilted too far back, skidded on the smooth stone floor, and sent Harry crashing in a heap, his feet narrowly missing kicking Alicia in the jaw on the way down. She jumped up with a cry, trying to help him up, but he brushed her off. It became worse a moment later when Hermione, Cho and Mandy ran back into the room, all trying to help him up at the same time. This was more hindrance than help, and he finally yelped, "Geroff." They stepped back somewhat alarmed. He got to his feet, set the chair right, and brushed off his robes, trying to maintain some shred of dignity. Then he nodded and said, "Good night, ladies." He turned to leave, his new robes billowing out behind him as he took the largest strides he could to escape them. Hermione caught up with him in the entrance hall. She fell into step beside him as he ascended the stairs, 2 at a time. She had to move quickly to keep up with her considerably shorter legs. He thought, I'm probably going to put a foot right through a trick step. He wasn't paying attention at all. He didn't look at Hermione or speak to her. When they reached the portrait, Harry didn't say the password. Instead, he turned to her and said abruptly, "Why are all of the girls in this ruddy place suddenly acting so strangely?" Hermione smiled at him, looking like she hadn't heard what he'd said and reaching up to touch his jaw. "You're going to have to shave soon, Harry," she said softly. She traced his jawline with her finger, adding, "You have no idea how attractive you are. Do you?" She was practically whispering. Harry felt his heart beating very quickly. He shivered involuntarily at the feel of her finger brushing the new growth along his jaw. Suddenly she said loudly, "Crenellation," and the portrait swung open. She entered the common room with more dignity than he felt he'd mustered after falling to the floor after the prefect's meeting, and went up to the girls' dormitories without looking back. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and/or Instagram.
BL_pudom.
The Real Moody, Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 7, The Real Moody. When Harry met Hermione in the common room the next morning, she acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened the night before. You have no idea how attractive you are, do you? Echoed in his head, but Hermione merely stretched and drank water preparatory to their running, though it seemed to Harry that she avoided looking him in the eye. Maybe he was just imagining it. After the morning run, he was starting to feel like his life was back on track again. He showered in the prefect's bathroom, ignoring Malfoy in the bath this time, and for once, Malfoy ignored him, dressed and ate breakfast. While he ate, he looked furtively around the great hall, but by now everyone seemed to have grown accustomed to his new haircut, and he felt able to eat in relative peace and quiet. Beside him, Ron said, through a mouthful of porridge, "You ready, Harry?" Harry frowned. "Now what? Ready? For Snape. I've heard he's brutal to fifth years. OWL preparation and all that. We've got him first thing every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Thing on Friday, before being able to begin the weekend. Yeah, it always seemed to take forever to end. Well, now we get to begin every week with the lovely visage of Severus Snape." "Careful, Weasley," said a drawling voice behind them. "Prefects are supposed to report insubordination to the professors. Aren't you taking notes, Potter and Granger?" "We'll let you do that, Malfoy," was Hermione's indignant reply. "And if that's really what you want us to do, I can take very detailed notes every time you cast aspersions on Hagrid, who is also a teacher." "In name only," Malfoy replied. Harry and Ron rose together at this insult to Hagrid's teaching, though they secretly agreed they were Hagrid's friends. They tolerated the way he ran care of magical creatures out of staunch loyalty, but neither of them would have minded if Hagrid suddenly became obsessed with kittens and puppies. "Harry, Ron." It was Hermione's new prefect voice. She sounded prepared to announce that she was taking points from Gryffindor for their behavior. Harry picked up his bulging bag. "Don't worry, Hermione," he told her. "We should getting down to the dungeons anyway. He'll get his when we play Slytherin at Quidditch." He smiled at Ron, who nodded in agreement. Harry turned to go, catching Ginny's eye and winking at her, making her turn as red as her hair and stare at her plate. Harry's first potions lesson as a fifth year was a complete disaster. Everything he'd read during the summer seemed to have left his head, and Snape made a joke that the Slytherins, the males, especially, greatly appreciated, about whether some of Harry's brains had been snipped off along with his hair. Harry had to remind himself of the ludicrous image of Snape in safari clothes standing in his front hall to keep from becoming angry enough to put a hex on him. And Hermione had said he'd reamed out Victor Crumb for not taking better care of her. Anyone who didn't like Victor Crumb couldn't be all bad, he reminded himself. On the other hand, he had noticed, but had not mentioned to Ron and Hermione, that Snape hadn't been at the staff table for a single meal since they'd arrived at the school Friday night. "Where's he been?" When they were leaving the dungeon to go to Charms, Harry said, "I've made a decision." This sounded very official, so Hermione and Ron stopped and listened with puzzled expressions. "I refuse to let that man humiliate me one more time. I am going to practically live in the potions dungeon if that's what I have to do to get full marks in potions on the OWLS. Hermione smiled and nodded. "Good for you, Harry. I mean to do a lot of extra work myself." Ron made a face. "That's all right for you too. I'm never going to beat Percy and Bill each getting 12 OWLS, so there's not much point in trying. And I could probably beat Fred's and George's pitiful showing with what I know now, so I've decided not to put too much pressure on myself. It's just not worth the insanity." Hermione scowled. "You have no ambition, Ronald Weasley. You should be ashamed of yourself. Fat lot of good it's done Percy, even being head boy, when he couldn't recognize that his own boss was under the Imperious Curse and he was being sent instructions by a dark wizard. You know as well as I do that Percy's a sycophant and you're worth a dozen of him." Hermione's face was flushed and she stomped up the steps ahead of them, leaving Harry and Ron to stand staring after her with their jaws on the floor. What was Ron began. Harry shook his head. Don't ask. You wouldn't believe the things that have been coming out of her mouth lately. Ron looked like he thought this was some kind of double entendre, which maybe it is, thought Harry. Like what? He wanted to know. I already said don't ask. Harry followed Hermione up the steps, a puzzled Ron following closely behind. Professor Flitwick was delighted to see the fifth-year Gryffindors. He was usually rather jovial and seldom became cross, even when Neville had repeatedly sent the tiny wizard sailing across the classroom while they were learning banishing charms. He outlined for them a long list of charms they would learn, plus reviewing all of the work from the previous 4 years, for it would all be on the OWLC. 5 years of work. It was a relief to relax at the Gryffindor table and eat lunch, but it seemed to end all too soon, and then they were off to Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. They knew they could count on her being very stern about the upcoming tests, and she did not disappoint them. Stalking around the room, warning them of what they would have to remember from this and the previous 4 years. Neville was practically in tears, and even Hermione appeared nervous and unsure of herself, and she'd been the top Transfiguration student from the first day of their first year. When the lesson was over, Harry stayed behind. Can I talk to you, Professor? She appeared a bit less stern than during the lesson. He reminded himself that she was his head of house and had selected him to be a prefect. She had also been glad to hear that he was captain of the house Quidditch team. Yes, Potter? She nodded. As a matter of fact, I was in my 6th year. I was tutored by the headmaster himself, though he was not the headmaster yet. He was our Transfiguration teacher. Why? She pursed her lips. Yes, and I know why. And though he was obviously very talented at it, that doesn't make it right. Out how soon I could start learning. Do I have to wait for 6th year? Or 7th? Do I have to be of age? It is usually recommended that a student have a little more magical education than you currently possess, but I admit this is you we are talking about, and you managed to win the Triwizard Tournament as a 4th year. She gazed at him thoughtfully. And, I suppose that with your father's history, you may turn out to be a natural. Plus you do have a compelling reason for wanting to cultivate a skill such as this, she added without saying Voldemort. Harry could tell she was thinking it. She regarded him silently for another minute. Very well, she finally said. I will discuss it with the headmaster. I will let you know what he decides. You'd better go. Professor Moody won't appreciate you being late for his lesson. But no, he thought. That's not true. I've really been thinking it for more than a year, since I conjured the Patronus that looked like my dad as a stag. Ever since I've wondered whether I could do it. He quickly reached the defense against the dark arts classroom. This would be his first lesson with the real Mad-Eye Moody. The other 5th-year Gryffindors stood in the corridor, for some reason, as if nervous about entering. During the entire previous year they'd been taught by a dark wizard in disguise and had not suspected a thing. Dumbledore had not suspected a thing until the man they'd all thought was Moody had taken Harry to his office after he returned to Hogwarts with Cedric Diggory's body, going on about Voldemort being back, having his body back, Wormtail resurrecting him, the Death Eaters being called to him. They filed in and sat, taking out textbooks on the dark arts, parchment, quills, and ink bottles. Moody seemed to be examining the empty desktop in front of him and did not look up at least, with his normal eye. There was no preamble. Many of you, he growled, always seem to growl, may be under the impression that you know me because you think I taught you last year. Wrong. Every student jumped in his or her seat. Moody finally looked up from the bare desktop. Harry realized he was probably reading notes for the lecture in the top drawer of the desk, which he was able to follow with his magical eye. One by one his normal eye lit on each student. Can anyone tell me why it didn't work? Hermione and Harry and Ron raised their hands, joined timidly by Neville. Longbottom, Moody cried. Neville swallowed. Because you can learn to overcome the Imperious Curse with practice. Exactly, Moody bellowed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione lowered their hands again. Lavender and Parvati moved their chairs back from their desks several inches, though they all had had their quills poised over their parchments, ready to take notes. No one had yet written a word. So if the Imperious Curse can be overcome with practice, why put it on someone to begin with? Why use it to control someone? Why do it at all? Was he kidding? Harry thought. He was asking them why someone would use one of the 3 curses guaranteed to give a person a life sentence in Azkaban. Silence reigned. Come on. Why do it? Why control someone, making them torture and kill muggles? Why do it? Why do dark wizards do it? Why? They all stared at him and at each other. Finally, Neville timidly raised his hand again. Longbottom. Neville looked like it was taking every ounce of bravery he possessed to answer. Because they can. Because they can. Moody cried, smiling. He appeared extremely unnatural while smiling. Passed mercifully quickly. Because they can. He repeated at a lower volume. 10 points for Gryffindor. Neville tried not to seem pleased and failed. He looked sideways at Hermione, who smiled at him. He averted his eyes quickly, looking terrified again. Is that a good reason? He demanded of them. No one answered. He waited a minute before saying, "No, there is no good reason. Because you can. Any one of you could fly on your broomstick around Buckingham Palace and scare the living daylights out of the Queen. But does that mean you should? No. I could turn each and every one of you into newts, but does that mean I should?" This time he did not answer his own question. Silence. He smiled again. Well, that all depends on how you do on your assignments. He was still smiling. The students looked at each other with alarm. Joke! He shouted suddenly, giving a brief cackle. Harry started to laugh but caught himself. Ron looked like his cheeks hurt from stifling a smile. Hermione frowned at them. Moody strode over to Harry and Ron. Go ahead. Laugh. It's all right, Potter and Weasley. You too, Granger. I've heard about you 3. You've seen more than your fair share of evil close up. It's not just boggarts can't stand laughter. You have to be able to look evil in the eye sometimes and laugh. Suddenly he was abruptly sober. But some things are not funny. Take muggles. Who do you feel is more powerful, wizards or muggles? Harry knew that Dean Thomas's family had come to England from Jamaica about 30 years earlier. Presumably sometime before that. Oppressing women, Hermione said, not without indignation.
Va, Harry ventured.
Nuclear war, Hermione added. Drugs, automatic weapons, chemical weapons.
Concentration camp.
Ghettos, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, the Cold War, genocide. But no matter what atrocities dark wizards have visited on this world, I am here to tell you that none of them in Oenihave even approached the number of casualties suffered by those who were at Agincourt. I am talking about the French, who experienced real losses. And that was hundreds of years ago. There has never been a wizarding equivalent of Waterloo, of the American Civil War, of the Boer War, of World War I or II, of Vietnam or any of the conflicts in the Middle East or Northern Ireland. All of the Goblin rebellions combined didn't have the carnage experienced by the Anzacs who went over the top at Gallipoli. Worse than decimation. Losing only 10% of the men would have been a vast improvement. Do you know how many humans have died in these conflicts, and more? No response. Moody paced back and forth for a couple of minutes, staring at the floor. He erupted into questions again. Just because muggles can blow up the entire planet, does that mean that they should? Just because they have antibiotics to fight disease, does that mean they should use them for everything? It turns out they shouldn't. Strains of diseases that are resistant to all known antibiotics have mutated and are proliferating around the world. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. They all jumped in their seats again. Moody stumped up the aisle between the desks, his wooden leg very loud, eyeing each of them as if surprised they hadn't all flunked out of school by now. What, he finally went on, have you learned in your last 4 years in defense against the dark arts? Grindylows, boggarts, hinkypunks.
No.
He barked. You haven't learned anything. What you need to learn now before you sit for your OWL that fighting the dark arts does not mean fighting the darkness outside of you. It means fighting the darkness inside you. He went back to his desk and stood beside it, surveying them all with his magical eye. What is the purpose of the Cruciatus Curse? He said softly. Hermione immediately raised her hand. To hurt someone, of course. Wrong. He had turned the volume back up. Ron and Harry looked at her, alarmed. Hermione wasn't accustomed to this kind of reaction from a teacher. She sank down in her chair somewhat cowed, and Harry wouldn't have been surprised if she didn't say another word in defense against the dark arts all year. Neville timidly raised his hand and Moody nodded at him. To break someone and make them do what you want them to do. To control someone, Moody said, nodding, speaking in a normal, for him, conversational voice, as if he hadn't just shouted at. That's the darkness inside you. Hermione turned and looked at Neville, giving him a little smile to show that she was impressed. Neville blushed deeply and stared at his blank parchment. I'll wager, Moody went on, that none of you has ever experienced cruciatus. First you. Harry had slowly raised his hand. Moody stopped and stared. Really, Potter? Was the culprit apprehended? No, sir. Does the ministry know? Yes, sir. Well, I'm out of the loop these days. Voldemort. A couple of people gasped, but the rest of the class was otherwise silent when Harry said the name. Moody nodded. Good. You said it. Say it again. Voldemort. Again. Voldemort. 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 Moody walked around the room, his wooden leg clunking, his normal eye directed at the ceiling. How many times? Twice. What happened? Well, first he did it just to show the Death Eaters that I wasn't more powerful than him. I couldn't do anything. He had tied me to a gravestone. Then he gave me back my wand and we dueled. All of the other students other than Ron and Hermione gasped. First he told me to bow to death, to bow to him, but I wouldn't do it. Somehow he made me bend in the middle anyway. And before I could do anything else, he put the Cruciatus curse on me the second time. After that, he wanted me to beg him not to do it again. Did you?
No.
So he tried to make me with the Imperious curse. Did it work? I told him I wouldn't do it. And he tried to curse me again. Moody ran. I hid behind a gravestone. Harry's voice shook, telling about his cowardice. And then, I stood to face him and I used the disarming charm at the same moment he used the killing curse. But somehow the spells collided and cancelled each other out. Then something weird happened, he got distracted and I was able to get back to the cup in Cedric's body, he thought. But he didn't want to say it. It was the port key that had taken me to him. It brought me back to Hogwarts. Somehow Harry had not wanted to tell about his wand and Voldemort's wand being brothers, about the Dome of Golden Light and the Sound of Phoenix song, about the shades of the people Voldemort had killed, including his parents and Cedric Diggory interceding for him, making it possible for him to get away. The others were silent with shock. You were lucky, Moody told him. He turned to the rest of the class. Odd as it sounds, when Voldemort feels he has a worthy opponent, he likes to give him a sporting chance. That said, I only know of 2 wizards who have dueled with Voldemort and lived to tell about it. Potter here is one. The other you are accustomed to calling headmaster. Others have been less fortunate. Those who have been tortured by Death Eaters using the Cruciatus curse, for instance. You see, the Death Eaters had orders, and they knew what would happen to them if they did not follow orders, if they did not succeed. In some ways, they were even more ruthless than Voldemort himself. He didn't feel threatened by anyone. Each Death Eater has probably felt the Cruciatus curse at least once in his life. Voldemort always wanted them to be mindful of what would happen to anyone who displeased him. Do a good job and you would never have to experience it again. Slip you panned, you took your chances. That's why the Death Eaters were and are so unrelentingly cruel. Self-preservation. The evil inside. Lavender Brown timidly raised her hand and he nodded at her. How is self-preservation evil? By itself, it's not evil. It's what people do to achieve it that often turns out to be evil. If they feel that anything is worth doing to achieve it, anything at all. Neville stared at his desk with a strange expression. Moody noticed and came to him, leaning over slightly. Have you been to see them lately, Longbottom? He asked gently. Neville nodded, still not looking up. I've been to see them myself from time to time. Do they recognize you? Neville shook his head. Ah well. They were really put through the ringer. Finest Aurors I ever knew, your parents. The rest of the class, except for Harry, gawped at Neville in amazement. Neville looked up and met Harry's gaze. Harry nodded grimly, to let Neville know he'd already known. The fifth-year Gryffindors had very perplexed expressions on their faces. Now, he went on, that sounds like I think it's not real. No. Let me explain. He stomped his wooden leg on the floor. See this? I won't tell you how I lost my leg. You're not ready for that. Trust me. Do you know why I regularly still experience pain in a leg I no longer have? Hermione looked around furtively before raising her hand slowly. Phantom limb syndrome, she said shakily. Exactly, Moody responded, making her give a quiet sigh of relief. But what does that mean? Hermione took a breath and went on. Your brain is still receiving signals from the leg. Is the pain real? No. It's all in my head. Every time you bark your shin on a chair or put your hand in a flame, your body sends a message to your brain to feel pain. Interrupt the communication between the body and brainopain. Hermione had apparently forgotten about being worried about being snapped at. But pain serves a purpose, it protects us. Yes, when it is a physical pain, something you have come into contact with. But the Cruciatus curse, he looked at Neville, does not serve any purpose but to destroy the mind by overwhelming it with pain. Do it enough and insanity is the result. Usually it doesn't happen that way. Usually the victims give in, agree to do anything. But sometimes he walked to Neville and clapped his hand on his shoulder. You find someone so principled that he or she is willing to endure the suffering rather than inflict it on someone else. That's why the destruction of the mind of such a person is so tragic. Neville was crying now, tears running silently down his face. Moody took a handkerchief out of his pocket and handed it to him without comment. The rest of the class was quiet and shocked. No, you're not ready yet to learn to disconnect your brain from your body in order to beat the Cruciatus curse, but you will be before you're in 6th year. Unless you just can't do it. It's not easy. Not everyone can. And although I want you to learn this, and we will work on it quite a lot this year, we won't begin until after Christmas break. He walked back to his desk and leaned heavily on it, looking at each of them in turn with his normal eye. Until then we'll analyze the nature of darkness. What makes a person turn dark? What makes another person decide not to? When is that crucial moment? Have you all got your copies of the Sweetbriar Publishing Anthology of Muggle Literature? Hermione and Harry nodded and took the books from their bags. Neville and Seamus also had it. Ron raised his hand. Please, it was on the reading list for 5th years, but I thought it was only needed for Muggle studies. On Wednesday you must each tell me what play you are reading. Also, read the lottery and be prepared to discuss it. Don't pick The Tempest for your Shakespeare. That's more complex. You'll all be reading that one and writing a long parchment about it at the end of term. Dismissed. Were his job as a prefect to point out something a teacher had done wrong. Hermione shrugged. Well, then we should start reading one of the plays, or at least decide which one to read. Let's go back to the common room. As it was the end of the day and dinner wouldn't be served for 3 more hours, the rest of the 5th-year Gryffindors had decided that it was free time. They were going back to the common room too, but Seamus and Dean were discussing playing Exploding Snap, while Lavender and Parvati were planning to do tarot readings for each other. Neville was very quiet, packing his bag and standing slowly, for having effectively orphaned Neville, as much as Voldemort had orphaned Harry. He also remembered being in Dumbledore's pensive, seeing the trial of Barty Crouch, Jr. and the 3 other people who had tortured the Longbottoms. He remembered Crouch, a mere 19 years old, screaming, "Father, I didn't do it," as Barty Crouch, Sr. had his son sent away to Azkaban, and Mrs. Crouch collapsed in grief. When he'd seen it, Harry had assumed that it was the elder Crouch who was in the wrong. Now he knew that he had had the measure of his son, who was merely a very good actor. They'd all seen during the previous year what a good actor he was. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other and at Neville. Harry took a deep breath and spoke first. "I found out by accident, Neville. Dumbledore didn't want me to say anything. He said you'd say something when you were ready." "Moody shouldn't have done that." Then Hermione said indignantly, "It wasn't his place to." "No," Neville said suddenly, sharply. He looked at them with glistening eyes. "I'm glad everyone knows. Excuse me. I have to go decide which play to read." He calmly picked up his bag and left. The 3 of them hovered awkwardly until Ron said, "Why didn't you say anything, Harry?" "You heard him," Hermione said. "Dumbledore didn't want him to. He can speak for himself." "Hermione, don't you snap at me, Ronald Weasley. You need to go to the library and find a copy of the Anthology of Muggle Literature." She shouldered her bag and left without looking at either of them. Ron frowned at Harry, perplexed. "Who's snapping? I seem to be getting called Ronald a lot lately. First that scene after potions, now this. What's her problem?" Harry also stared after her before turning to Ron. Oh, probably still shell-shocked because Moody yelled at her. Ron grimaced. Yeah. She's so perfect, he said in a mocking tone. Harry felt like hitting him. It was a great effort not to. I'm going to the common room. See you later. Okay. What play you going to read? I don't know. Maybe Hamlet. That's supposed to be good, right? I'm leaning toward Othello. He strangles his wife. I can identify. Just now, he said, staring at the doorway where Hermione had disappeared. Harry shuddered. Hermione thought Ron was immature, Harry remembered, but it was possible that he was also just plain dangerous. Harry looked at his friend, wondering what was going through his mind. Well, he said finally, unable to comment on the wife-strangling statement. See you. While he was eating dinner, Alicia Spinnet tapped him on the shoulder and said, when you're done, Professor McGonagall wants to see you. Harry glanced at the staff table. Professor McGonagall was drinking from her goblet and not looking at him. He glanced at Dumbledore, who met his eye and nodded with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Harry took that as a good sign. Maybe they'll let me start next year after the OWLS, he thought. Or maybe they'll make it contingent on the OWLS, in which case I had really better work hard to get good marks. When he was done, he explained to Ron and Hermione that he had to see McGonagall and walked toward the staff table without letting Hermione finish asking why. Both Dumbledore and McGonagall had risen and were heading toward the anteroom where he'd attended the prefect's meeting the previous evening, the same anteroom where he'd gone to wait with the other champions after his name had come out of the Goblet of Fire. He closed the door after himself and walked to the large fireplace where Dumbledore and McGonagall were standing, waiting for him. Their faces were in shadow with the fire behind them, but what expressions Harry could see seemed very serious. Dumbledore spoke first, somewhat against Professor McGonagall's better judgment. I have recommended that not only should you receive Animagus training from her, but that it should commence immediately. You have a mortal enemy who is targeting your friends and their families, and trying to build his power and supporters in the wizarding world. You have a number of excellent skills and a strong mind, Harry, and I feel that adding this skill to your arsenal will make you even more of a formidable opponent. McGonagall looked at him evenly. It will not be easy, Potter. It may even not be possible for you. But we need to know that sooner rather than later. I know it can take a while. It took my dad 3 years. She brushed this off. That is because he was not properly supervised. If you have the aptitude for it, you could do it in 6 months. 6 months. Harry was floored. He had not expected that. Or less. A year at most. If you are suited to it. We will begin immediately. I know. The headmaster said.
No.
You don't understand, Dumbledore said to him. Right this minute. Harry looked back and forth between the two of them. Right now, McGonagall stepped forward. First, tell me, Potter, have you ever done magic without a wand? Without a wand? Of course not. Think, Potter. There's a kind of magic you do without a wand every time you play Quidditch. You mean flying a broomstick? Do you think a muggle can fly a firebolt? There's no magic in the person for it to respond to. I'd never thought about it. Can you think of other times you've done magic without a wand? Well, does speaking to snakes count? Having just thought of talking to snakes, Harry's mind immediately went to the time he had inadvertently released the boa constrictor he'd been talking to in the zoo. He had somehow made the glass disappear that was holding the snake prisoner. He told them about this. That's closer, Potter, but let me ask you this. Have you ever altered your body magically in any way, without using potions, magical plants, or a wand? Just your will? Harry ran his hand through his hair, thinking, then did it again and stopped with his hand halfway through and pulled his hand out of his hair, staring at it. Yes, he realized. You wouldn't know it now, he said, but when I was younger I hated haircuts. Every time my aunt and uncle cut my hair, I was so furious I just spent the night seething, and when I got up in the morning, it was always just the same as it had been, as if it had never been cut. Dumbledore and McGonagall smiled and nodded. Excellent, she said. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for. That indicates that you might have a knack for this. It takes a special kind of concentration and control over and awareness of one's body to accomplish the Animagus transformation. Do you need me for anything else, Minerva? Dumbledore asked.
No, Headmaster.
Then I have some letters to write. Good night. Good luck, Harry. Thank you, Professor, he said a little nervously. Dumbledore made long strides across the room and left. Now, McGonagall said at last, close your eyes. Can you still picture them? Yes. Keep your eyes closed. Think about your fingernails the way they are now. Now think about what they would look like if they were longer and then want them to be longer, will them to grow. Harry thought about having longer fingernails, wondering if perhaps they should have measured them first, so they'd be able to tell if there was a difference of any kind. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his fingers and a sensation of the bones in his hands becoming liquid. Finite incantatem, McGonagall said quickly, tapping Harry's hands with her wand. His hands stopped growing and shrank back to normal. Concentrate, Potter, concentrate. You need to focus more. Spend more time contemplating your fingernails. Harry could think of plenty of times when teachers had told students, not usually him, Truedo stop contemplating their fingernails, but this was the first time he'd ever heard a teacher tell a student to do more of it. He did as she said, losing track of time. He forgot to blink for a while, and then was forced to do quite a lot of blinking to make up for it. When it seemed he'd been holding his hands in front of him and staring at them forever, he decided to close his eyes and think. Grow. He didn't feel anything. But when he opened his eyes and looked into the smiling face of Professor McGonagall, she was examining his now 8-inch long fingernails. He felt like laughing, but her face became serious again. Now, Potter, she said, make them normal again. He looked up at her and suddenly panicked. Oh, he thought. I knew there was a catch. But he held up his hands before his eyes again and contemplated his fingernails once more. He felt like he was getting double vision by the time he closed his eyes and thought about his nails being normal. When he opened his eyes again, his hands appeared as they had when he'd entered the room. Excellent, Potter. McGonagall praised him, something rare for her. That's enough for tonight, I think. We'll practice that each night after dinner in here until you build up your speed. You should go back up to Gryffindor Tower now. I have a meeting. Good night. Suddenly, he heard Sandy hissing under his robes, saying, a cat will meet with a beetle. Harry stopped and turned. Professor, he said, by the way, speaking of Animagus, what exactly is Rita Skeeter doing these days? McGonagall seemed shaken, as if he had read her mind. Why, I can't discuss that with you, Potter. The fewer people who know about that, the better. He'd thought he'd got one over on her. Oh well. Good night, Professor. Good night. Oh, and Potter? Have you given any thought to what animal you'll be choosing? You'll need to do a great deal of research on your animal of choice. Learn everything you possibly can about it.
No.
I'll start thinking about it. Good night. He's been taking pictures constantly, Lee Jordan explained from one of the tables. He was writing out pithy comments for the first Quidditch match. I've got a pen friend at a wizarding school in America, and I'm sending him pictures of all my housemates. I'm also giving copies to whoever wants them. I got a good one of George and Angelina I'm giving them. Ron, Seamus and Dean ignored Colin when he took their picture, sitting at a table with copies of the anthology of Muggle literature open before them, but they were actually playing Exploding Snap. At another table, some first years were being told horror stories by second years about the castle ghosts. Hermione, Parvati, and Fleur, while Angelina sat draped across George's lap, also casually talking to Fred. They seem so natural and easy with each other, Harry thought. They make a good couple. When Colin took their picture again, they ignored him. Harry sat on the floor beside Ginny, looking around the room, feeling pleased with himself, wondering what animal he would become. A stag like his father? No, that's not right somehow. Think. What are you thinking, Harry? Ginny said suddenly. He jerked his head up. Oh, something for transfiguration, he said truthfully. What animals do you like? If you could become one, what would you choose? He glanced up, and the first thing that met his eye was the lion above the fireplace opening, on the keystone. What about a lion? He said. She regarded him shrewdly. You mean like the Gryffindor lion? With a mane and everything? That'd be really beautiful. She trailed off, looking at him. Their eyes were locked somehow. Suddenly a bright flash went off out of the corner of Harry's eye, and he realized Colin had taken their picture. He turned away from Ginny and rose. Well, he said abruptly. Got revision. Bye, he said, heading for the stairs. On the way, he noticed Hermione staring at him oddly. When he reached the fifth-year dorm room, only Neville was there. Oh, he said stiffly, "Hello, Harry. What are you reading, Neville?" King Lear. Harry nodded, not wanting to have a more protracted conversation with Neville. He sat down and took out parchment, a quill and ink, writing hawk, eagle, horse, lion. He frowned at the list. Surely he could think of more possibilities than that. He pictured Ginny's face when she talked about flying, but he kept coming back to the lion. He lay back on his bed, trying to picture his father as a stag and running beside him as a lion. But a lion would hunt down and kill a stag. He shook his head. No, as far as he knew, he'd still be intelligent enough to control his animal instincts and avoid hunting like a real lion or hawk or eagle. The horse was the only animal on his list that was more prey than predator, he realized. He needed to consider this choice carefully. He changed for bed and closed his curtains, lying back in the darkness, picturing his fingernails. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and or Instagram.
BL_pudum.
Divination with Sandy. Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 8. Divination with Sandy. The next morning after breakfast, the fifth-year Gryffindors headed down to Hagrid's cabin for their first Care of Magical Creatures lesson. It turned out to be somewhat tamer than they had come to expect. Hagrid had built what looked like a chicken yard, but pecking around it was a flock of geese. Hermione asked him what the geese were for. Said Hagrid. Each o' yer is going to have your own goose ter take care o', see, and we'll see who gets the goose what lays the golden egg. Harry had to admit that it seemed safer than blast, and it scruts but somewhat boring as well. Draco Malfoy pointed to the fenced-in paddock beside the lake. What are those for? He wanted to know. In the paddock were a dozen beautiful golden bulls, the biggest they'd ever seen. Their horns seemed made of gold, too. They pawed the ground and snorted between pausing to eat grass. Hagrid smiled. Sun bulls. Now, I know yer want to be challenged, but those re for the 7th years. Pardo their takin, the NEWTS. If I got them all worked up by the likes of you, I'd be in a heap o' trouble. Sun bulls? Said Hermione. What do they have to do with them? Harness 'em and plow a field with 'em. Without getting hurt. But how? Ron wanted to know. Harry thought he was probably considering whether Fred and George might be in quite a bit of danger. The Tri-Wizard tournament seemed safer. Now, each student has a partner. They're supposed to work it out together. Don't worry about it. You lot have your OWLS to worry about, so I didn't want to make life too difficult fair ya. They spent the rest of the lesson choosing and feeding the goose of their choice. Lavender Brown and Crab were each nipped by theirs. Malfoy laughed at them both until his goose ran at him with her wings flapping, making a strange crying sound, and he scrambled over the fence out of harm's way. The entire class laughed, even the other Slytherins, and Malfoy went off in high dudgeon. Hagrid didn't stop him. Harry heard Pansy Parkinson say to Goyle, serves him right, too. Big-head Prefect. I am so over him. It seemed that even the other Slytherins couldn't stand Malfoy these days, Harry thought. That explained why he hadn't seen him around Crabbe and Goyle much. Malfoy seemed to be taking a page from Percy Weasley's book on how to be the world's most obnoxious prefect. After Care of Magic Creatures, they headed to the greenhouses for herbology with the Hufflepuffs. Professor Sprout waited for them outside a greenhouse with trowels and burlap bags, telling them to put on their dragonhide gloves and weed the vegetable beds. They looked at each other uncertainly. Some professors had clearly decided to pile on work for the 5th years. Others had decided to take it easy on them. Oh well, it kind of balances out, Harry thought. The students removed their robes and rolled up their sleeves, those that had sleeves, which Harry did not. A couple of Hufflepuff girls who hadn't seen Sandy screamed when she was revealed wrapped around Harry's bare arm, but he encouraged them to come over and, when they were walking up to the castle for lunch, Hermione had a distant expression and Ron asked her what she was thinking. She looked startled. Oh, I was just thinking back to the goose that laid the golden egg. I was trying to remember where it came from. Some fairy tale or other. It's not from a fairy tale. It's real. You saw them, said Ron. You know what I mean. All those fairy tales were written by muggles who still had some contact with the world of magic, before the wizarding world started getting so insular and protective of itself. I mean, when I was little and my parents read to me about ogres and trolls and giants and elves and leprechauns and witches and wizards, they always assured me that of course it was made up. But it wasn't. It turns out I'm a witch, and I've since seen most of those creatures and more. I know that the goose that laid the golden egg is real. I also think it would be helpful to find which fairy tale it appeared in. After I eat, I'm going to the library. Harry and Ron intoned in unison before laughing. Hermione pouted at first before laughing with them. She linked her right arm through Ron's left, and her left arm through Harry's right. "You two know me too well," she said, smiling, and they went off to lunch in high spirits, arm in arm. It had been a good morning. When they reached the entrance hall, Colin Creevey took their picture. "That'll be a good one," thought Harry. "Must remember to ask for a copy." The day went rapidly downhill after lunch, when they had history of magic with their only ghost teacher, Professor Binns. Usually attentive in this subject, being the only student Harry had ever known who had memorized Hogwarts. A history. Harry was shocked to see that Hermione had chosen to sit in the back row, so she could leaf through a book of fairy tales she'd borrowed from the library. He scribbled a note on a corner of parchment. "Find anything?" She shook her head and mouthed the words "not yet." She kept her head buried in the library book all during the lesson. By the end, practically everyone was on the verge of being comatose. Harry stared stupidly out the window. Seamus had his head on his desk and was audibly snoring. Ron was reading Othello and making notes. Dean, Lavender, and Parvati looked listless and limp. Neville was still taking notes, but more and more slowly, as if he were a clock that needed to be wound. They dragged themselves out the door afterward and headed off for divination, except for Hermione, who had arithmancy. Harry and Ron trudged up to Professor Trelawney's tower, climbing up the silver rope ladder to the hot, dark, airless circular room where she liked to predict Harry's death in a variety of creative ways. Today, she paired them up for tarot card readings. Harry was stuck with Parvati. Ron was with Neville. Professor Trelawney paired with Lavender, while Dean and Seamus were put together. Harry was supposed to do a reading for Parvati first. "Now," she said in a bossy tone, "I was born under Pisces with Venus rising. Understand? Begin." One by one, Harry laid out cards and Parvati corrected the way he positioned them or his interpretation of them. No, that's not the death card," she said when he'd held up the Prince of Cups and talked about someone close to her dying. This is harder than making up star charts, he thought. And Sandy was being no help. Except that suddenly, he heard her hiss, "A fish will burn." "A fish will burn?" Harry repeated in English. Parvati stared at him. "Why are you saying that? Where in the cards does it say that?" She stood and looked at the array of cards on the table. It was almost now raining on everyone. They were all soaked in seconds and the soggy cards were being blown off the tables by unseen winds. The candles had been extinguished by the wind and water and it was very dim. The water was also icy cold. "Desiccation!" Neville shouted, pointing his wand at the ceiling. The rain stopped and all of the water seemed to have instantly dried up. Professor Trelawney brushed down her robes, glaring at Harry. "Thank you, Mr. Longbottom," she said without actually looking at Neville. Harry stared with respect at him. He was having a good start to the year. Moody and Trelawney liked him, and Sprout always gave him full marks. Even Snape hadn't been too hard on him in potions. He'd grown taller and was less round than he used to be, and his voice had deepened as well. Harry thought it was even possible he was growing a pale mustache, but perhaps it was too soon to tell. "So," Professor Trelawney said, "if Mr. Potter is done dousing us all." "But Professor," Parvati cried excitedly, "he predicted it. I look at it wasn't in the cards. He just said it. Like a question." "Really?" Professor Trelawney appeared interested. "What did he say?" He thought Harry. He always disliked being discussed as if he weren't in the room. He said, "A fish will burn?" Like he didn't know what it meant. "And I'm Pisces with Venus rising and the sight." Trelawney came over to peer closely at Harry. "Well, I don't know, it just occurred to me to say it," Harry said weakly. The other students stared at him. He heard Sandy say, "Don't light the black candle." Harry suddenly scrambled for parchment and a quill to write this down. He folded the parchment in half twice. Professor Trelawney was excited. "What are you doing?" Harry shook his head, handing her the parchment. "Don't look at that for a few minutes," he told her. She seemed perplexed. "Very well. Mr. Finnegan, could you please get the lights?" One by one, Seamus pointed his wand at the red candles that they'd been working by, and the flames sprung into life once more. He also pointed at a black candle on a shelf and lit that one before Professor Trelawney noticed. She'd been waving her wand at the spilled cards, making them leap back up onto the tables. However, as soon as the black candle was lit, a cold wind seemed to whip through the room, scattering the cards again and making everyone shiver as if they had just drunk ice water. Trelawney whirled around, her teeth chattering, and she saw the flames sputtering on the black candle. Pointing her wand at it, she extinguished it. Professor Trelawney swept the cards back onto the table with a swish of her wand and had Harry cut the pack. "Your birthday?" she asked. Harry couldn't believe how she kept forgetting. Once she had insisted that he had been born during the winter. The other partners were dealing out cards and beginning their readings, oblivious to Harry and the professor. "The 31st of July, he replied. She started placing the cards on the table before her, nodding and gasping as she saw various messages in their arrangement. "Your enemy, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, all possibilities. But the sun, Raptor, a huge bird of prey." She turned over more cards. "There are 3 women in your life." Harry thought of all the girls who'd been making him feel like your brother. "I don't have a brother," Harry thought irritably. "This is such a load of dung. Who will turn on you for taking her from him?" But Trelawney held up the lover's card. "She is your true love, a warrior woman. Your soul mate, although you must wait for her. She will be with another for a while, but remain pure, waiting for you. Only together can you defeat your mortal enemy." Did that mean Voldemort? He could be defeated? That was good news. Harry stared at the cards before him, trying to remember everything she'd said. "Is that all?" he asked anxiously, forgetting that he'd thought it was ridiculous a moment before. "Well, there are other connections. See, the woman you lust after," Harry was jolted as she tapped the messenger card again, "is linked with the heir of your foe. She is being held prisoner by him." What? Harry thought. "I don't know anyone being held prisoner. As for lust, and the older woman is connected to your enemy's servant." She stopped. Harry's head was swimming. Too much information, too many people to keep track of. And now the last 2 cards. She put another card on what he thought of as Wormtail's card. He now noticed that it depicted a large rat. "Another brother," she said. "How many brothers am I supposed to have?" Harry wondered. And for him, at the hand of the traitor, she turned over the last card. It was the specter of death. "Death?" Harry whispered, trying to remind himself that he didn't have one brother, let alone 2. "Not necessarily. This," she tapped the deadly-looking card, "can just mean a change, a transition." She opened her eyes wider. "Ah," she said, "and your mortal enemy will tempt you with your most deeply held desire. It is a 4th woman. You love each other. But she's not my true love?" Harry thought. "Then how can she be my most deeply held desire? And what about the one I'm lusting after? You will be confronted with a choice. And if you do not choose wisely suddenly," her voice caught as she gazed at the cards. "The world as we know it will end," she said softly. Harry looked at her enormous eyes behind her glasses. "What?" he heard himself saying, as if it were someone else. "I have to make a choice that could end the world as we know it?" He stood, running his hands through his hair. He pointed at the cards. "This is ridiculous. I don't have any brothers. You tell me I have both a true love and another woman is my most deeply held desire. Make up your mind. And nothing I decide could end the world as we know it." The whole class was watching. Trelawney calmly waved the cards back into a neat stack on the table with a sweep of her wand. "You may go. This has been a stressful lesson for you. But I forgive your outburst, because you have the sight," she said placidly. Harry turned to go, shouldering his bag, but before his head disappeared from sight down the ladder, he said loudly and firmly, "I do not have the sight." He heard Sandy say, "A flame-haired man will fall off a ladder." He thought of going back and warning Ron, but inasmuch as he'd just denied having the sight, he thought better of it and just kept going. Why me? He thought. Why is it always me? Because deep inside, he knew that he really did believe that he could be in a position to make a choice that could change the world. Was the choice to join Voldemort or to fight him? He heard Moody's voice in his head. What makes a person turn dark? What makes another person decide not to? When is that crucial moment? When indeed? But Harry thought he would never do that. Voldemort wanted to recruit him now, did he? He'd heard about Voldemort and the other Death Eaters torturing people's family members to coerce them to be Death Eaters. Is that what he's after, coming after Ron and Hermione? Forcing me to be a Death Eater? Harry Potter, Death Eater. It was too preposterous. Unless, Harry thought, the choice not to be one is what would end the world as we know it. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine that his tape player worked, tried to block the tarot card reading out of his brain before it drove him mad. He must have dozed off from the heat of the late summer afternoon. When he woke, Hermione was sitting on the bed beside him, shaking him. She carried her robes and was also obviously hot. Her short curls clustered around a face that looked damp and humid. Her blouse had damp, wet spots under the arms, and she wiped perspiration from her brow and spoke in a tired voice. "Come on, Harry. We have to go to the hospital wing." She stood to go, and he saw that there was also a damp spot on her blouse in the small of her back. "I'm just going to change my clothes first. Why do they have to make these robes so hot and heavy?" she said wearily, heading for the door. "Is Ron all right?" She turned to him at the door. "Yeah. He broke his leg. But Seamus, Dean and Neville got him to the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey should have him mended by the time we get there. You should know you've broken your leg." Then she looked like she woke up. "What's wrong?" he asked her. How did you know?" Harry still felt like he was asleep. He pulled himself up and swung his legs over the side of the bed, saying, "He fell off the ladder when he was leaving Trelawney's, didn't he?" She still stared at him. "Yes," she said slowly. "But you weren't there." She peered at him through narrowed eyes. "But how did you know the one who fell was Ron?" He shrugged. "You wouldn't be here to take me to the hospital wing if it were Seamus, Dean or Neville or Lavender or Parvati either. Well, you might if it were Neville. But Ron would have come to get me himself, probably." He looked at her levelly, daring her to refute his logic. She seemed dissatisfied by this explanation, but like she'd decided she was fighting a losing battle. "I know it's hot," she said, "but you'd better put on a shirt. Not that any of the female students would mind if you walked about like that." She smiled, looking a little as she had on Sunday night, when she'd stroked his jaw as they stood outside the common room. She turned and left without another word. Harry put on a clean shirt and pinned his Prefect badge to it. Leaving Sandy curled up on his bidet was plenty hot. She didn't need to be on his Armand went to the common room, where Hermione was waiting. She had also pinned her Prefect badge to a clean blouse. They walked through the corridors to the hospital wing without speaking. Once, while they were swinging their arms, their hands collided, giving Harry a shock, and he thought about reaching out to take her hand, but changed his mind. He increased his stride instead, and Hermione increased her speed to keep up with him. "Harry," she complained, "it's too hot to run." She jogged for a few seconds to catch up before reaching out and grabbing his hand, lacing her fingers through his. He let her, remembering how they had held hands when she told him about the abduction. It seemed like another lifetime that they were in the Dursleys' garden, lying on the grass, talking. He slowed and they walked together, hands linked, up to the infirmary. Harry opened the door with his left hand and they entered still holding hands. Ron was on a bed, propped up by many pillows but with his eyes closed. His left leg was covered with bandages protecting the magical poultices healing his broken bone. Harry remembered that Dick had also broken his left leg when he'd ignored Sandy's warning about the rocks falling. Harry had wished he had access to magical medicine to help Dick. Now Ron had a broken leg because Harry had ignored Sandy again. Ron opened his eyes and started to smile until he saw their linked hands. "I found Harry taking a nap in the dorm," Hermione told him. "You two took a while," he said flatly, "and you changed your clothes." Hermione pulled her hand out of Harry's and went to stand on the opposite side of the bed from him. "It's hot, we were all sweaty." she began. That didn't sound good, Harry realized. Anyway, Harry tried to sound brisk. I'm sorry about all this. All what? I was a great prat and fell and broke my leg. What are you sorry about?
Well.
Tell him, Harry, Hermione said sternly. Harry frowned at her. Tell him what? All right, I will. Harry knew you were going to fall, Ron. Hermione, what? Ron said, incredulous. You knew? And didn't tell me? Wait, how did you know? Oh God. Is that why you were screaming, I don't have the sight, when you were leaving? No, I was saying that because I don't have the sight. Harry said irritably. Hermione, stop doing this. You knew, Hermione said. I'm sure of it. I don't know how you knew, but you knew. You should have heard him before Trelawney dismissed him. Ron told her. He was all, I don't have any brothers. How can I have a true love and a woman who is my deepest desire? And how can I end the world as we know it? Or something like that. What were you doing? Tarot readings. I'll have to tell you too about mine later. Neville was too funny. She looked at Harry again. What did Trelawney say to you? Harry grimaced. Oh come on, Hermione, you know her. It's all rubbish. That's why you left divination. What did she say? He sighed. She said that I had a mortal enemy who no longer wants to be my enemy. She was puzzled. Well, that's good. Isn't it? Yeah, it's fabulous. See, he no longer wants to be my enemy because he's decided I'm a rather powerful wizard. So he wants to recruit me instead. Ron and Hermione stared at him. What? They both said at once. Harry, stop. You would never do that. Hermione said, exasperated. Why not? Because I want everyone who's close to me to be tortured and murdered while I make up my mind? He looked at the two of them grimly. She said he has withdrawn from me and is sending his servants. You remember what Moody said about the Death Eaters, don't you? About how they're afraid of the Cruciatus Curse so they can be even more ruthless than Voldemort himself. Do you think I want you two being tortured? But Harry, if you very hypothetically do become a Death Eater, what if you were told to torture people? If you didn't do it, you'd be tortured instead. I don't care about me. That's just my own pain. I've coped with it before. I can do it again. But you see, Harry, she said pleadingly, tears starting to form in her eyes. That's why you can't be a Death Eater. Because you'd rather suffer yourself than see anyone else suffer. You're just not cut out for it. She said I have to make a choice, he said softly, staring at his hands. I have to choose wisely, or the world as we know it will end. She went round the bed and put her hands on his. You will make the right choice, Harry, you will. But you're not going to become a Death Eater to protect us. I'd rather die first than have that happen. Ron looked at him earnestly. Me too. He glanced back and forth between them. Problem is, I'd rather be a Death Eater if it meant that you two didn't have to be tortured or die, so I guess we're just not going to agree about this. They looked blankly at him. He strode toward the door of the infirmary, but as he opened the door, he heard Hermione's light steps behind him. He didn't glance back. When he tried to close the door, she was there, slipping through. She closed the door before throwing her arms around his waist. He didn't hesitate before putting his arms around her, putting his cheek on the top of her head, feeling the tears escaping from his eyes into her hair. He felt his shirt grow wet from her tears. It felt like they stood that way for a long time. She finally separated herself from him, stood on her toes to kiss his cheek, and went running off, wiping her eyes with the backs of her hands. Okay, Fred and George are getting food from the kitchens. Parvati and Lavender are asking Hannah if we can borrow her wizarding wireless. And what about balloons? Or streamers? Ginny was ticking off a list as Harry entered the common room. Hermione was nowhere to be seen. Where's Hermione? And have you been to see your brother, who's lying in the hospital wing with a broken leg? She frowned. What do you take me for? Of course I have. And Fred and George are going there now. Do you want to handle decorations? For what? And I asked you where Hermione is. Neville asked her for help with his transfiguration homework. They went to the library. He's the diversion. Do you think I'd plan Hermione's surprise party with her sitting right here? I mean, she's had a rough summer, and I thought, surprise party? Harry, her birthday is on Saturday. Did you forget? Frankly, he had forgotten. So, can you handle decorations? Yeah, he said distractedly, walking toward the stairs to the boys' dorms. Harry, what? He said distractedly, turning. I thought you were searching for Hermione. Oh well, it sounds like she's busy helping Neville. Can wait. She looked at him with concern. Are you all right, Harry? No, I'm not all right, he thought. I just found out that I'm being recruited to be a Death Eater, and you could be targeted, and Hermione and Ron and your other brothers and your parents and all of my teachers. I'm okay, he croaked. His throat felt very dry suddenly. It was somehow painful to look at her. So he went up the stairs to his dorm and lay on the bed, closing the curtains, despite the heat. He desperately had wanted to talk to her, or to Hermione, someone, but everyone was so busy, too busy to be concerned about whether Voldemort had another Death Eater or not. He picked up Sandy from the bed and hissed, "What should I do?" Sandy? "Du, Harry Potter? I don't want to be a dark wizard. But I don't want to put my friends in danger." "Then don't look for it. It will come to you. That's what I'm afraid of. If only I had some way to go after the Death Eaters myself. If Voldemort didn't have any more servants, he'd have to deal with me directly." "Then do that." "It's not that simple." She was being frustrating again, making her facile statements, giving advice as if she knew anything at all about it. I'm really cracking up, he thought. I'm getting ready to lash out at a garden snake for not understanding my ridiculously complicated life. He remembered holding Hermione, and all he could think was that he wanted to hold her again, wanted to just hold her and forget about the rest of the world. Harry pushed the tarot reading out of his mind. On Saturday after dinner, Harry and Ron were supposed to convince Hermione to take a detour to the library so Ginny and the other Gryffindors had a chance to get the common room ready for the party. When the time for the party came, they both claimed to have all of the research they needed for their history of magic homework and dragged her back to the common room, confused, because they'd actually stopped in the middle of the assignment. A week later, the password to the common room had been changed. "Yorkshire pudding," Hermione said to the fat lady. "Sounds scrumptious," came the reply before the portrait swung open, followed by all of the Gryffindors, including Professor McGonagall, crying surprise. Hermione looked like she was going to faint. Ron and Harry helped her through the portrait hole, and she had to hug Ginny and Parvati and Lavender and everyone until she came back round to Ron and Harry again, hugging both of them at once. Someone turned on the wireless and started passing around butterbeer and plates of cake. Everyone seemed to be laughing and talking at once. Harry watched her face. She was totally floored and had not suspected a thing. He came up behind Ginny, putting his arm around her shoulder and whispering, "Good job, Gin." She looked at him and smiled. Why is it so hard to look away from Ginny these days? She leaned close to him and asked, "What did you get her?" He'd almost forgotten. "Oh, I have to go get it." He dashed up the stairs, and in a minute he was back with a wrapped package. He pulled Ron away from the punch to where Hermione sat by the fire. He presented it to her, saying, "Happy birthday, Hermione. It's from both of us." She grinned, ripping the paper apart with abandon, her mouth open in surprise. "Oh, it's wonderful. Everyone, look." She turned a picture frame around so that everyone could see the moving photograph of the three of them walking with their arms linked, laughing freely, Hermione glancing back and forth between Harry and Ron, her hair blowing in a slight breeze. In the photo, Harry and Ron smiled cheerfully at her. Their robes were all billowing out behind them, and there was a view of the forest in the background. "You took it, didn't you, Colin? It's really good." "What about us?" Ron said indignantly. "We're in it." She laughed, even more radiant than she was in the picture. Harry thought, "Well, now I have photographic proof that my two best friends are the handsomest men at Hogwarts," she said, smiling at them both. Ron's ears went quite red. Harry ran his fingers through his hair. "I'll have to try to undo that haircut. You're going to give me a swelled head." Hermione. "Oh, no you don't, Harry Potter," Parvati said suddenly. "You're my masterpiece. Don't you dare." Everyone laughed. "Evidently, it's not up to you," Hermione said with difficulty, through her laughter. The party went on into the night. McGonagall left, having put a soundproofing charm on the tower so that they wouldn't disturb anyone else. "And I'm trusting you to make sure things don't get out of hand," she said to Alicia before leaving. When the portrait closed behind McGonagall, Alicia promptly cried, "She's gone. Katie turned up the volume on the wireless as a particularly raucous song came on. Harry remembered how mad some parties in the common room had been in the past. When his name had come out of the Goblet of Fire as the second Hogwarts champion, the party had gone on into the wee hours. Parvati steered Hermione to a table for her birthday present, a tarot card reading. Actually, Parvati, Hermione told her, in arithmancy, I discovered that the numbers connected with my birthday are very interesting. I was born at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, you see. But, Hermione, you should get a reading on your birthday to get ready for a new year of your life. Harry had had quite enough of tarot readings lately, so he went to get something to eat and drink, watching Fred and George doing what seemed to be some sort of fertility dance, and laughing with everyone else. After a while, Harry herded the first and second-year boys upstairs, who were looking rather sleepy, while Alicia took the first and second-year girls. When he returned to the common room, he discovered that a number of the third years had also decided to retire, so there were considerably fewer people lounging about. Angelina and George were dancing very closely to a slow ballad on the wireless, and Fred and Katie rose to do the same. There were some sixth years in a corner playing Exploding Snap, and Colin was photographing Ginny and some of their fourth-year mates for his pen friend. As Harry stepped back into the room, Hermione grabbed his arm, saying, "You can't get out of it. You have to dance with me now, Mr. Potter." Birthday girl's prerogative. This was nothing like the Yule Ball, Harry decided immediately. She slid her arms around his neck and put her head on his shoulder. He put his hands on her waist and his cheek on her hair, reeling with how strange this was. He remembered holding her outside the infirmary while they both cried. How private that was. It was disconcerting to suddenly have her pressed against him in a room with other people. They moved their feet only slightly. He was hardly aware of the music having words or a rhythm or tune. It was just a roaring in his ears as he held her and felt her heart beating against his chest, and he breathed her in. "Hermione," he whispered. She looked up. "I have another present for you." She widened her eyes as if frightened and hopeful at the same time. "I've decided not to become a Death Eater." She smiled, her apprehension evaporating. "I never seriously thought you would," she whispered back, putting her head on his shoulder again. As the song ended, he felt her trembling and he didn't want to let her go. But he was suddenly aware of Ron and Ginny standing nearby, clearly paying close attention to them but trying to pretend they weren't. Another slow song began. Harry knew what he had to do. He took her by the hand and led her to Ron, saying, "Now, the gift was from both of us. I shouldn't be the only one to get a dance out of it." He put her hand in his. Ron and Hermione looked at each other awkwardly, before Hermione smiled in a resigned way and dragged him to the middle of the floor. Ron's leg was mostly healed. He only limped a little. She finally looked away, staring down at the basilisk amulet resting on his shirt front. "Did you decide what animal you want to be?" she whispered. He'd been practicing controlling his fingernails with McGonagall every night after dinner, until the party. She'd given him the night off, and he'd told her his decision. "Yes," he said softly. She shivered at the breeze his breath made with his mouth so close to her ear. "Lion." She nodded. "SSH," he said quietly, near her ear again. She shivered again in his arms, but she didn't seem to mind. "Don't tell anyone. It's meant to be a surprise." Suddenly, Harry was aware that the music had stopped and people were staring at them. Hermione and Ron weren't touching. Hermione peered intently at the two of them. "What are you whispering about?" she asked, trying to sound casual. Harry reluctantly let Ginny go, except that he did have something to worry about. She wouldn't be so cross with Ron if she didn't have feelings for him. He was just making her miserable. Harry fought the urge to hit him, as he'd wanted to when Ron had made the Othello comment. He went to Hermione and quickly kissed her on the cheek. "Well, happy birthday. I'd better go up the beanstalk here and get some sleep so I can be awake for you to run rings around me in the morning," he said, moving toward the stairs. Suddenly, she was crying. "Oh, I almost forgot." Harry turned around, wondering what was going on. She motioned for Harry, Ron and Ginny to follow her to the armchairs near the fire. No one else was nearby, and the music had grown loud again, though no one was dancing. "What fairy tale?" she asked Hermione. "Aren't you doing the geese with Hagrid?" "No, we're doing baby unicorns." He's afraid that not all of the older girls will be able to get near them, she said, blushing. Harry remembered that only girls who were virgins could approach unicorns. He said the geese were for the 5th years. So what's with the geese? How are they magical creatures? One of them is the goose that laid the golden egg. Harry was going to lose it in a second. He was very tired. So, which fairy tale is it? Hermione was triumphant. Jack and the Beanstalk. The three of them stared at each other and then at her. So, they said at the same time. So, I told you that fairy tales were based on fact. Jack and the Beanstalk is practically a primer on how to get over on a giant. There were a number of magical things that the Jack character stole from the giant's home, and one of them was the goose that laid the golden egg. I think Hagrid must have made contact with the giants, and he was given the goose as a kind of goodwill gesture. Exactly. I think it means the giants will be on the right side, that they won't go over to you-know-who. I think Hagrid did it. They were all silent. Ron said, what if he stole it? Hermione glared at him. What if he did what Jack did and stole it? What if it doesn't mean anything at all? They were all silent. We do what we usually do, said Hermione. We confront him about it. That's how we found out how to subdue Fluffy. Ron gave a great yawn. Well, I vote that we do it after having a long lie-in on Sunday morning. Oh, that's right, you two are mental, he said, pointing at Harry and Hermione. They all laughed. Actually, I will probably have a lie-in tomorrow, Hermione said wearily. What is it, about 2 o'clock? Harry nodded, checking his watch. When they looked up, they were surprised to find that no one else was still in the room. They went to their respective staircases and up to bed, all hoping that Hermione was right about Hagrid and the giants, but not necessarily believing it. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and or Instagram.
BL_pudum.
The date, Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 9, the date. Harry was not looking forward to the first Hogsmeade weekend, 2 weeks after Hermione's birthday. That meant, of course, that the day seemed to zoom at him with alarming speed. Schoolwork, prefects meetings, OWL preparation, Quidditch practice and Animagus training seemed to have little effect on how rapidly the dreaded day approached. He remembered his 3rd year, when he hadn't officially been allowed to go to Hogsmeade because the Dursleys hadn't signed his permission form and everyone was worried about his godfather, Sirius Black, the only escapee from Azkaban ever, possibly lurking around the village waiting to kill him. He had longed for nothing more that year than to be able to go to Hogsmeade, even if he had to wear his invisibility cloak and use secret passages out of the castle to do it. Now, Hogsmeade was the last place he wanted to go, especially on a double date with Victor Krum, Cho Chang and Hermione. Harry was also at the point where he definitely needed to start shaving, but he decided to try to control his facial hair using the Animagus technique and found that this worked quite well, plus he was able to avoid being cut. No one questioned him about this. Ron used his wand, when he saw enough reddish growth on his chin and upper lip to warrant giving himself a shave. Hermione had suggested he try growing it as Charlie had done. Red beards looked really nice, she told him, coloring. This had greatly annoyed Harry. That Saturday morning, Harry and Hermione went running as usual. When they were doing the warm-down stretches on the dewy grass of the Quidditch pitch, Hermione suddenly stopped, then sat down, staring into space. When Harry saw her sitting as if turned to stone, he crept over to her and touched her shoulder. Hermione, he whispered. She looked at him and he could see the fear in her eyes. What is it, Harry? She said, as if she weren't sure of his name. He put his hand to her cheek and she put her hand over his. You're worried about Victor, he stated. She nodded. Don't be. You won't be alone. She nodded again, but she hesitated. Yes, this thing with fixing up Victor and Cho. Should we do that to her? What do we really know about him? Maybe I should just break up with him and take my chances. Do you want to do that? He said gently, moving his hand to her shoulder. I could cancel the date with Cho. We'll do whatever you want. Suddenly, Hermione shook herself, as if trying to wake up. She rose gracefully to her feet and continued the stretching exercises.
I'm
Sorry, Harry. I'm just worrying needlessly. We've got a plan, we'll stick to it. Hold my ankles? He nodded at her, crouching down to grip her ankles while she did some sit-ups. He watched her closely, the way her face was scrunched up in concentration, the perspiration beading on her brow. Everything she did, she was so serious about it. Except divination, and that had shocked everyone. He tried not to think about divination. He'd been leaving Sandy in his room for divination lessons ever since that first day, and he'd managed to avoid anyone else giving him a tarot reading since then. He felt like he was better at doing them, though. He had performed one for George which had predicted some behavior of Angelina's that he hadn't suspected in the least. Of course, they hadn't known until afterward that that was what the reading was pointing to. Harry, what? I've been sitting here shouting at you. You can let go of my ankles. I think 5,000 sit-ups is my limit for one morning. It's your turn. Into the pale, pointed, and extremely smug face of Draco Malfoy. Looking good, Granger, he drawled, for a mudblood. Hermione colored as she stood. Harry also stood and looked up at Malfoy, who was taller than him now. He and the 6 Slytherins with him were in their green Quidditch robes, carrying what appeared to be brand new Nimbus 3000 broomsticks, probably courtesy of Lucius Malfoy, thought Harry. Harry's angry face was very close to Malfoy's. Language, Malfoy, Harry said in a low, dangerous voice. He clutched his sweaty shirt in his hand, wishing he had his wand. Malfoy sneered at him. Sorry, are you trying to tell me what I'm allowed to say? You're sweating all over our Quidditch pitch and my team needs to practice. Your team? Yes, Malfoy replied, his smugness increasing by the second. I'm the new captain of the Slytherin team. How do you like that? Well, that explains all the new broomsticks, Harry thought. Hermione stood beside them. Well, isn't that a coincidence? You see, Harry's now the captain of the Gryffindor team. Malfoy's face lost what little color it had. Yes, Hermione went on. You are both prefects and you are both captain of your house team. Can you give it a rest? What are you going to compete over next? They both turned to stare at her, glowing and tan in the morning sun. Her short curls clustered around her face. Not wanting to hear what might come out of someone's mouth next, she announced loudly, I have to go get ready for my date with Victor Crumb. She turned to stalk back to the castle. Harry thought Draco Malfoy seemed slightly dazed, watching her. Harry had to admit the view was quite nice. So, Malfoy sneered, the great Harry Potter lost out to Victor Crumb. I wasn't, Harry began, but shook his head, smiling. You can't get to me, Malfoy. Not today. He tried to look happier than he felt. I'm going along with Hermione and Victor with my own date. The
Ravenclaw cho chang.
He wished he could have had a camera to record Malfoy's stunned expression. But she's a 6th year, sputtered Malfoy, and she's really pretty, said Zabini with awe in his voice. Shut up, Malfoy snapped. I know, Harry said, sounding like he was mulling it over. She is really pretty. I was thinking that when she asked me out in Diagon Alley, she asked you out? Malfoy was incredulous. Harry was trying not to laugh at his expression. He turned and walked after Hermione, calling over his shoulder, Have a good day, Malfoy. I know I will. He wishing that what he'd just said were true, not just a really good way to needle Malfoy. As he walked away, he heard a Slytherin say, Every girl in school is slobbering over him these days. Well, look at him. He'll probably cause a riot walking into the castle with no shirt on. Shut up, will you? Malfoy exploded again. Harry smiled and kept walking. The moment Harry walked into the entrance hall, he regretted not putting his shirt back on. He thought it quite possible that Madame Pomfrey could be busy much of the morning from minor injuries to girls who had stumbled on steps or walked into walls because of him. On the 3rd floor, as Hermione was going into the girls' prefect bathroom, Cho Chang was coming out. She stopped dead when she saw Harry. Harry, she said softly, staring at him. Harry felt himself reddening. Good morning. We were just out running, he said, gesturing toward Hermione, who smiled at Cho and slipped past her into the bathroom. Cho didn't look at Hermione. She said, still gazing at Harry. I'm going upstairs to shower now. We'll leave after breakfast. Okay, she answered, looking a bit glazed over. Harry continued up to the 5th floor, wondering whether it was going to be possible to get her to notice that Victor existed. I hope I'm not getting a big head, he thought. The ceiling in the Great Hall was the same brilliant, cloudless blue they'd seen while running around the Quidditch pitch. When the post owls came, a letter to Hermione from Victor Crumb confirmed that he would meet them at Honeyduke's. After breakfast, Harry looked at Hermione, sitting beside him at the Gryffindor table, and said, "Ready?" She sighed deeply. "As ready as I'll ever be." Ron and Fred looked at each other and nodded for some reason. Harry and Hermione rose and went to the Ravenclaw table. Harry tapped Cho on the shoulder and she turned around, smiling broadly when she saw him. He had put on his nicest black robes with his Prefect badge, under which he wore a black button-down shirt, black trousers, and the black boots he'd worn for gardening, but newly shined and polished. "Are you ready?" He tried to ignore the twitters of the other Ravenclaw girls, the elbow nudges being exchanged as Cho's housemates saw who her date was. "Yes," she said, evidently not one for banter. She took the arm he offered her. It was old-fashioned, but it felt oddly appropriate to him at this moment. They walked to the entrance hall, all eyes following them. As they walked to the village, Harry tried to engage her in conversation, but every topic he introduced resulted in monosyllabic responses that frustrated his attempts. So he tried to walk close enough to Hermione that he could converse with her. Cho seemed to be perfectly happy to walk along, gazing up at him. She came up to his shoulder and listened to them talk, though Harry wasn't convinced she was really listening. He and Hermione had laughed several times at things the other had said, but no laughter was forthcoming from Cho. When they reached the village, they walked up the high street to Honeyduke's. Victor waited outside, kissing Hermione on the cheek when she was close enough. He looked like he'd been aiming for her mouth, but she turned her head and presented him with her cheek at the last second. They bought a few sweets and strolled through the village streets for a while. Harry was growing wearier and wearier of trying to talk to Cho, especially now that Hermione was with Victor. It didn't sound like there was much conversation going on there, either, inasmuch as his English was still heavily accented, and he was having a bit of a problem with British colloquialisms. "I learn English from American television programs," he explained to Hermione. "But you don't have a television," she remembered. "You don't even have electricity. I go to a shop in Sofia that sells televisions and I stand and watch until they tell me to go. They don't like people to stay too long who are not going to buy." That's scintillating conversation, thought Harry, compared to what I've got here. He had thought perhaps of asking her what she'd thought of the Quidditch World Cup the previous summer, but since that was over a year ago and Victor had played in the World Cup, he didn't want to seem like he was gushing over Victor, so couldn't use that topic. He tried to ask her how bad the OWLs really were, but she said, "Oh, they're as bad as you've heard," and would not elaborate. He tried to ask her what one could expect to cover in sixth-year lessons, and she said, "Oh, it's a lot like what you learn in fifth year, only more so." I could have a deeper conversation with a lamppost, Harry thought. When it was close to lunchtime, they went to the Three Broomsticks. It was already crowded with students, but they found a table in the corner. It just happened to be near a table with Ron and Fred Weasley, who seemed determined to pretend that they didn't recognize Harry and Hermione. She and Harry told Victor and Cho that they would get them all some butterbeers and order their food at the bar. While they waited at the bar for Madame Rosmerta to notice them, they glanced over their shoulders at their dates, who didn't seem to be talking up a storm together. "Hermione, are you sure that love potions are illegal? Because I am dying to put something in Cho's and Victor's drinks to speed up this process. I have never been more bored in my life." "Really?" Hermione said, her brow furrowed. "But she's very pretty." "Oh, sod that. You know that's not all I'm looking for. It was last year when you asked her to the Yule Ball." Harry grimaced. "I am obviously never going to live that down, am I?" She smiled merrily. "Not for the next 100 years, anyway." "Oh, it can't be that bad. Surely there's something you two can do together." He didn't take her meaning at first, but as it dawned on him, he exclaimed, "Hermione, how can I go from not even being able to talk to her to kissing her?" "Oh, I don't know. Sometimes I think when people have too much to talk about, it can keep them from kissing." She looked at him very pointedly, and he remembered the moment in the Dursleys' garden when they'd almost kissed, before Sandy had told him that Sirius was coming. He had no answer to this, so he peered over his shoulder at Victor and Cho. Harry thought that it possible that there was something in the world more boring than one of Professor Bin's lessons. A date with Cho Chang. This experience should be bottled and sold as a sleep aid. Meanwhile, he was acutely aware of Ron and Fred at the next table, trying to hear what little conversation was taking place at their table. Once the food arrived, they had the excuse of having full mouths to avoid talking. Harry had never experienced such a quiet meal even at the Dursleys, where he routinely got the silent treatment when he wasn't being given the bellowing treatment. Even Ron and Fred started to seem bored, he thought. When spies get bored, Harry pictured the headline in Which Weekly, by Rita Skeeter, if she were still writing. After they'd finished eating, he decided he couldn't take it anymore. Well, he said briskly, this has been fun, but Hermione and I have a load of homework to do. I also have to put in some hours in the potions dungeon. And didn't you say Professor Vector had given you a ton of arithmancy homework, Hermione? His eyes looked pleadingly at her. Oh, she said suddenly. Yes, so much work. Unbelievable. She nodded vigorously. Victor and Harry paid the bill. Hermione argued with Victor about paying for her, but Cho did not say anything about Harry paying, despite having been the one to ask him out. They rose to go, and as they reached the door, Harry saw out of the corner of his eye that Ron and Fred were also rising to leave. On the walk back to the castle, Harry with Cho and Hermione ahead of them with Victor, Harry decided to stop trying to talk with Cho. But she seemed perfectly happy to just walk arm in arm, enjoying the spectacle of the autumn colors. Ron and Fred skulked about 40 feet behind. Their kiss in the entrance hall made the one on the train platform look like a peck on the cheek. When they separated, Harry thought Hermione was having difficulty standing. Cho went up the stairs toward Ravenclaw, seeing the end of Victor's and Hermione's kiss and giving Harry a hurt look as she left. Victor departed and Hermione gazed out the open castle door, her brow furrowed, pulling at her lower lip with her right hand. Ginny had started to approach Harry and Hermione when Draco Malfoy emerged from the dungeon stairs where Ginny had come from. Ginny, he called, you forgot your mortar and pestle. He handed it to her, and while Harry and Hermione whirled in surprise. Were you both in the potions dungeon? Harry asked suspiciously, just as Fred and Ron entered. Yeah. So? Malfoy said. What were you doing down there? Ron wanted to know. Potions homework, Ginny informed him stiffly. Ron regarded Malfoy through narrowed eyes. And I'm supposed to believe that? Harry felt rather than saw Ron and Fred move to stand, on either side of him, facing Malfoy. Yes, Malfoy said as Harry and the Weasley brothers presented a united front. I do work for my marks, I don't just depend on the goodwill of my head of house. I mean, I believe that Potter and the Mudblood aren't shagging on the Quidditch pitch every morning. Simultaneously, Harry and Ron grabbed Malfoy's arms and pinned him to the stone wall. They both whipped out their wands and pointed them at Malfoy's throat. You stop calling her that, Malfoy, Ron hissed. Malfoy grinned evilly. Ron. Harry. Let go of him, came Ginny's unexpected voice. He's my friend. Your friend? Squealed Harry, Ron and Fred. Hermione is your friend. Harry reminded her. Let go of him, she said firmly. Harry had a sudden vision of her someday being head girl. Alicia Spinnet probably couldn't have mustered as much authority, he thought. They released him and Ginny stood very close to Malfoy. You know I don't like that word, she said to Draco Malfoy, quietly but sternly. For the first time since Harry had known him, Draco Malfoy was abashed. Sorry.
No.
Not to me. To Hermione. Harry tried to suppress a smile. She was so in charge. Malfoy walked to Hermione and looked her in the eye sincerely. I'm sorry I called you that, Granger, and Ginny prompted him. And it won't happen again. Hermione crossed her arms, gazing at him, expressionless. Apology accepted. Excuse me, she said, going up the stairs toward Gryffindor Tower. Harry, Ron and Fred weren't going anywhere until Malfoy left. None of them wanted him to be alone with Ginny again. She turned to him once more. Thank you for my mortar and pestle, Draco. Draco? Harry thought. She's calling him Draco? You're welcome. He smiled at her and Harry was shocked to see that he could actually produce a smile that wouldn't better be described as a smirk or evil grin. Then he looked daggers at Harry and the Weasley brothers before going down another staircase leading to Slytherin House. A moment later, Neville Longbottom emerged from the stairs to the potions dungeon, carefully carrying a glass beaker, steaming and obviously hot, that he handled with dragonhide gloves. He stopped short when he saw Harry, Ron, Fred and Ginny standing in the entrance hall. "What's up?" he asked, cautiously eyeing his potion. It looked like it might have been considering overflowing its container. "Were you in the potions dungeon with Ginny and Malfoy?" Ron wanted to know. "Yeah. We all had stuff to do. Malfoy was dead useful, actually. Helped me finally get this memory-enhancing potion looking right." He continued up the stairs, holding it out carefully in front of him. Fred glared accusingly at Ginny. "Well, why didn't you say you weren't alone with Malfoy?" She was incredulous. "Why didn't I? Am I on trial? Did you bother asking? And what if I had been? Why would that mean that we were doing anything other than potions work? It so happens that he helped me with my potion, too." She frowned challengingly at Harry and her brothers. Harry leaned toward Fred and Ron, whispering, "Why don't you two clear off? Let someone who's not her brother talk to her for a minute." "Yeah." Ron looked like he wasn't convinced that was a good idea, but Fred nodded and motioned for Ron to follow him. He did, peering over his shoulder. Harry and Ginny walked up the stairs slowly. "Sorry about this, Ginny. Ron and Fred spent the day spying on our date, and I had to actually be on the ruddy stupid date. I reckon we're all on edge. So it didn't go well," she said softly. She stopped. "Really? I reckon it's just because I've always thought of him as Draco. It's his father I think of as Malfoy, since he gave you Tom Riddle's diary," Harry finished for her, also stopping. She nodded grimly before starting to move again. "When he's not showing off, when he's not around a lot of people, he can be all right, you know. Actually, he seems a bit lonely these days. Not even many friends among the Slytherins. Some must be his friends. The Quidditch team just voted him to be their new captain." But Harry remembered the new broomsticks they'd all been holding. He didn't have to wonder why they'd voted. For him, perhaps. But think of this. He helped Neville, which you'd probably never expect. And he helped me, and I'm Ron's sister. You know what bad blood there is there. So I am supposed to believe Draco Malfoy's turned over a new leaf? You're supposed to give him the benefit of the doubt. That was the second time today that he called Hermione the M word. That's not helping me give him the benefit of the doubt. I have my theory about that. He stopped. What? She also stopped. I think he might just possibly fancy Hermione a little. So he insults her with the rudest possible name there is? I think he knows she'd never give him the time of day. So he tries to convince himself she's beneath him. Because she's not pure blood. He looked at her levelly. "You're pure blood." She surprised him by blushing. "Don't be ridiculous, Harry. I'm also a Weasley. That would bedant be ridiculous," she repeated. She walked up the stairs ahead of him, moving more quickly this time, and Harry wished he had Moody's magical eye, so he could see her expression. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and/or Instagram.
BL_pudum.
The Top of the Beanstalk, Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent, Chapter 10. The Top of the Beanstalk. It had been more than 2 weeks since the date. Harry was relieved that he didn't have to worry about another on until almost Halloween. In the meantime, he'd been practicing enlarging and shrinking his hands and feet. It was strange to watch and required a lot of concentration. He was still quite slow at it. He had run into Cho Chang a couple of times since the date, but each time she looked the other way. Harry was starting to wonder if he'd blown it. How can we fix up Victor and Cho if she won't go out with me? They had just finished their Wednesday defense against the dark arts lesson. It had been Harry's turn to read his essay on Hamlet. He had been quite nervous about it, but Moody seemed to think he'd done well. Hermione had smiled encouragingly at him, all the while, but she'd read it 3 times, plus 5 earlier drafts. Ron had yet to do his Othello essay. It was written, but he'd refused to show it to Harry and Hermione. "You'll hear it when everyone else does," is all he would say. When they were back in the common room after the lesson, Harry said to Hermione, "I have to talk to you." He walked to the fireplace. Ron started to follow, but Hermione put her hand out to stop him. "He said he wants to talk to me, Ron." Harry looked back and forth between them. Oh, don't worry, Hermione. Ron can hear. It's not well anyway. Come here, both of you. Once they were in the armchairs near the fire, Harry stared at his hands, unable to look at Hermione. I'm afraid I've bollocksed it up with Cho. So we're going to have to come up with a different plan to deal with Victor because I'm a stupid prat. He looked up into her extremely surprised and confused face. Harry, what are you on about? He explained that Cho was giving him the cold shoulder and Hermione asked, when did it start? How often have you met with her since we went out? Did she seem distant when you kissed her at the end of the date? Harry was stunned by the barrage of questions. He stammered. I haven't been with her at all since the date. And we didn't kiss after the date. I shook her hand. What? Hermione cried, making everyone in the common room stare. Hermione cleared her throat. Ginny came to them and sat in the fourth chair. What's going on? Ginny, good, we need another woman's point of view. If you went on a date with Harry, and instead of kissing you when it was over he shook your hand, and then he didn't talk to you for more than a fortnight afterward, what would you think? Ginny looked at Harry, then away. He couldn't help thinking that he would never behave that way toward her. Well, she said softly, I suppose I'd think that he thought I had some sort of disease. Thank you. Hermione was triumphant. What I'd think if you went out with Ginny and did that is that maybe you'd decided you wanted to go on living after all, said Ron in a snarl. Harry scowled. We're getting off track. Hermione sounded irritated. Be the overbearing big brother some other time, Ron. Right now we have to repair the damage Harry's done. She seemed thoughtful for a moment. I can't understand why I never noticed you two didn't kiss. Well, Harry said, clearing his throat, you and Victor were preoccupied. Are you sure you want to break up with Victor Crumb? Ginny said with a smile curling around her lips. Harry thought Hermione might be trying to kill her just by glaring at her. Yes, Hermione said emphatically. I needed to make certain that he doesn't suspect anything yet. But next time, Ron, if you could wait in the entrance hall and look really frantic when we come back, say the headmaster wants to see us immediately, then we could both make a clean getaway and the two of them would be left alone. Ron nodded and saluted. Will do. Harry held in a comment about how eager Ron was to perform this service. I'm sorry I've been such a prat. I really enjoyed our date and I'm looking forward to the next one a great deal. I've never dated before and I was extremely nervous. I kept meaning to talk to you since we went out, but the words I want to say always seem to leave me as soon as I see you. Most of all, I'm afraid that my behavior at the end of the date might have given you the impression that I'm no longer interested in you. Quite the opposite. I know you'll be busy during the next few days getting ready for the Quidditch match with Hufflepuff, but perhaps after you win, as I know you will, we can meet in the stands and pretend we're at the end of our date again and do it properly this time. Again, I hope you'll forgive my stupidity. When I'm around you, my brain doesn't seem to work quite properly. Affectionately, Harry. Do we have to put that bit in about stupidity and me being a prat? Those are your words. Just a minute ago you said, I'm a stupid prat. And the answer is yes, it's endearingly self-effacing. Hermione sounded very official. Harry grimaced. And what does this bit here mean about doing it properly this time? She looked at him with one brow raised. What do you think? She watched his face as he furrowed his brow. Suddenly his eyes went wide and she laughed. There it is. No. Harry, you have to. Hermione, you are having me write to her saying, meet me after the match to do some snogging. She shrugged. So, Harry, this is the plan. Remember? Harry frowned at the parchment and sighed. He thought of her being abducted in Bulgaria, wondering about the lost time, wondering whether she could trust Victor. I reckon I should take this up to Hedwig, he said heavily. Hermione nodded, having won. Good. I'm glad you see it my way. Now I have arithmancy work to do. She took out her books and sat at the same table. Harry rolled up the parchment and turned to leave. Ron went up to the boys' dorm, glancing over his shoulder at Hermione once before ascending the stairs. As he climbed out of the portrait hole with the letter, Harry heard footsteps behind him. It was Ginny. She didn't say anything, and neither did he. They walked silently up to the Ollery. Ginny still said nothing as he grimly tied the note to Hedwig's leg and watched her fly out the window. However, as soon as she was irretrievably gone, Harry was at the window, yelling, "Hedwig! Wait! Come back!" But it was too late. "Oh, Ginny, what have I done?" he cried in anguish. "I don't know anything about dating, let alone a girl who's older than me. I can't do this, I can't." "Harry, don't worry, don't worry." "How can I not worry? She already thinks I'm a rude, insensitive git, and writing her a letter is supposed to fix that? Not to mention I'm gonna have to pretend I want to kiss her, when it's last thing in the world I want to do, other than kissing Snape or Malfoy." "Harry!" Ginny yelled, grabbing his wrists. He felt dazed and tried to focus on her. "Harry," she said again, smiling and looking like she was trying not to laugh. "I've never heard you babble before. It's my new language. Babblish." In spite of himself, Harry cracked a smile and laughed outright. Ginny laughed too, letting go of him and putting her hands up to her mouth. Harry leaned against the wall and, Oh, I've got a stitch in my side," she said, leaning against the wall beside him. Gradually, they both quieted and just stood against the wall beside each other, staring into space. Harry had a sudden vision of grabbing her and spinning her around, as he'd done before, then doing something he hadn't before, bringing his lips to hers. "You know," Ginny said suddenly, at least it seemed sudden to Harry, "you look really nice when you're laughing like that." He turned to her. "You look nice all the time," he said softly, moving his eyes over her thin face, the sprinkling of freckles over her nose, her deep brown eyes, the flaming hair framing her face. Ginny's eyes went very wide and she seemed almost frightened. After a prolonged silence, she said quietly, "Well, Harry, I don't think you have to worry about Cho." She walked toward the door. "I think she knows that almost any girl at Hogwarts would want to be in her shoes." Harry didn't move. Almost. He smiled. Ginny blushed. "You know me. I like to be original. Don't go along with the crowd." He got her meaning, but it made him feel like a hand was crushing his heart. "Well, that would explain you calling Draco Malfoy your friend." He walked past her, toward the door. His voice sounded rather harder than he had meant it to. "Harry," she said in a conciliatory tone. He stopped and spoke with his back to her still, not wanting to look at her. "I don't trust him, Ginny. Remember, because of his father you almost died, and I had to kill a basilisk at the age of 12. He's not his father." "We'll see," was all he trusted himself to say before he left, walking away from her as quickly as he could. So he thought, she's over me, of course. Just as I notice how beautiful she is, what a wonderful person she is. He tried to shake his head, put her out of his mind, but it seemed that the more he tried, the more he thought of her, so that even when he closed his eyes, what he was most likely to see was Ginny Weasley's face. Harry received no answer to his letter to Cho the next morning when the post owls flew into the great hall at breakfast. He glanced at the Ravenclaw table, but neither Cho nor her friends took notice of him. Hermione sat between Harry and Ron, speaking in a low voice, between bites of toast. She informed them, "We need to confront Hagrid about the geese. We've put it off too long. They were going to care of magical creatures after breakfast. What if he doesn't want to tell us?" Ron said. "What if he just refuses?" Hermione shrugged. "We've teased information from him before. Remember Nicholas Flamel?" They finished breakfast and shouldered their bags, leaving the castle and walking down to Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest with the rest of the fifth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. When they arrived, Hagrid was very excited. "One o' the geese has laid the golden egg," he informed them once they'd assembled. "Now, each o' ye look and see whose it is." One by one they picked their way through the fenced-in yard, practically carpeted with large flattened, smelly piles of goose dung. The goose droppings were not made of gold. "Don't drop her," bellowed Hagrid, striding over to Malfoy and seizing the goose.
Yel hurt,
"I'll hurt her?" Malfoy replied, incredulous. Harry had to admit he looked a lot worse off than the goose. Malfoy never seemed to do well in care of magical creatures. Harry strongly suspected that he regarded it with the same distaste with which Harry regarded potions. His robes and shoes were probably completely ruined. Irritated, Hermione picked her way through the goose dung. She waved her wand casually at Malfoy's robes and shoes, saying "Purgario" in a bored voice. "Honestly, doesn't anyone around here know a simple cleaning charm?" Malfoy's clothing was pristine once more. Thanks, Granger, Malfoy said awkwardly. He'd managed to be fairly civil to Hermione since the Hogsmeade date, and Harry had wondered about Ginny's theory concerning why Malfoy often seemed to go out of his way to insult Hermione. Now in her debt, he seemed more ill at ease than when he'd been covered with goose droppings. Right? Hagrid bellowed, picking up the gold egg. And as the winner, ye get a gift certificate fare, a free lunch at the 3 Broomsticks, not including butterbeer, Hagrid told him, handing him a piece of parchment with the 3 Broomsticks logo prominently displayed at the top. What? Malfoy sputtered. That egg's got to be worth more than a bloody lunch. It was the luck of the draw, Malfoy. Be grateful fare what ye got. Now, you lot, clean up this yard, feed your geese, and ye can go early. Next we'll be starting in on 2 creatures which each have to do with your houses. We'll do one in honor of Slytherin first, then Gryffindor. I reckon, Harry said. But how is the lion going to be magical? I mean, I've read a good bit of the book Sirius gave me about snakes and magic, and I can see the point of that, though all of the spells I've seen so far seem like borderline dark magic. But a lion? Harry was especially curious about this since he'd decided to choose a lion for his Animagus transformation, while the others were cleaning the yard and caring for the geese, who were busily trying to cover the ground with goose droppings again. Harry, Ron, and Hermione cornered Hagrid. So, Hermione began in a low voice, "Where'd you get the goose that laid the golden egg, Hagrid?" He was shifty-eyed. "On me summer travels. Get anything else? A harp? Some magic beans, perhaps?" Hermione went on fishing. Hagrid smiled. "You've worked it all out, have ye, Hermione?" She blushed and looked down. "Well, you 3 stay when the others are done before your next lesson. There's someone I've been meaning fair yet to meet." He disappeared around the back of his hut, and they returned to the yard to help with the cleaning. When the Slytherins and other Gryffindors left to have some free time before herbology, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stayed behind with Hagrid. He took them around behind his hut and told them to leave their bags there before going into the Forbidden Forest. This wasn't the first time Harry and Ron had been in the forest. They'd had a harrowing encounter with Aragog, a giant spider who was friends with Hagrid, though he was still planning to eat them until they were rescued by Ron's father's magic car, which had gone into the forest and become wild. Harry had also been in the forest once with Hermione and Neville Longbottom and Draco Malfoy when they'd had detention during their first year. Harry never looked forward to going into the forest. He felt it was forbidden for many excellent reasons. Hagrid walked ahead of them with his boarhound, Fong, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed, wands out. They walked far enough into the forest that when Harry glanced behind him, he had trouble seeing the castle through the trees. Looking ahead, he wondered where Hagrid could be taking them. Since they were going into the forest with a teacher, they couldn't get into trouble for breaking the rule against going into the forest, but they could get into trouble by running into some of the more unpleasant residents of the forest. Finally, Hagrid stopped. "Here we are. Ye can finally meet her." Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared around at the trees. Her? Her who? Hermione, shaking, put her left hand on Harry's right arm and her right hand, still holding her wand, on Ron's left arm. "Look up," she whispered. Harry and Ron tipped their heads back as Hermione was doing and realized that what they had thought were 2 very sturdy, large trees were actually a person's legs swathed in a rough brown material serving as a kind of hosiery. The legs disappeared into a greenish knee-length dress. The hem was about 7 feet off the ground, and the head of the person in front of them had to be a good 20 feet off the ground. Oddly, when he gazed up into her face, Harry saw what Hagrid had looked like as a child. He'd seen a photo, without his whiskers, but with longer hair and a slight feminine softening of the features, now rather wrinkled and lined. "Meet me, Mum. Fridwulfa," he declared gleefully, waving his large hands. Standing about 10 feet tall, Harry had always thought that Hagrid was big, but now, meeting his full giant mother, Harry thought of big in a whole new light. "Mum, meet." "Oh," his mother cried, hurting their ears. Hagrid shushed her, so she whispered after that. Whispering for her was louder than shouting, for most people. "You must be the little girl my Rubius said worked it all out. Dead clever. He says you are." She reached out and picked Hermione up around her middle, making her scream shrilly, with a pitch and longevity that Harry had never heard from her before. He was afraid that rather than being just Dead clever Hermione would simply wind up dead. You put her down. Ron screamed hoarsely, brandishing his wand at her. Ill, but Ron seemed to be at a loss for the right hex to put on someone holding a human being 15 feet in the air. He didn't want her to drop Hermione. Oh, she said again, softly for her. Sorry. She set Hermione down again slightly in front of Harry and Ron. She sagged and Ron picked her up quickly, scooping one arm beneath her knees and the other around her back, cradling her. Harry was surprised. He made it seem so easy. Ron usually looked rather lacking in muscles. Hermione pillowed her head on his chest, shell-shocked and as if she were on the verge of gibbering. Don't do that again. Ron bellowed at Hagrid's mother, holding Hermione closely. She frowned, which worried Harry, as he felt her behavior to be a bit unpredictable. He remembered Ron telling him at the Yule Ball that giants were vicious. They just like to kill. He thought a little diplomacy couldn't hurt. What he meant was, it's polite to ask someone first if they want to be picked up. Oi, look at you. I bet I know who you are. Here came her hand again. Harry braced himself, his eyes closed, but nothing happened. He opened them again and looked up. She leaned over, her hand poised to pick up Harry. May I? She asked politely. Harry was unsure whether she was mocking him. He nodded and steeled himself for being tightly squeezed around the middle. But she was quite gentle with him. She had him straddle her index finger like a broomstick, holding onto her thumb to keep his balance. Those eyes that scar you must be Harry Potter. He tried to smile while simultaneously working to keep his balance and not spew his breakfast all over her hand. I must be, he trailed off feebly. Rubius has told me so much about you. Harry had experienced slightly gushy responses before from people in the magical world who knew who he was, but never from anyone quite so intimidating as Hagrid's mother. She was mighty impressed. Mum was, when I told her what good friends we is, said Hagrid. He said, trying to keep his voice even, if it's all the same to you, I think I'd like to go back down. He swallowed a mouthful of stomach acid. All right, dear. Ere ye go. She lowered him gently to the ground again. Hermione had convinced Ron that she could stand again, but she was white as a ghost. All signs of her summer tan were gone. I'm all right, he said softly. It's okay. He saw Ron's face and swiftly took her arms from around him and looked her in the eye. Get a grip, he whispered. She started to smile. You should talk. Your face is green. He swallowed again. I was starting to relive my bacon and eggs from breakfast. Hagrid said, Mum has convinced about Alpha the British expatriate giants to come over to our side. The goose was a goodwill gesture from their leader in exile. Hermione seemed pleased at having guessed correctly on this. But Harry was concerned about something else. Only half? What about the rest? Oh well, Hagrid's mother hesitated. The rest of the expats are still a bit upset about their exile. But I don't think they want to support you-know-who. They just want to stay in the mountains of Georgia and Ukraine and not be bothered with what's happening in the rest of the world. Well, most of them anyway. And do the others want to support Voldemort? Harry wondered. Mum's going to stay airfare a while. Dumbledore reckoned the forest at Hogwarts to be a pretty safe place for her. Plus some friends of Airs'll be showing up soon. Ron said, how many friends? Oh, she said thoughtfully, 6 or 7. Harry, Ron and Hermione stared at each other with alarmed expressions. 6 or 7 giants would be living on the grounds of Hogwarts. That sounded like possibly more trouble than Hagrid trying to raise a dragon in his one-room wooden hut. Well, Harry said, checking his watch, it was nice to meet you, but we'd better be getting to our next lesson. I'm sure we'll see you again. All right, you run along and be a good girl and boys. Listen to your teachers. Harry, I will meet you in the stands after the match. Ron sat between Harry and Hermione, reading over Harry's arm. Not exactly a mushy-gushy love note. Is it? Ron said. Why would it be? He's been beastly to her. That was supposed to be the latter part of the plan, Hermione informed him, a little snidely. Yeah, I screwed up. Are we done with the Harry bashing? Just make sure you two have a good snog, Ron told him. And then tell me all about it. Harry and Hermione punched him on his right and left arms at the same time. Oi. Ow. Just kidding. A gentleman doesn't kiss and tell. Hermione began, but Ron interrupted her. Well, since this is Harry we're talking about, I thought he yelled as they punched his arms again. Harry sprinted up the stairs, catching up with Hermione easily. Hermione, I have to talk to you. She turned with a surprised look. Oh, well, let's go in here, she said, leading him into the charms classroom. Harry paced, unsure of how to start. After a few minutes, Hermione was growing impatient. Is there something you actually want to talk about, Harry? Or was I just supposed to watch you pace all morning? He finally stopped and faced her. I can't go through with it. This afternoon. I can't. I have no idea what I'm doing. It'll just be worse than before. She'll think I'm a complete idiot. Hermione smiled at him. Brilliant, he thought. She thinks this is funny. Oh, Harry, you're just nervous. Here. I'll show you everything you need to know. Hermione stood a mere inch away from him. Harry could feel the warmth of her body. She wore a very form-fitting blue jumper and jeans. Taking his left hand, she moved it to the small of her back, making him think this was a dance lesson, before putting his right hand behind her neck. Sliding her hands around his neck, she said, now you want to tilt your head a little to the right, or if she's already tilting to the left, do it to the left. You don't want colliding noses. Don't press too hard at first. You're not trying to put a wax seal on a letter. It's a kiss. If it seems like she's fine with all that, you can carefully and slowly open your mouth. Harry's mind was reeling, and the rest of what she was saying was just rushing wind and noise. Was she really talking about tongues? He wondered for a moment. His mind spun. He was only vaguely aware that he was still holding her. It was quiet again, and she stared at him. Harry, have you been listening to me? He nodded dumbly, hoping she wouldn't quiz him on what she'd said. All right. Kiss me. He goggled at her. Excuse me? Kiss me. Teacher right now so I can kiss another girl. She moved her hands to his ears, tracing them dreamily while they continued to kiss. The tickling sensation electrified all of Harry's senses, and he clutched her even more tightly. One of her hands found the hem of his shirt. She wormed her hand beneath it and slid it between his shirt and his skin, making him gasp against her mouth. Then he lost her mouth and felt bereft. But she clamped it on his neck, producing new amazing sensations with her lips and tongue. He captured her mouth again with his, trying to get up the courage to move the hand under the back of her jumper to the front. When a sudden whoosh of cold air entered the room and a familiar voice started crying, students snogging in the charms classroom. Snogging in charms. The arrival of Peeves, the poltergeist, was like 20 cold showers to Harry. He separated himself from Hermione, trying to catch his breath. She glared at Peeves like she would kill him, if she could. She pulled out her wand from a long, thin pocket in her jeans, below the knee, pointed it at Peeves and said sternly, Anima tua. Anima mea. Peeves froze in the air where he'd been hovering over Professor Flitwick's desk. She said to Peeves, you didn't see anything. You were on your way to the Great Hall. You asked us whether we'd seen nearly headless Nick, and we said no. Understand? He nodded. I understand, he said in a monotone Harry had never heard him produce before. Usually he was incapable of not sounding like he was singing mockingly. Hermione pointed her wand at him again and cried, Anima tua. Peeves seemed to wake up and shake himself. Are you sure? He started to say. We haven't seen nearly headless Nick, Harry said. Peeves went whipping out of the room. Harry gawped at Hermione. Where did you learn that? That was amazing. He hoped she realized that he meant the incantation to control Peeves, although he thought what they'd been doing before that had been amazing, too. Harry gazed at her, more impressed than ever. She was becoming a very powerful witch, he realized. The desire to kiss her again was almost overwhelming, but she had moved to the door of the classroom. Well, you'll be fine later, I'm sure, she said, losing a little of her composure for a moment. You'd better get down to the Quidditch pitch for practice, since you're the captain. No, thought Harry. I want to hold you again. When he went out into the corridor, she was gone. He went back down the stairs to the entrance hall and into the brisk autumn sunshine. But for the rest of the morning, in his mind, he was back in the charms classroom holding her in his arms. After Quidditch practice, it would have been time for lunch in the Great Hall, but Hermione had a surprise for the team. She showed up on the pitch with levitating picnic baskets so they could eat outdoors together. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan had helped as well. "Well, you know the house elves," she said to Fred and George as they chewed their sandwiches. "Can't wait to give food away." "Given up on spew?" Ron asked. "I've decided to take a different long-term approach. Any enslaved group must want to be liberated. I've already talked to Professor Dumbledore about a plan of mine, and he's on board with it. He would like the elves to want to be free as much as I do." Ron seemed dubious about any plan to propagandize the house elves, but didn't say anything. Harry couldn't take his eyes off Hermione during the picnic. He thought it was possible that Ron and Ginny had noticed, but he was beyond caring. The important thing was that Hermione didn't notice. She seemed to be studiously ignoring him, chatting up everyone there except him, as if he were less than a ghost. Harry technically watched the match, but he really was seeing it through a fog. He sat between Ron and Fred. George and Angelina were on the other side of Fred, and Hermione sat in front of him with Ginny, Parvati, and Lavender. Colin Creevey was taking pictures of all the Gryffindors again. Harry had a feeling that he would turn out looking rather surly in these photos. Team before he died. No, Harry told himself sternly. I will not think of Cedric right now. He stood and clapped with the rest of the Ravenclaw supporters. The Gryffindors were supporting Ravenclaw on this day on his behalf, he knew, since they now thought of Cho as his girlfriend, the ones who didn't know about the plan to fix her up with Victor Krum. He still had his Gryffindor Quidditch robes with him from the morning's practice, as well as his firebolt. One by one, the other people in the stands left, and Cho managed to separate herself from the ecstatic Ravenclaws and climb the steps to where Harry was sitting, waiting for her. She sat down beside him, still glowing from the match. The wind stirred her hair and she smiled at him. She really does look pretty, he thought. But she's not Hermione. Hi, he said. He knew that being a person of few words wasn't a problem for her. She'd hardly spoken at all during their date. Hi, she said. She edged closer to him. She still wore her blue Quidditch robes. Good match, he said, smiling at her. She still smiled back. You said something in your note about pretending it's the end of our date. Harry goggled. Not only was this the longest sentence he'd heard her utter, but she was getting right to the point. Well, he hesitated. First, I hope you've forgiven me. She smiled even more broadly. Apology accepted. She leaned toward him, and he tried to remember everything that Hermione had said. But instead wound up thinking about kissing Hermione again. Her lips were pressing against his, so he decided to just surrender. He closed his eyes and kissed her back, daring after a moment to open his mouth slightly. She responded enthusiastically, sliding her arms around him and also opening her mouth. Harry tried to imagine that she was Hermione, but though it was nice, it just wasn't the same. In fact, he was becoming rather bored. He opened his eyes, glancing over her shoulder, still kissing her, and noticed a red Gryffindor Quidditch robe someone from the team had left in the stands. He raised his eyes to the sky and saw that Ginny Weasley was flying back to the Quidditch stands. She didn't have a robe with her. It must be hers on the seats. Then Harry realized that she'd seen them, and the expression on her face made his heart stop. He pushed Cho away from him as Ginny, stricken-looking, turned her broomstick sharply and sped up to the astronomy tower. And she'd as much as told him that she was over him. She must have been trying to convince herself. He looked back at Cho, who was none too pleased. Sorry, he said breathlessly. Gotta run. Just remembered something I forgot, he finished feebly. He grabbed his and Ginny's robes and leapt onto his firebolt, speeding up to the astronomy tower after Ginny. He was sick at heart that she'd seen him kissing Cho, though he knew that Ginny knew about the plan. When he landed, Ginny was no longer on the top of the tower. Harry ran down the steps, clutching the robes and his firebolt, wishing he dared ride it inside the castle to reach Gryffindor Tower more quickly. When he finally stumbled in the portrait hole, only Dennis Creevey was in the common room. Everyone else was probably outside enjoying the beautiful autumn day. Where had Ginny gone? Dennis, have you seen Ginny Weasley? He panted, glancing around frantically as if it were possible for her to blend in with the upholstery with her flaming hair. He looked up from his reading, surprised. Funny you should ask. She came tearing in here a minute ago, then went tearing out again. Did she say where she was going? No, but she had her cauldron and mortar and pestle with her. The potions dungeon, thought Harry. That would require some delicacy, in case she wasn't alone. Without saying anything else to Dennis, he bolted up the staircase to the boys' dorms, threw his and Ginny's Quidditch robes and his broom on his bed and grabbed his invisibility cloak from his trunk, stuffing it under his shirt. He bolted down the staircase again and practically leapt out the portrait hole while Dennis yelled after him, "You're welcome." He tried to slow down in the passage outside the potions dungeon, to catch his breath, so he wouldn't be heard. Luckily, the door to the room was open. Harry crept in and went to the front of the room, since Ginny was working in the back, near the door to the corridor. He didn't want her to hear him breathing slightly hard from the running. Fortunately, she was actually making quite a racket, the fire under her cauldron crackling away while she crushed beetles with. It was Draco Malfoy. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and/or Instagram.
BL_pudum.
The Potions Dungeon. Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 11. The Potions Dungeon. Malfoy saw that Ginny was in distress and immediately strode over to her, dropping his potions equipment on the floor noisily. "What's wrong?" he demanded, but not in his usual imperious way. Them apart, but he managed to restrain himself. Malfoy held her until she cried herself out, as her breathing returned to normal and she let out a great, tired sigh. He kissed her on the forehead and held her at arm's length. "Feeling better?" he said quietly. She hastily separated herself from him and smoothed down her clothes, clearly embarrassed. She wiped her eyes and said shakily, "I have a lot of work to do." Malfoy looked as Harry had never seen him, genuinely concerned and caring. "What happened?" he asked. "Tu saw Harry."
Harry kissing cho Chang.
"In the Quidditch stands," she said brokenly. Then in a rush, "And even though I know that he doesn't really care about her, even though I know he and Hermione are just trying to fix her up with Victor Crumb so Hermione can be rid of him, that doesn't mean she seemed like she might break down again. That doesn't mean he has to look like he's enjoying it so much." "Enjoying it?" Harry thought. "Hardly." Malfoy nodded. "Ah, this is about Potter." "Harry," she corrected him. "Okay, Harry." Even to Harry's ears, it sounded unnatural for Malfoy to call him this. He could tell it felt extremely unnatural to Malfoy. "And did you say he and Granger are trying to fix up Crumb and Cho Chang?" "Oh." Ginny was distressed for yet another reason. "I shouldn't have said anything, didn't tell anyone I said that. Please, it's all right, he said, trying to calm her. "I won't say a word." Harry thought, yeah, right. So what, Potter and Granger will be free to be together, then? "Well, good riddance to him, I say," was Malfoy's hard reply. Ginny seemed like she was about to argue, but he went on, "Look, he's not worth getting so upset about. How could he be? He ignored you for 3 years. How could he know how you felt about him all that time and not care? How could he not see you?" He ended softly, lifting her chin and kissing her on the lips briefly, softly. Harry was going mad, dying to spring across the room, throw off the cloak, but again not daring to. Mostly he didn't because he hated the fact that Malfoy was right. He deserved for Ginny to forget about him and move on. He didn't deserve for her to go on mooning over him. She didn't deserve for him to go on taking her for granted. Somehow he managed to forget that he had spent much of the day thinking about kissing Hermione. Ginny ducked her head and said softly, "You're supposed to be tutoring me in potions." To Harry's relief, she didn't throw her arms around Malfoy and enthusiastically return the kiss. The tentative delicacy of that kiss had surprised Harry. "Right?" Malfoy said reluctantly, turning to retrieve his potions supplies. "Good afternoon, Miss Weasley, Mr. Malfoy," he said stiffly. "I didn't expect to find any students down here." He seemed nervous, as if he were up to something he shouldn't be. Why would he look like that entering his own classroom? Harry wondered. "Draco's tutoring me, Professor. He's been very helpful," Ginny volunteered. "Tutoring, Miss Weasley? You're at the top of your year." Harry felt his jaw drop from shock. He could see surprise on Malfoy's face as well. "I thought it couldn't hurt to get a start on the OWLS. I'll be in 5th year before I know it." "Highly commendable," And, Gryffindor and Slytherin cooperation has happened before. Carry on, he said, looking at them kindly. Harry was shocked. He'd never known Snape to be nice to a Gryffindor student. But if Ginny was at the top of her year, she would command a certain respect even from him. Hermione didn't, but Ginny obviously wasn't as obvious as Hermione was when it came to her marks. Harry had had no idea that Ginny was the best student in her year, and he thought that most people were also ignorant of this. Snape headed toward the door to his office, and Harry decided to follow him in if he could. He unlocked the door and walked to his desk, leaving the door open. Harry slipped in, relieved, but then Snape waved his wand at the door to close and lock it. Panicking, Harry. He was stuck in Snape's office until he opened the door again. He hoped Snape didn't have a way to detect the presence of people wearing invisibility cloaks. Snape pointed his wand at the fireplace, lighting it, and settled heavily in a wing chair by the hearth. Harry almost cried out and gave himself away when Sirius's face appeared in the flames half a minute later. "Hello, Snape," was Sirius's cautious greeting. "Black," was Snape's even briefer reply. Sirius grimaced. "If we're going to be doing this, perhaps we should try Severus and Sirius," Harry's godfather suggested. "That's better." "So, Severus, how soon will the polyjuice potion be ready?" "For weeks, technically. But I won't be able to get their hairs for another 2 weeks after that, at the Quidditch match the first." And Snape were going to use polyjuice potion? Who were they planning to impersonate? He wondered. Christmas? Sirius was concerned. "I just hope that's not too late. Death Eater activity has been spotted around Ottery St. Catchpole in just the last few days." Ottery St. Catchpole. Harry thought. Oh God, he thought, if anything happens to the Weasleys. What? Snape was impatient. "I think we have a weak link. Percy Weasley." Snape sat up. "How so?" "Many people find it difficult or impossible to resist Imperius," Snape said quietly, looking uncomfortable and making Harry wonder. "Yes, but Percy just reminds Albus uncomfortably of another former head boy who was so brilliant and so ambitious. He thinks Percy Weasley is another Tom Riddle?" Snape asked. "And I think he's easily manipulated and ambitious. He could be ripe for recruitment to the Death Eaters, if someone offers him the kind of power he craves." Now, Black. Snape seemed to have given up on calling Sirius by his first name. His brother was also a top student and head boy. "Do you think he's about to become a Death Eater, too?" "Bill's not a sycophant," Sirius told him. Harry remembered what Hermione had said to Ron outside the potions dungeon. Percy's been bothering other department heads at the Ministry ever since he was transferred to Arthur's department, trying to get a job elsewhere. There's obviously no opportunity for advancement in his own father's department, not without displacing Arthur. "I've heard rumors that Percy Weasley's goal is to be the youngest ever Minister of Magic. That doesn't mean he would betray his family and become dark." "No, it doesn't. But it does mean he could be targeted for recruitment, and even if he resists, that means trouble. So now we have to find out about both him and Harry when we use the polyjuice potion." "Find out what about me?" Harry thought. "I find it hard to believe that Voldemort would be having such a change of heart concerning Potter," Snape said. "But Percy and Harry are exactly the sort of wizards that Voldemort always targeted for recruitment." Harry remembered the tarot reading he'd been trying to put out of his mind. So Sirius was also worried about Voldemort recruiting him. He's seen now how powerful Harry is. Harry dueled with Voldemort and walked away. The only other living wizard who's done that is Dumbledore. Voldemort always wanted the best and the brightest. Very few Death Eaters, I'd say Peter Pettigrew is the exception, weren't outstanding students in school. That's one of the reasons he went after Lily and James. Well, that and the prophecy. Once he'd worked out who 2 of the 3 people in the prophecy were, he tried to recruit their parents to raise their children to be his servants, so his potential enemies would be under his control. But the Potters didn't cooperate as the Malfoys did. What? Harry thought. I'm in some prophecy, and so is Malfoy? Speaking of which, Sirius said, we never did work out who was going to be who when we take the potion. I thought I would be him and you could be her. Not so fast, Black. I am the one going to all this trouble to make the potion, and getting their hairs for the final touch. Plus, I need to be him because I have the dark mark. She is not a Death Eater. When Voldemort summons the Death Eaters, A mark that is only appearance, as yours would be, would not behave the same as the real thing. And you will have to make certain that he does not go to Voldemort when summoned. True. If two of him showed up, that would ruin everything. All right. I just hope they're not planning to recruit Draco already. I mean, he's only what? 15? He's a few weeks older than Harry. They can't want someone so young. Can they? I mean, Harry is one thing, he's Harry Potter. Quiet. Even as we speak, Draco Malfoy is here in the potions dungeon, working with the Weasley girl. What? Sirius cried, not heeding Snape's suggestion that he be quiet. Is it possible that his father is already grooming him? Do you think Lucius put him up to it? The Malfoys, Harry realized. They're going to use the polyjuice potion to impersonate the Malfoys. Snape rose and went to his office door. Harry pressed himself into the bookcase to prevent Snape coming in contact with him and detecting his presence. Snape lifted the black curtain over the small window at the top of the office door. He smirked and walking back to the chair by the hearth, saying to Sirius, I think his hormones put him up to it. Sirius didn't say anything and Snape sat again, staring into space as if in a daze. She looked strangely like Lily, he said quietly, as if he forgot he was having a conversation with someone. Now, Severus, she's a student, Sirius chided him with a smirk. Snape rounded on him, furious. How dare you? She's only 14. I would never. It took Harry a minute to make sense of all this. Snape had been talking about Ginny looking like his mother, and Sirius was talking about the entire Marauder gang being in love with his mother Sirius, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, also known as Wormtail, and his father, James Potter. But who was this Slytherin boyfriend? He wondered. Suddenly, with a shock, he knew. That was the Gryffindor-Slytherin cooperation Snape was talking about. It wasn't you, Sirius went on. It wasn't personal. I think we all thought if she was going to go with anyone, it would be one of us. So that's why you pushed her away? Made her feel excluded? Why do you think she turned to me? We were protecting her, you know that. James and Peter and I were learning to become Animagi so we could accompany Remus when he changed. We didn't want Lily to get hurt. Plus you know how she was. So by the book. She would have tried to talk us out of doing it. She would have told us it was wrong. It was wrong. Just as it was wrong not to tell her. Why are you complaining? She became your girlfriend because of it. Yes, but it was also because of you that she left me. Because of me? You were the one snooping around trying to find out what was going on every month during the full moon. Didn't you ever wonder why I had such a need to know? It was Lily. She came to me in tears, wanted me to find out what was going on. She felt her friends didn't trust her, didn't want to confide in her. You cut her off and didn't expect her to react? She wasn't made of stone, you know. Snape sounded more human than Harry had ever heard him. Listening, he found himself taking Snape's side, unexpectedly. When he was in third year and found out about the Marauders, it had never occurred to Harry to wonder where his mother was during all this, since he knew she'd been friends with all of them as well. And then you thought it would be so funny to get me killed by Lupin, Sirius grimaced. I said I'm sorry about that. But James saved you, so I lost Lily. Is that why? How did that work exactly? You almost died, so she didn't want to be with you anymore? I don't want to go into it now. Evidently, she had only been with me because Potter had been unable to say how he felt. He got over that and told her, and she left me for him. End of story. But Harry somehow got the impression there was just a little more to the story than that. I'm sorry to bring up the past. Severus, Sirius said quietly, sounding genuinely sorry. Losing Liliet must have devastated you. It's not the past, Snape replied briskly, annoyed. It's very much the present. It was after Lily that too was recruited. Without her, I didn't see any reason why not. When I learned about the prophecy about Lily and Potter being targeted, I became a ministry spy. But it was too late. I couldn't save her. Harry noticed that he didn't seem concerned about not saving his father. The work I do now I do in honor of her memory. Why else do you think I would put up with you, Black? Snape finished with a snarl that nonetheless seemed to have a slight smirk behind it. Maybe they're actually becoming friends, Harry thought. That would be strange. Sirius laughed. But why, he asked Snape, do you give Harry such a hard time? A hard time? Is that what he tells you? Someone has to do something other than coddle him like McGonagall and Flitwick. is to make him strong. To make him angry enough to want to do well just to show me. Harry was surprised, even more so that it had worked. Lily wouldn't have wanted me to be soft on him. You said yourself that he stood up to Voldemort. I understand he withstood the Imperious Curse and experienced Cruciatus twice. I also understand that he used the disarming charm he learned from me in dueling club several years ago. Sirius smirked again. You almost sound like you're taking a fatherly pride in Harry Severus. Snape sneered this away. Potter would never give me credit for teaching him anything useful or even for saving his life, which I've done more than once. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Snape hissed at Sirius to leave, and Sirius's head disappeared from the fire almost instantaneously. Snape pointed his wand at the door saying, Alohomora. It leapt open. Malfoy stood in the doorway. Sorry to disturb you, Professor. I didn't bring all of my supplies and we're running low on ladybugs for this potion. I don't suppose I could borrow some? I'll replace them immediately. It's just that we have to add them in the next 2 minutes. Snape waved at the shelves of jars beside the door. Take them, he said distractedly, moving his eyes to the doorway to look at Ginny, working in the classroom still. Harry took this opportunity to slip out the door. Ginny was bent over her potions book, frowning, while the cauldron bubbled. He wondered what he should do about her and Malfoy. Ron would want to know, and George and Fred. On the other hand, if they killed Malfoy, they'd all wind up in Azkaban. Well, he thought maybe we just need to wait to see what happens to the Malfoys. If they go to Azkaban, and it's partly because Lucius Malfoy was going after Ginny's family, they're not going to be friends for long. Finally, after agonizing over what to do and watching Malfoy return with the ladybugs, Harry decided that they probably wouldn't be kissing again with Snape in his office. Harry crept to the door to leave. He would just have to wait and see. Hermione avoided Harry during the rest of the day and wouldn't even look at him at dinner. She went up to her room right afterward instead of lounging about the common room or going to the library. On Sunday morning, Harry hoped to talk with her about what had happened in the charms classroom. But when he arrived in the common room to meet her for their morning run, Ginny was there. Harry stopped short, surprised. A moment later, Hermione descended the stairs, in her usual running clothes, carrying a hooded fleece jacket, since it was growing colder. Ginny also seemed to be dressed for running, in a sleeveless form-fitting rib top and very clingy footless tights. She also carried a hooded jacket and her red hair was corralled in a bun. Harry didn't speak, waiting for one of them to say something. He felt just as awkward about seeing Ginny as Hermione, but she didn't seem to be the least bit awkward. Upon reflection, he realized that she didn't know that he'd been in the potions dungeon and heard everything she'd said to Malfoy. Ginny asked to come today, Hermione offered as a brief explanation. Well, Hermione said to Ginny we'd better warm up. She began to show Ginny the stretching exercises they were accustomed to doing, and Harry couldn't refrain from glancing surreptitiously at the two of them. They both looked spectacular. He'd grown so accustomed to seeing Hermione, day in and day out, that he realized he hadn't really seen her. Having been kissing her the day before, he very much wanted to stare at her now, memorize her. She had definitely acquired a classic hourglass figure, and Hend Malfoy had already noted how aesthetically pleasing the view of her walking away was. Ginny, on the other hand, was about 4 inches taller than Hermione, willowy and lithe, her long legs emphasized by the stripe down the outside of her tights. Her curves were slighter than Hermione's but undeniable. Her top seemed to be cut rather low. Harry tried not to seem like he was staring while he did his own stretches. Something about her exposed neck was attracting his attention. He realized he just wasn't used to seeing it. Seemed very long. Are they doing this to torture me? He wondered as he followed them out the portrait hole. No, he assumed it was just Hermione trying to avoid being alone with him. But it was torture just the same, walking down the stairs behind them, then down to the Quidditch pitch. Next thing you know, Ginny'll be asking Malfoy to run with us, Harry thought. Like, I need to see what he would wear to go running. Ginny kept up with them rather well but felt winded about 2/3 of the way through their usual workout. She sat on the grass to watch them finish, after which they walked back up to the castle to do their warm-down exercises in the entrance hall so they could take off their jackets to do the stretching and sit-ups. Harry held Ginny's ankles while she did her sit-ups and Hermione stretched. Suddenly, Malfoy appeared at the top of the dungeon stairs, stopping abruptly when he saw Ginny, Harry, and Hermione, smirking at all three of them. But his glance at Ginny also seemed to reveal some concern. "Didn't think you'd go in for a ménage à trois, Potter," he drawled. Despite his mocking tone, Harry could see where his eyes were straying. The neckline of Ginny's top, the long stripe down the side of her tights. Then he turned his attention to Hermione. "Granger, I'm glad you're here this morning. It reminded me that I'd like to have lamb for dinner." Hermione was perplexed. "Lamb? Yeah, rack of." He looked pointedly at her running bra. Grinning broadly, he turned and went into the great hall. Hermione colored and glanced down at her chest before putting her jacket back on and mumbling that she needed a shower, though she hadn't finished the warm-down. Ginny, on the other hand, was glaring at Hermione in a less than friendly way. First they were cross with each other because of me, and now it's because of Malfoy, thought Harry. There's a disgusting development. It seemed that Hermione was doing her best to assure that she was never alone with Harry. During the rest of the day, she went to great lengths to assure that she was never alone and therefore not open to being preyed upon by him. He felt like he'd been labeled as some kind of stalker, and wondered if this was how Sirius had felt when he'd first broken out of prison. It had been Hermione who had insisted on tutoring him for his meeting with Cho. He thought, feeling the injustice of it. Finally, she had no choice but to be alone with him. Since the Sunday night prefect's meeting was running late, Alicia suggested to Roger that they continue without the fifth-year prefects, and instead send them back to their houses to check on the first and second years and make sure everything was under control. Alicia was very much a control freak, Harry decided. She seemed to assume that every time there was a prefects meeting, the other students were taking the opportunity to have wild parties. And yet he remembered that she had been quite the party girl on Hermione's birthday. So he and Hermione were walking up to Gryffindor Tower alone. When they reached the Charms corridor, he pulled her into the classroom again, where they'd been the day before, and without preamble, he pulled her to him and gazed down at her. Moonlight streamed in the windows, silvering her brow and cheeks. He wished he could see the expression in her eyes better as he leaned down slowly and pressed his lips to hers. He wanted to move slowly so that if she really wanted to, she would have plenty of time to pull back. Her trembling fingers went from his face to his arms, to the clasp of his robes, which were now gone, now to the buttons of his shirt, to his chest, roaming over his sensitive skin. The changed torso she'd first noticed the morning after she'd arrived on Privet Drive, and he found her sitting on his bed. It suddenly occurred to him to wonder how long she'd sat there that morning, watching him sleep. "Hermione," he breathed softly. "Hermione, why were you avoiding me all day?" His voice was still a whisper. She brought her head up, no longer in contact with him. She was crying. Crying? Why? Without warning, she broke from him and ran for the door of the classroom, crying harder. But Harry was too fast for her, reaching out and grabbing her wrist. "Hermione," he said more loudly. She shushed him. "Harry," she said in a thick voice, through her tears. "We can't do this. It's too dangerous. Until the whole Victor and Cho thing is over, we can't risk it. If anyone caught us together, we can be discreet," he said, pulling her into his arms again. She raised her tear-streaked face to him in the moonlight. "No, we can't. I can't. I have no self-control when I'm alone with you. You want this too much, and you always have to be in control, don't you?" She pushed him away angrily. "Don't make fun of me. But yes, I need to be in control of myself, and you make me feel anything but." His chest felt tight upon hearing this. "I make her feel out of control," he thought. "I do that." He was happier than he ever remembered being. "I need your help in this, Harry," she said softly. "If you don't help me," "Of course," he said quickly. "Of course." She separated herself from him again but did not run. They stood not touching, a mere 3 or 4 inches apart. To Harry it felt like a gulf, a mile wide. "And sometimes," she said, "maybe sometimes we can." Harry nodded, unable to speak. In case he said other things besides "of course I'll stay away from you," "of course I'll refrain from kissing you, touching you." He slowly buttoned his shirt and stooped to pick up his robes, treading heavily up the stairs to the common room, having sentenced himself to hell. In defense against the dark arts, They'd finished their discussions concerning Lord of the Flies and were supposed to start reading tests of the D'Urberville. On Friday, it was finally Ron's turn to do his Othello presentation. Harry didn't know what to expect, and neither did Hermione, since he'd refused to show it to either of them. The two of them had tried to keep Ron with them as much as possible all week, so they wouldn't be tempted to go off alone. He went to the front of the classroom when Moody read his name, and while he started out reading in a monotone, he could not maintain his initial passive demeanor as he progressed through the essay. Without his help, it would have been absolutely impossible for him ever to behave in such a judgmental and violent manner. It is Othello's facade that Iago topples, rather than just his own at the end. Othello is not guiltless. Hate and love are very closely allied, and if he did not kill Desdemona out of hate, it was more out of love than honor. He claims he killed out of honor. More accurately, he killed Desdemona out of both love and hate. He killed emotionally, without thought for consequence or determining whether he was doing the right and just thing. He is no better than Desdemona's father, Brabantio, who first tries to plant a seed of doubt in Othello by telling him, "She has deceived her father, and may thee." Brabantio is like those fathers in fairy tales and myths who have such a deep love for their daughters that the idea of any other man loving them drives them mad. They lock up their daughters in towers or dungeons, which are symbols of both the womb and tomb. It is a symbolic death. Brabantio boasts that Desdemona has repudiated all of the most eligible suitors in the city, but it could be that he has done this for her to keep her manless. Since it would be a crime for him to have her, he is determined that no man will. This is why, when Desdemona confirms her allegiance to Othello in her father's presence, he declares that she is dead to him. She has cheated, been unfaithful. He is not a violent man like Othello, and so he kills her only symbolically. Othello is also determined that he should be the only man for Desdemona, and that she is better off dead if this is not true. He is as selfish as Brabantio, but Brabantio at least wants to hear from Desdemona's own mouth what the truth is. He has enough faith in her to continue to believe she has been faithful until she herself disproves it. Othello may have been deceived, but he did not lack a way to determine who was telling the truth. We perhaps most readily believe what we most fear to. This is why Othello immediately credits Iago's insinuations. The question of whether Othello acted honorably is most easily answered if we imagine that Desdemona was guilty of dallying with Cassio. Assuming that she did this, would we then blame Othello? Yes, we still would. Again, using the example of her father, he could have killed her symbolically by divorcing her, something that would have been within his rights if she had been unfaithful. But simply because Othello is guilty of acting without thought does not let Iago off the hook. He acts with full thought and premeditation when avenging his wife's suspected infidelity, but cares as little as Othello to find out whether the accusations are grounded in any truth. Furthermore, Iago kills the most honorable man in the play, Roderigo, who is prepared to kill himself when he has lost Desdemona to Othello. Roderigo is not determined to kill her, to keep other men from her. He does not even attempt to kill Othello. Roderigo is guilty of nothing more than being lovesick and gullible. He does no one serious harm and bears no one malicious thoughts. When Othello kills himself at the end, doing what Roderigo only considered, he is finally acting honorably. The class clapped hands politely. Moody stomped his clawed wooden leg on the floor in lieu of applause. Ron sat. Hermione peered at him strangely, and Harry started to reconsider whether Ron would be dangerous to him and Hermione once he found out about them, or only to himself. Could Ron possibly be suicidal? Harry wondered, but something else stuck in his brain. She has deceived her father, and may thee. She was deceiving Victor Crumb, and to a lesser degree, Ron, since he wasn't her boyfriend. Could she ever deceive me? He tried to quickly suppress this thought, but now Moody was speaking. He took Ron's parchment from the desk, where he'd left it, and read from it. We perhaps most readily believe what we most fear to. He surveyed the students, his normal eye narrowed and his magical eye seeming to be focused on the wall to his left. We jump to conclusions. We make assumptions. And sometimes we open ourselves to darkness by doing this. We aren't being infiltrated by it. We bring it out of ourselves, we let it rise to the surface, we stop stopping it. He had been speaking very softly, but somehow it now seemed like he was shouting. The room was so quiet. Do you know what happens if someone is placed under Imperius and then told to do something they wanted to do anyway? Something they were preventing themselves from doing, but something they wanted very much nonetheless? That's when it becomes damn near impossible to fight the Imperius curse. When it takes away your inhibitions. When someone under the Imperius curse is told to do something against their nature, that's when it's easiest to fight it, because they stand a chance of being able to distinguish in their minds between their will and the will of the person who has cursed them. But if they are told to do something that is a deeply suppressed longing trouble, did the instructions come from within herself? Harry wondered. Was it something against her nature they were urging her to do, or were they removing her inhibitions? Which inhibitions? He started to wonder, but he immediately stopped wondering and remembered her saying, "I want this too much." She was normally so in control, but now he made her feel out of control, she had said. Did he make her feel that way, or was it a curse? Would she have done any of that of her own volition, if she were fully able to govern her own actions, to decide which impulses to bury and which to give in to? He was suddenly so full of doubts it seemed that his head was spinning. He sat through the rest of the lesson in a fog, and at the end vaguely heard Moody growling at Ron. "Oh, and Weasley, 25 points for Gryffindor. Best damn essay I've received all term." He saw Ron's ears go red as he tried to hide how pleased he was. When they were in the corridor, Ron stopped Harry and Hermione. "Oi, you two. Wait a minute." Harry and Hermione looked at each other and at Ron. Did Ron already suspect something? "What's up with you two?" He turned to Hermione. "Ginny said you've been begging her to come running with you, when she hates getting up early." "Aha," thought Harry. "She told me Ginny asked to come. And all week, at breakfast and in each lesson you've been trying to put me in between you. Don't deny it, I can tell. Did you two have a row? Because I hate when these things go on and on. Just kiss and make up." "Well, to tell you the truth," Hermione was saying shakily, "we did have a disagreement. And it's not going to be solved anytime soon, so you'll just have to deal." "What?" Ron said, not having acquired any real information. "We've agreed to disagree," Harry said vaguely, before Ron could ask more questions. But this did not end it. Ron leaned in closer to Harry and said quietly, "This isn't about being a Death Eater. Is it?"
No.
"I'm not going to be a Death Eater. Promise. Can we just go to Transfiguration?" Ron frowned at the two of them, dissatisfied with their answers. He seemed like he could tell they were hiding something. He turned without a word and strode away from them, his red hair like a flame lighting the corridor, his lanky 6'2" frame moving easily, his slightly frayed robes billowing out behind him with a dignity Harry had never seen him muster before. He felt his stomach clench. "I'm lying to my best friend." He looked at Hermione. "Is she under a spell?" He tried to shrug nonchalantly and turned to follow Ron. "We have to stay apart. We have to stay apart. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and or Instagram.
BL_pudum.
The Ram and the Dragon. Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 12. The Ram and the Dragon. As promised, Hagrid brought snakes to their care of magical creatures lessons after the geese. Harry was disappointed, though. They were about the same size as Sandy and about as informative. They could all predict what was going to happen in the immediate vicinity in the next few minutes, but precious little else. As these predictions usually consisted of who was going to speak, or sometimes what they were going to say, Harry disregarded it for the most part, but a couple of times he had a fun time making Draco Malfoy think he could read his mind. The expression on Malfoy's face had been priceless, but Hermione peered at him suspiciously again, so he stopped before she started asking about the sight. Ron seemed to have forgotten about it after his leg healed and had mercifully not brought it up again. A week later Harry was pleased to see a really large snake as they approached Hagrid's hut. They had moved on from very small snakes to very large. Hagrid evidently did not believe in medium-sized snakes. "Come on," he said as they approached what appeared to be a large glass-walled room with no roof in what had been the gooseyard. Professor Dumbledore made this fair meter keep the boa constrictor in, so's it can't hurt no one. Malfoy looked skeptically at the glass enclosure. And we're supposed to learn about the care of the snake by staring at it through glass. He drawled. Well, Hagrid hemmed and hawed. Can I go in? Harry asked. You know to talk with it? Well, Hagrid said again. Malfoy seemed annoyed that Harry might seem braver than he was. Harry assumed that Hagrid was reluctant because another thing Harry had done with the smaller snakes was ask them how they liked it at Hogwarts, and they'd all been unanimous that they hated it. It was too cold, they didn't like the food, and the owls flying about gave them the willies. Harry had suggested to Hagrid that he change their diet and find a way to keep them warmer and to shield them from the owls. Hagrid had been rather cross about the extra work that this created for him. Now Hagrid seemed worried that Harry was going to find a way to make still more work for him to accommodate the whims of this snake. As much as he liked Harry, he didn't seem very happy to have a Parselmouth for a student. Please let him, Hagrid? Hermione pleaded. What if he finds out something really interesting? Hagrid grimaced. Between the two of them he was hard-pressed to refuse. All right.
Fejas, a minuta.
Harry looked at Malfoy and gave him a smirk before going to the door, which Hagrid unlocked for him. He stepped in slowly, not wanting to alarm the snake. Harry remembered the very civilized conversation he'd had with a boa constrictor in the zoo when he was not quite 11, before he knew he was a wizard. The snake had told him it had never been to Brazil. Then Harry had unintentionally made the glass disappear that confined the snake, and it had seen his cousin Dudley. Dudley looked like lunch. Harry had tried many times since then not to wish that Dudley had been the boa's lunch that day, but it was sometimes difficult. Harry realized that he hadn't had that thought for some time now that he and Dudley had become friends, and then he remembered that he was going to write to Dudley at school, and he'd been at school for 7 weeks without once writing to him. I should do that later. Right now, he wanted to pay close attention to the snake. When he entered the enclosure, it lifted its head and peered at him, expressionless, and Harry tried not to think how much it resembled Voldemort. He was aware of the Slytherins and other Gryffindors watching through the glass. His heart began to thump very loudly in his chest. He realized that he'd never actually been near a snake this large, other than Voldemort's snake. It was even bigger than the one Malfoy had conjured during the dueling club in second year. Come to think of it, Snape had whispered something in Malfoy's ear right before he'd conjured the snake. Harry shook his head. He needed to concentrate. Hello, he hissed at the snake. It gazed fixedly at him. I'm called Harry Potter. Do you have a name? What is a name? The snake hissed back, uncoiling and advancing across the enclosure toward him. Brilliant, thought Harry. I have to explain this again. He'd already explained it to the other snakes Hagrid had provided for them to study. It was getting a bit old. Never mind. Listen, I have a snake who's a friend of mine, and she told me that snakes have the sight. Have you had any glimpses of the future? The snake stopped moving toward him, for which Harry was grateful. It seemed like it might be thinking. Many will go, but few will stay, it hissed. Many will go, but few will stay, Harry whispered to himself. What did it mean? And how far into the future could a snake this size see? He asked it. Moons, it hissed as if it were sleepy. Harry decided that it must mean months. How many moons? He wanted to know, but it merely said moons again. Well, thought Harry, that must mean more than one. So, a minimum of 2 months. He asked it about how it liked Hogwarts, as he had done with the other snakes. He'd done this so that he could tell Hagrid and the others something that had been said. He still wasn't interested in divulging that snakes had the sight. He preferred it to remain his secret. Harry tried to ask the boa about the future again on Thursday when they once more had care of magical creatures. This snake was a little more informative than the smaller ones, but he would have liked knowing how many months into the future it was seeing, and what it meant by many will go but few will stay. The second time he tried getting something out of the snake, it gave him a different prophecy. The masters will be servants and the servants will be masters. Harry repeated what it had said, and wrote it on all of his notes in every lesson he had for the rest of the day. What does it mean? He wondered. He could hope that perhaps the first prediction meant that Hagrid's mother's friends would come initially, but most of them would go. Then he realized that their going might mean their joining Voldemort, so he didn't hope that. This was confusing. Snake predictions were so strange and vague. Some sight, Harry thought. They all need spectacles for their inner eye, he decided. Ginny had stopped running with him and Hermione in the morning. It was growing colder as Halloween approached, and they had taken to doing their running around the large great hall before breakfast. They didn't really talk, and when they were with Ron, which they were at all other times, they tried to be normal with each other, but Harry could tell that Ron still was on edge about their friendship being so changed. Room or the potions dungeon. There didn't seem to be times when her whereabouts were unaccounted for, times when she could possibly be meeting Draco Malfoy on the sly. Harry hoped Colin was right. He dreaded something happening between her and Malfoy and Ron finding out that Harry had known something. He'd be liable to kill Harry first before going after Malfoy. Informed him excitedly that there were witches and wizards in it, characters, and that he needn't worry about not being able to understand what was being sung, since it was in English. She told Harry more about it while he and Ron played chess in the common room. It's got some really beautiful arias and choruses. When Queen Dido sings her death aria. No, said Harry, thinking of the essay he'd written for Moody. That's Hamlet. In operas, I thought it was just the people you like best who die. To punish you for going. Ron rolled his eyes. Just when we thought you couldn't be more of a Wally. Prefect and opera buff. But he stopped short when he saw the hurt expression on Hermione's face and made a hasty move that resulted in Harry's knight clubbing his bishop on the head and dragging him off the board. Before lessons on Wednesday, Harry had sent a letter to Dudley by owl post, and when he went to the common room after lessons on Friday, Hedwig was waiting for him with a reply. Dear Harry, thanks for writing. But next time send Hedwig at night. I'll keep my window open. My roommate doesn't mind. Hedwig showed up in the middle of biology. We were getting white mice to run through a cardboard maze to see whose mouse would get to the cheese in the middle first. Mine was a bloody punter. Then when Hedwig came flying in, she thought it was a buffet. All those mice. You should have heard the screaming and seen the blood flying. She was cool. I acted like a big owl expert and led her out of the lab. The professor never noticed that she had a letter attached to her leg. I took her up to my room and gave her another mouse I nicked on the way out. She seemed happy enough. How's Hermione? When's she going to write? I included a letter for her too. Don't open it. I'm still running. I've started lifting weights too. Everything's all right, but I think my roommate's stealing from me. I haven't caught him yet, though. Tell Hermione to write to me. Harry gave Hermione her letter while Ron frowned and tried to read over her shoulder. She held it against her chest, not letting him. Ron went off in a huff, and Harry asked her what the big deal was. She laughed. Nothing. I'm just winding him up. Harry looked at Ron's retreating back. It's working. What, he wondered, would have happened if Ron had caught them in the charms classroom either time. He decided he didn't want to think about that. He remembered when Ron wouldn't talk to him almost exactly a year ago, after his name came out of the Goblet of Fire. Ron had refused to believe that Harry hadn't put his own name in, until after the first task, when he had flown on his broom to get past the Hungarian Horntail, the most fearsome of the 4 dragons the champions had to face. He didn't want to lose his best friend again. Maybe Ron was the one they should be fixing up, but he remembered what a disaster it had been to fix him up with Padma Patil for the Yule Ball. All Ron had noticed that night was Hermione. Cho Chang, much to Parvati's chagrin. He was glad he had finally apologized to her. Harry wrote another letter to Dudley, asking Hermione whether she wanted to send a letter of her own with it. I've got some arithmancy to do, but I can write a short note to Dudley first. Sounds like Hedwig made quite a splash in his biology lesson. Harry smiled and agreed. Then he realized that he'd been staring fixedly at her for a full minute and turned away, reddening. He glanced back at her, seeing a rosy glow on her cheeks as well, as she dug in her bag for a blank piece of parchment. He knew that he'd been thinking about those 2 times in the charms classroom. Has she been thinking about that too? He wondered. After dinner, the common room emptied a little at a time. Finally, only Harry, Ron, Ginny, Hermione, and the twins were still in the room. Harry lowered his eyes to the board. Why should she be cross with me for looking at her? He thought. He didn't dare glance up at her again for a while. Hermione had a sudden thought and looked up from her arithmancy work. Harry, the time. Weren't you going to send that letter to Dudley? He went to the table where she was working. Yeah, but I thought I'd do it later. I can use the invisibility cloak to avoid being caught by Filch. I don't want Hedwig showing up at Smeltings again when there are a lot of people about to see her. She nodded. Good idea. Ginny cried, checkmate. Good try, Ron. Better luck next time. Ron stared at the board. But how what? Ginny pointed. Your king is stuck, see? If he stays there, my rook gets him, and if he moves to any of the spaces around him, he's caught by my queen, bishops, or knights. And your lot can't get any of mine. Ron still stared, dumbfounded. Harry wished he'd seen the last few moves she'd made to accomplish this route. She amazed him more every day. While putting the chessmen away, Ron failed to stifle a huge yawn. I think I'd better get upstairs before I fall asleep on the chessboard and wake up with angry pawns stuck to my face. Ginny said good night and went up the stairs, giving Harry a funny look just before disappearing. What was that? Harry thought. Had she gone completely in the opposite direction, from fancying him to hating him? Had Draco Malfoy poisoned her mind against him? The twins and Ron both went up the stairs and Harry followed, calling good night to Hermione, still bent over her work. Harry finally felt that it was late enough. He dozed off for a little while, jerking himself awake to continue to wait. Neville was snoring and Ron mumbled in his sleep. Seamus and Dean were quiet sleepers, but he thought he heard rustling as one of them turned. Took you long enough, Harry, Hermione said, peering around the wing of the chair, smiling. He sighed with relief. She stood. How exactly were you going to mail your letter and mine when I've got both of them still? She said, not making fun of him exactly, but coming close, he felt. She smiled again and Harry had to smile too. She wore a knee-length night shirt that buttoned down the front, a pink chenille dressing gown and matching fuzzy slippers. He had simply slipped his feet into his trainers without socks, not owning a pair of slippers. The Dursleys thought of such things as frills for him, not for themselves, and he hadn't thought of purchasing slippers when he'd had a few pounds from the landscaping. I thought you'd want to come along, he said lightly. It has been a while since we've been skulking about in the middle of the night, and now that we're prefects we could claim to be patrolling. She walked toward the portrait hole, laughing. Come on, before I lose my nerve. They climbed out and closed the portrait, putting the cloak over themselves. They walked closely together to the Ollery. Harry tried not to think about how they'd been avoiding being alone. They'd gone around together under the cloak loads of times before, and for reasons far more dangerous than posting letters. But now they'd had the charms classroom. They reached the Ollery without incident. Harry took the cloak off them and tied the letters to Hedwig's leg, sending her on her way. He remembered when he'd been there with Ginny, sending the note to Cho, how Ginny had implied that she was over him though she'd later been crying on Draco Malfoy because she'd seen him kiss Cho Chang. He turned from the window to smile at Hermione, feeling oddly that she was one of the least complicated parts of his life. He felt happy when he was with her and she seemed to feel the same. He didn't know what he felt about Ginny or she about him, and he knew unequivocally that he didn't feel anything for Cho. He knew that in some ways the most complicated thing he could do was to be with Hermione, but he tried not to think about Ron and Victor Crumb and Voldemort. They put the cloak back on to leave. This time, Harry put his right arm around her shoulder to bring her closer to him, and, not looking at him, she put her left arm around his waist. Then they turned a corner and saw Mrs. Norris. She walked toward them, her eyes glowing as if she could see them. Harry had yet to determine whether Mrs. Norris could see through invisibility cloaks, like Mad-Eye Moody. They pressed themselves against a wall and watched her pass. But before she was past them completely, she turned her head and seemed to look directly at them. They started to move again after she'd gone around a corner, when, to their horror, Filch appeared at the end of the corridor. He brandished a mop, specifically like he was trying to ferret out people under invisibility cloaks, swinging it around wildly. Harry's heart thudded in his chest so hard it hurt. If Filch kept that up, when he reached them the mop would definitely make contact. On the other hand, Harry was afraid that moving away from Filch down the corridor would produce noise. He looked down at Hermione, in case she had any brilliant suggestions. A sudden crash sounded like a suit of armor, most likely falling to bits from the volume of the racket. Filch whirled, brandishing the mop, and went running, presumably in the direction of the armor noise. Harry heaved a sigh of relief. He and Hermione proceeded to the portrait hole without further incident. Once in the common room again, Hermione threw herself into the armchair by the fire where he'd found her earlier. She put her hand over her heart, trying to catch her breath. "Harry," she said slowly, think I'm getting too old for this." Then she started moving. She stood and took a step forward, sitting on the floor in front of the chair, beside him also leaning against the chair. Harry put his arm around her again and she leaned her head on his shoulder, his cheek on top of her head. At first he didn't notice her hand on his leg, tracing lazy circles. Then he became acutely aware of it, wishing both that she would stop and that she would never stop. He thought he was going insane. Clearly she thought it was her turn to drive him mad. He lifted his head and looked at her, finding her looking back. He remembered being in the garden when Sirius had come, their mouths moving closer and then Sandy speaking. But this time Sandy said nothing, wrapped around his arm under his dressing gown, and their lips touched briefly, tentatively, before Harry spasmodically clutched at her and held her face up to his. She pulled him to her, her fingers entwined in his hair, both of them forgetting any reason not to do this, any reason to show restraint. Wonderful in the world then to sink down into this whirlpool called Hermione. "A ram will meet a dragon," said Sandy suddenly. Damn, Harry thought. He was seriously reconsidering the wisdom of having a snake. Harry raised his head and listened. Hermione didn't notice at first, kissing his shoulder, caressing the sensitive skin on his back. What can Sandy mean? He wondered. Who was going to meet whom? But he knew one thing: whatever was going to happen, it would in the immediate vicinity and soon. If they weren't careful, they would be caught. She finally noticed that he was no longer touching or kissing her. She frowned, perplexed. He seemed to be listening intently to the large empty room around them. "Harry, what's wrong?" He swallowed and gazed at her. She was so beautiful in the firelight, her cheeks flushed and her curls askew. "Button your shirt and tie, your dressing gown. We need to get into separate chairs. Someone's coming." He rose and put his dressing gown on his shoulders again and seated himself in a chair a couple of feet away from the one she'd been sitting in. She frowned, looking as she had in the garden, on Privet Drive again. She buttoned her nightshirt. Harry's hands had been inside it. He tried not to think about that, with a shiver. She tied her dressing gown belt and put her slippers on, sitting in the, "Are you going to explain this to me or not, Harry Potter?" Oh, he thought. "I'm in trouble. Full name, like I said. Someone's coming." She opened her mouth to say something when Ginny appeared at the bottom of the stairs leading to the girls' dormitories. She stopped short at seeing Harry and Hermione sitting by the fire. Harry opened his eyes wide. Dragon. He knew who it was. He scrambled to his feet, his dressing gown swinging. "Hermione, take Ginny upstairs. Now." Hermione furrowed her brow and rose, too slowly for Harry's taste, but he bit his tongue to keep from barking at her. Ginny protested. "What? I don't have to." "Yes, you do," Harry said sternly. "We're prefects. You have to listen to us. Go. I'll talk to him." Hermione swung her head around. "Talk to who?" Ginny widened her eyes, panicked that Harry would say. He shook his head at her to reassure her. "Never mind. Just take her. Go. And make certain that she can't come downstairs until morning. Use whatever binding spell you have to, I don't care. Do what you did to Peeves." "Harry, you know I can't. Just get her out of here." He finally lost it. Both girls looked at him strangely. Ginny set her jaw defiantly as Hermione grabbed her arm and dragged her back up the stairs. When he heard doors closing in the girls' dorms, he went to the portrait hole and opened it, knowing who he would see in the corridor. "Draco Malfoy." "Potter." "Malfoy," Harry said, trying to keep his voice even, to not let rage make his voice shake. "Get in here before Filch comes by." At the mention of Filch, he scrambled in and Harry closed the portrait again. "What's going on?" Malfoy demanded. "You've got nerve, Malfoy. I should be asking you that. I had Hermione take Ginny back up to her room. You're not meeting her tonight or any night. Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to get her in trouble?" Harry stopped, wishing he hadn't used that turn of phrase. "We were just going to talk. We never get to be alone to talk. Whenever we're in the potions dungeon, either you or Longbottom or both are there. We haven't been able to talk alone in a fortnight. Why do you need to talk to her alone? He felt incredibly close to committing murder. I don't need towel, okay, maybe I do. I want to. He trailed off. He frowned at Harry. You're not one of her brothers. No, and you should thank your lucky stars for that, because any of them would be happy to pull your intestines out through your ears right now. And that's without knowing that you were planning to sneak around with Ginny in the middle of the night. Malfoy's jaw was set. I know that my family and Ginny's have bad blood between them, but I would never do anything to hurt her. I don't feel comfortable talking to you of all people about how I feel about Ginny. Do you think I planned this? A Weasley? Don't you think I tried to talk myself out of this? But he glared up at the ceiling, his mouth in a line. You don't have to tell me that Ginny's a fantastic girl. I know that. She may not think I know. But I do, Harry said, remembering Malfoy telling her that Harry wasn't worth her obsessing over after he'd ignored her for 3 years. But if you've got some romantic notion about the two of you being Romeo and Juliet, get rid of it now. Romeo and Juliet had it easy compared to you two, and look what happened to them. Malfoy grimaced, silently acknowledging that Harry was right, but not willing to say so. This isn't the time or place to discuss it. I want you to promise me that you'll be content with seeing her in the potions dungeon for now. Promise? Malfoy mumbled a reluctant affirmative. Good. Now wait here. I have to get something. Malfoy frowned but stayed where he was. Harry ran to his dorm and reappeared with a piece of parchment. He put it on a table, and when Malfoy started to approach him, he pulled out his wand and pointed it at him. Back off, Malfoy. Stay over there. You don't need to see this. In fact, turn around. Malfoy stood his ground and they glared at each other. Harry was not going to look away first. Finally, Malfoy grimaced and turned his back to Harry. Harry waved his wand over the parchment. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The map of Hogwarts appeared on the parchment and Harry was quickly able to locate the dots in the Gryffindor common room with the minuscule labels Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. There were also some tiny dots in the trophy room labeled Ernest Macmillan and Hannah Abbott. Harry grinned. All right, Ernie and Hannah. But then he thought of Hermione and shook himself. There. He'd found what he was seeking. In the entrance hall was a dot labeled Argus Filch. He waved his wand over the parchment again, saying mischief managed, and rolled it up and put it in the pocket of his dressing gown. He walked back over to Malfoy. Here's the thing, he said. When you're going back, avoid the entrance hall. That's where Filch is. And also, don't go in the trophy room, you might, disturb some people there. How do you know? Malfoy said suspiciously. I just do. I know you don't want to trust me, but you don't have a choice. They glared at each other again and Malfoy laughed ruefully. If anyone had told me that I'd be here talking to you in the middle of the night. All right, avoid the entrance hall. I almost got caught by Filch once already. I took out a suit of armor on the 3rd floor and I heard him come running. Harry laughed now. That was you? I should thank you. Filch almost walked into me and Hermione coming back from posting a couple of letters. That armor created just the diversion we needed. Malfoy's eyebrows shot up. Granger, so there is something between you? Wait, you said she took Ginny to her dorm. You two were here, weren't you? When Ginny came downstairs. He eyed Harry shrewdly. Ruined your night, did I? He looked at Harry's pajamas. Your trousers are untied. Did you do it, or did she? And did she give you this? He picked up the basilisk from Harry's chest. Harry knocked his hand away. As a matter of fact, that was a birthday gift from Ginny. He challenged Malfoy with his eyes to say anything about that. I think you should leave before Filch moves on to another part of the castle, he said evenly, making a great effort to remain in control. But Malfoy wasn't done. You're so self-righteous, so high and mighty about me and Ginny, and here you are with Granger on the hearthrug in the middle of the night. Harry couldn't take it any longer. He pushed Malfoy against the wall and spoke with his mouth very close to his face. Nothing happened. You don't know anything. Malfoy pushed him off. Harry Potter, hypocrite. Some things never change. Do they? Nothing happened because Ginny and I interrupted you, and that's probably the only reason. I can't believe you. This is different, Harry hissed. And you have to remember, Ginny's a year younger than us. You have to have self-control. Harry couldn't go on, he was shaking so badly. The thought of Malfoy and Ginny doing anything remotely similar to what he and Hermione had been doing was making him feel ill. To his surprise, Malfoy nodded. I know that. I would never. You may not believe it, but she is safe with me. Really? Harry looked at him, never remembering Malfoy sounding so straightforward and sincere. All right, like I said, this isn't the time or place. You'd better go. Avoid the entrance hall. Right, Malfoy said, opening the portrait and climbing through the hole. But not because of Filch. He's a pussycat compared to Snape. Snape? Are you kidding? As far as he's concerned, no one in his house can do anything wrong. Humph. That's only how he acts around students from other houses. If any of us gets points taken from our house, you don't want to know. And he's a pussycat compared to my dad. That I believe, Harry said, shuddering. Yeah. I'm glad Moody's planning to teach us how to cope with the Cruciatus curse. Then maybe when I upset my dad, he won't know I can't feel what he's doing. Harry dropped his jaw. Your dad put Cruciatus on you? No, you Burke. But there are plenty of legal curses that are still extremely painful. He'd been looking at Harry but now turned away. He'd said too much. He decided to change the subject. So, how far'd you get with Granger? Don't push it, Malfoy. I'm not talking to you about Hermione. Do you want me to get all of Ginny's brothers down here? Plus, there's plenty of other blokes in Gryffindor who'd be pleased to scalp you for what you're thinking about Ginny. I didn't say actually doing. Just thinking. And if you deny that you've thought stuff, you must really think I'm stupid. Malfoy grinned. Nah, that one's too easy. I'm not even gonna touch it. Like candy from a baby. He turned before closing the portrait. So, we each have a secret the other one knows about. Looks that way. Well, Potter, I have to admit, Granger. I don't blame you. Now Harry had to really restrain himself from hitting Malfoy. It took all the effort he could muster. And Ginny, said Harry softly. I don't blame you either. Malfoy nodded and closed the portrait. No good night, thanks, or anything else. Harry heard his retreating footsteps and sat in. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and or Instagram. BL_pudum. Cats and More Cats. Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 13 Cats and More Cats. The next day they went to the opera in Hogsmeade. Harry had never been to the large timbered hall on the high street that was used for everything from town meetings and amateur theatrical productions to weddings and funerals. He had the opportunity to see a greater cross-section of Hogsmeade residents than he was usually privy to. There were many people there who he was sure would never set foot in Honeydukes or Zonkos. Dumbledore was there, to Harry's surprise. Brilliant. How is Ron going to claim that Dumbledore wants to see us as soon as we get back if he's at the same opera? Why is he here anyway? While the chamber orchestra was tuning up, Dumbledore caught his eye and came over. Harry, and Miss Granger and Miss Chong. Ah, Mr. Crumb. Fancy meeting you here. I understand you're working in England now.
Victor grunted.
Dumbledore turned back to Harry. I didn't know you liked chamber operas, Harry. Purcell is my personal favorite. Of course, have you heard The Indian Queen? Though I also like Monteverdi. When most people think of opera, they go in for the big splashy stuff, Puccini, Verdi, Wagner. Harry remembered the Albus Dumbledore famous witches and wizards card he'd found in a chocolate frog packet on his very first trip on the Hogwarts Express. In addition to listing Dumbledore's many accomplishments, it had included the information that Dumbledore enjoyed chamber music and ten-pin bowling. Harry wondered fleetingly if there was a magical bowling alley in Hogsmeade, or whether Dumbledore contented himself with going to Muggle alleys. Victor got us tickets, Headmaster, Hermione informed him. He gets a lot of perks for playing for the Chudley Cannons. Ah, the Cannons. Yes, fine team. Not Puddlemere United. But then, well, I shan't keep you, he said, eyes twinkling behind his spectacles as he made his way back to his seat. He appeared to be attending. As the lights went down in the hall and the orchestra began the overture, Harry glanced sideways at Cho. She looked back and he moved his gaze to the front again. He hoped she didn't expect him to kiss her at the opera. as if they'd gone to see a Muggle film. He especially had no intention of doing anything of the sort with Hermione around, let alone Dumbledore. He felt her hand on his, and he laced his fingers through hers. She'll have to be satisfied with that, he thought. Victor sat to Cho's right. He had put his arm around Hermione, and she leaned against his shoulder comfortably. Harry tried not to seethe, but it was difficult to keep his temper. When the overture was over, the singing began. For him ever to behave in such a judgmental and violent manner, it was in his nature. Harry thought about it. But how does a person really know what's in their nature when they're 15, when they're still getting to know themselves? He peered at Cho out of the corner of his eye. A year ago he could not have imagined being in the situation he was in now. As he listened to the beautiful singing, he wondered how they were ever going to get their plan to really work. In our deep vaulted cell, Ed cell, the charm will prepare, too dreadful a practice, too dreadful a practice, too dreadful, a practice, for this open air, for this open air. Every other phrase was sung very softly, as if the previous musical passage were echoing down a long cavern. The singers playing the witches retreated to the back of the stage, where they supposedly were going to brew something that would be the undoing of Queen Dido. He assumed that Purcell had not had much contact with magical people, if any, to depict them the way he did. He looked at Dumbledore. He seemed to be enjoying himself, and he'd said that Purcell was his favorite. Well, thought Harry, if it's good enough for Dumbledore. The singer playing Dido was a tall, beautiful witch with long dark red hair. Each note she sang rang with a crystalline clarity, like a bell. At the end, after she sang her death aria, Hermione was right. It was quite beautiful. She lay on the stage, her head resting on her arm while her retinue sang a haunting dirge over her and scattered rose petals on and around her. With drooping wings, ye cupids come. With drooping wings, with drooping wings, with drooping wings, ye cupids come. And scatter roses, scatter roses on her tomb. Soft, soft and gentle. Soft, soft and gentle. Soft, 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 soft and gentle as her heart. Keep here your watch. Keep here your watch. And never, never, never part. And never, never, never part. It was really very touching. But suddenly, as he sat watching the beautiful woman with dark red hair who'd just been singing so heartbreakingly, he felt his eyes begin to water. Mom, he suddenly thought. He'd never felt quite like this before. The wave of emotion was unstoppable. It rose up out of him like a tidal wave, and he disconnected his hand from Cho's, choking out the words, "Excuse me, I'll be back." He edged his way out, blindly finding the aisle and hurrying down it to the large anteroom that served as a kind of lobby. He wasn't aware at first of there being anyone else there. Then he turned and saw Hermione. She'd followed him, leaving Cho and Victor alone, together. She didn't say a word. She simply walked toward him and put her arms around him. He put his cheek on her head. He had actually stopped crying, but he needed to hold her. He thought of being in the common room with her the night before and shuddered. Even if they managed to get Victor and Cho together, could they eat her? If he went by what Sirius had said to Snape when Harry had overheard their conversation in Snape's office. Harry tried to blank his mind, simply be. He held Hermione and watched over her head while the members of the opera company took their bows. They separated and Harry tried to compose himself as the crowd slowly seeped out of the hall, put on cloaks and prepared to go out into the brisk autumn day. No other Hogwarts students appeared to have had tickets to the performance. Dumbledore did not see them in the crowd as he left. Good, Harry thought. Hopefully he'll be back at the castle before us. He checked his watch. It was only 3 o'clock. They didn't have to be back for 2 hours. Even 1 hour should give Dumbledore enough of a lead. They're talking. He grinned, hardly daring to believe that the plan might be working. Hermione looked. Now Cho was laughing, putting her hand on Victor's arm. She was more lively than Harry had seen her since before Diggory died. But now Hermione stopped looking, cheerful about it. "Humph," she said, her arms crossed. "I knew she'd be the sort of person who'd try to steal another girl's boyfriend." Harry frowned, his brow furrowed. He wished he could worm out of her what had happened between her and Victor in Bulgaria, before the abduction. Yeah, that's what we want her to do, he whispered. But she doesn't know that. Harry sighed. He still felt miles away from understanding girls. He didn't really completely understand Hermione or Ginny or Cho or Alicia or Parvati. Now the musicians and singers were also leaving and the candles that had been lighting the hall were being extinguished one by one. Still, Victor and Cho talked, not even glancing over their shoulders to search for Harry and Hermione. We should go back to them, Harry said. We can hang out in the Three Broomsticks for a while. Give Dumbledore enough time to get back to the castle. Hermione nodded. She moved away from him to go down the outer aisle while Harry went down the center aisle. Cho glanced up, looking slightly surprised to see him, as if she forgot that he was her date. There's something very odd about her, he decided. Asks me out, can't talk to me. Now she's all chatty with someone whose grasp of English is spotty at best. At the pub, Harry and Hermione again went to the bar for the drinks. Victor and Cho seemed to pick up their conversation where they'd left off. When they returned with the butterbeers and a few packets of crisps, they refrained from speaking, letting Victor and Cho continue talking to each other without interruption. Harry raised his eyebrows at Hermione. She smiled as she drank. Something was finally going as planned. When they returned to the entrance hall, that went smoothly too. Ron met them at the door, informed Harry and Hermione that Dumbledore wanted to see them, and each of them gave their respective date a peck on the cheek and hurried up the stairs. Harry stopped Ron from following. Stay, he whispered. Watch them. Tell us what happens later, okay? Ron nodded, taking his job seriously. Okay. Harry and Hermione ran up to Gryffindor Tower and tumbled in the portrait hole after giving the password, portcullis, and collapsed in armchairs near the fire, smiling at each other as they tried to get their breathing back to normal. Only a few first and second year students were in the common room, too young for Hogsmeade visits. Harry still grinned at Hermione and she returned it. He couldn't recall when he'd had a better day. There was something so satisfying about creating a plan and having the plan actually work. He remembered flying on Buckbeak with her to rescue Sirius and save Buckbeak simultaneously. She'd been almost as petrified about riding a hippogriff as she'd been about being picked up by Hagrid's mother. Suddenly the memory made him laugh. She looked at him, still smiling. What's so funny? I was just remembering you flying on Buckbeak. And then when Hagrid's mum, she put her hand to her stomach. Oh, don't remind me. Do you want to know what I was thinking of? What? She stopped looking cheerful. Her face was very serious. Being here. Last night. Harry stopped grinning too, and looked at the fire. Hermione, he said softly. We were really taking a chance. Ginny could have if she'd come down 10 or 15 minutes later. No, she couldn't. What? Were you planning to suddenly stop? Because I didn't get that impression. No, I mean that whenever Ginny came down, we would have had ample warning. Harry stared at her, opening his eyes wide. Oh, is that what this is about? Are we back to that again? For the last time, I don't have the sight. Oh, I know, she said calmly. Harry was perplexed, waiting. The silence stretched. Finally, she said, but Sandy does. He let out his breath in relief. She'd worked it out. Why didn't you tell me? She whispered fiercely. I had to go to the library and do a lot of reading about people who'd been Parselmouths. Oh, nothing specifically said that snakes had the sight, but enough weird things happened to them that I was able to read between the lines. And I have heard Sandy hissing every time you say what's about to happen. He smiled again. Dead clever you are, he said, trying to imitate Hagrid's mother. She laughed. And before you say anything, I haven't been taking her to divination. Not anymore, anyway. Not after the first time. I'm not using her to cheat. Hermione smiled. Actually, I haven't been feeling dead clever. I've been feeling a bit dim. I can't believe it took me this long to work it out. Has she predicted anything interesting? Not remotely. But the boa said two things. The second one was very interesting. The masters will be servants and the servants will be masters. I think she can see a couple of months into the future. But I have no idea what she means. Hermione's mouth curled up at the edges. She was silent. Harry waited, but evidently, she wasn't interested in illuminating him. But I do have another question. Who was Ginny going to meet last night? Harry said, unprepared. I can't tell you. Hermione drew her lips into a straight line. I see. And when were you going to tell me what you've been doing every night after dinner? The Animagus training. She'd noticed. Did Ginny tell you? He wanted to know, alarmed. Ginny? She knows? What is it? She guessed. So? What is it? She repeated. Two can't tell you about that either. I'm not supposed to. Harry. She whispered angrily. If we are going to be together, we need to tell each other things. You didn't tell about the time turner for our entire third year. He pointed out, exasperated. Couldn't, well, I can't tell about this. And we're not really together, are we? He said in a whisper, hoping the first and second years hadn't heard anything they'd been saying. I mean, we can't be. Not yet. She sat back, hurt and dazed. Then she stood, her eyes glistening, her voice hard. Fine. If that's the way you feel. I have revision to do for the OWLS. She rose to go before coming back and leaning. She marched up the stairs to the girls' dorm. Harry sank back into the chair, gripping the arms fiercely, his eyes closed. That's it, he thought. Get her hacked off at you. Maybe then we won't risk getting caught in the common room in the middle of the night. Maybe Death Eaters won't come after you. The portrait hole opened and Ron climbed in. He sat in the armchair beside Harry's, where Hermione had been. So? Harry asked him. How'd it go? Did they talk much? They're still talking. I thought I had a strong stomach for going on about Quidditch, but those two. So why'd you leave? Well, they seemed like they didn't like me lurking around. That's a good sign, yeah? He looked pleased, as if he were avidly anticipating Hermione and Victor Crumb being a past tense couple. Yeah. Brilliant. Harry leaned back and closed his eyes again. What's wrong with you? Where's Hermione? He opened his eyes and looked at Ron. Oh, she went storming upstairs. We had a row. Ron raised his eyebrows at him. Must be that time of Ron. He grinned. Sorry. At home, we've got into the habit of explaining Ginny's mood swings that way. Harry shuddered, not wanting to think of Ginny enduring that any more than Hermione. Anyway, what did you do? Harry grimaced. If Hermione knew, he supposed Ron should know too. He stood and took off his robes, unbuttoned his shirt a little and reached down his left sleeve, withdrawing Sandy carefully. It's Sandy. Actually, her name is Cassandra. I call her Sandy because it's shorter. She has the sight. All snakes do. It's my fault you broke your leg, Ron. Hermione was right. But Sandy was telling me just as I was leaving divination, yelling, I don't have the sight. What was I supposed to do? Come back a second later and say, oh, by the way, when you leave, you're going to fall off the ladder. But I still don't have the sight. Ron stared at him, thunderstruck. That explains so much. Yeah. But you can't tell anyone. Sandy can only see a few minutes into the future in the vicinity right around where she is. She tends to be a bit cryptic, and she only gets flashes of the future once in a while. Ron grimaced. She sounds as useful as Trelawney. Harry and Ron both laughed. Put me back. Sandy hissed at him. And apologize, she added, sounding slightly hurt. I'm sorry, Sandy. Harry hissed back, chagrined. Was she predicting something? Ron wanted to know. Nah, just getting hacked off at me like Hermione. Ron laughed again. Want to play Exploding Snap? He offered. Harry accepted. He needed some fun after the day he'd had. He tried not to picture the woman with the long dark red hair again, singing her death. The following Tuesday was Halloween. Something started nagging Harry from the moment he woke in the morning, and after breakfast, he asked Ron and Hermione to give his apologies to Hagrid and Professor Sprout. He thought perhaps a lie-down would help him feel well enough to go to his afternoon lessons, history of magic and divination. When he'd gone back upstairs, he crawled into bed in his jeans and turtleneck after throwing his robes with their Prefect badge carelessly across the foot of the bed. He curled up in a ball under the covers. Why did he feel like this? His scar wasn't hurting, but somehow he felt a pain inside which would not subside. Harry closed his eyes tightly, trying to think of other Halloweens at Hogwarts. He thought of going to nearly headless Nick's death day party when he was in second year, the awful saw-like sounds emanating from the spirit orchestra, the headless hunt arriving, Nick's insistence that he was as good as beheaded. That was it. Nick's death day. And that wasn't all. It was his parents' death day, too. Voldemort had killed them on Halloween, exactly 14 years ago. Harry pictured them. Their shades talking to him when they'd emerged from Voldemort's wand in the graveyard in June, after he'd won the Triwizard Tournament and the cup turned out to be a portkey. Their images in the mirror of Eriste, waving at him, along with other relatives he did not know. Their pictures in the album Hagrid had made for him. Suddenly, he knew what he wanted to do. He put his glasses back on and leapt from bed, going to his trunk and taking out the photo album. He sat on his robes, cross-legged, to open the album. Then he stopped, surprised. Why hadn't he ever noticed that the first page was stuck to the inside of the cover? Harry carefully separated the page from the cover and looked at something he'd never seen before. David Llewellyn Evans and Violet Boothwyn Evans request the honor of your presence at the wedding of their daughter Lily Gwyneth Evans to James Godric Potter. Friday, June 21, 1979, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The Willows, Cardiff, Wales. Reception to follow. The favor of a reply is requested. The Willows, thought Harry. That must be the country inn he'd seen in the wedding pictures. His parents married at midsummer. 11 months later, he was born. What did they do after they finished school? He suddenly wondered. How did they support themselves? He couldn't remember anyone ever telling him. Was it true, as his uncle had once said, that his dad had been unemployed? Couldn't be. It just couldn't be. He turned the pages, gazing at more photos of the wedding. His parents cutting the wedding cake. Dancing. Wait, there. His mother was dancing with other people. With Sirius, with Lupin, with a younger and less moth-eaten Pettigrew, even. And with Severus Snape. Snape was gazing at his mother sadly, Harry thought. She wasn't looking at him. She seemed to be smiling over his shoulder at his dad, who was standing with Sirius, both of them holding champagne glasses and smiling. Snape actually seemed more human in the photo than he usually did in person. Then he came to the picture he liked best. When he'd first received the album, it was the one he looked at the most. He was 1 year old. It was his birthday, in fact. He sat on his mother's lap to blow out a single candle on a birthday cake that read Happy Birthday Harry in green icing that matched his eyes. He wasn't wearing glasses yet, nor did he have a scar. He was a chubby, average baby with a mop of unruly black hair, laughing at his mother and reaching for a lock of her hair. His father wasn't in the picture. He must have taken it and sent a copy to some friend who had responded when Hagrid wrote to people asking for pictures of his mom and dad. He gazed longingly at his mother. She alternated between smiling at the person with the camera and gazing lovingly at Harry and trying unsuccessfully to take her hair out of his little grasping fist. Suddenly, he felt angry. He slammed the book shut and tried to see straight, but the world was blurred. He was so angry. That was the last happy birthday he'd had, and he was too young to even remember it. The last birthday where he hadn't been scarred, his last birthday with parents. Voldemort had stolen his childhood from him. He felt like throwing something, yelling, screaming, blasting the room apart with his wand. He took a deep breath and sat down with the book, opening it once more and looking at the picture of himself on his first birthday with his mother. He swallowed and ran his finger over her image. I won't be that sort of person, he promised her silently. That's not why you died. If that's who you wanted me to be, you'd have bargained for my life like the Malfoys did with their son. He wondered whether Malfoy knew about that. He remembered Malfoy talking about being on the right side and the wrong side in the coming struggle when they'd been returning to London on the Hogwarts Express last June, by which Malfoy meant the winning side and the losing side. Harry knew he was on the right side. The question was, would it be the winning side? And was Malfoy stuck? Did he have to become whatever his father wanted him to be? What did Malfoy want? On the one hand, Harry hoped that maybe Malfoy wanted to be with Ginny enough to do the right thing. On the other hand, Harry hated feeling like he was using Ginny as some sort of bribe to make Malfoy behave. After all, she was his best friend's sister, he said to himself. No, another voice said in the back of his brain. That's not why it upsets you. He slammed the album shut again and went to the silver pitcher near the window to have a cold drink of water. He'd wallowed enough. He had missed Hagrid's lesson. He would go down to herbology now. Yes, it was the day his parents had died. But he would not have that be for nothing. He would not let his grief paralyze him and distract him. He threw some cold water on his face and put his robes on, adjusting his prefect badge and examining himself in the mirror. He tried to picture his mother seeing him like this, being proud of him, and then knew she could see him, that she was proud of him. Fancy is as fancy does, the mirror told him. He smiled grimly at it and shouldered his bag, ready to join the world again. The Halloween feast was, as usual, spectacular. They dragged themselves upstairs to bed, full of too much good food and without the will to revise for a single subject, even Hermione. But as soon as they reached the common room, there was great excitement. Andy Donegal and Barry Bagshot came tearing down the boys' staircase, out of breath, with wild eyes. "Harry, we need your help." "Oh no," Harry thought. Started. "What is it?" he said, his voice hard, bracing himself for whatever horrors lay ahead. "Jules's cat is having kittens." Harry stopped and stared at the two 11-year-old boys. Then he broke into a smile, followed by outright guffaws. He was bent double, he could scarcely breathe. His face hurt from laughing so hard. Hermione and Ron stared at him. "Let's call St. Mungo's," Ron said, rolling his eyes. "Harry's gone barmy." Shaking her head, Hermione told the boys that before she came to Hogwarts, she'd had a cat who'd had kittens, and then it ran away. After they'd given the kittens away, unfortunately, she followed them up to the first year's boys' dorm, followed by Ron and a still helplessly laughing Harry, who was moving more slowly than they were, unable to stop the hilarity erupting out of him, as if he'd foregone laughter for years and it was forcing its way out now. He was getting as bad as Mad-Eye Moody, he thought. Next thing I'll be drinking out of a hip flask and trying to stun the dustbins. When he arrived in the first year's room, Hermione, Ron, Andy and his twin Amy, Barry Bagshot, Gillian Lockley, Dean's sister Jamaica and Jules Quinn himself were all clustered around the corner near Will's bed. As Harry approached, he saw that Jules's cat was ensconced on what looked suspiciously like a red dressing gown from one of the prefect's bathrooms. She was stretched out while her 5 kittens mewed and climbed over each other and finally all managed to get organized, lined up at her teats, eating the first meal of their new lives. 3 of them were striped, 2 were black. Right after he entered, Ginny came through the door. "Don't crowd her. They're brand new. You don't want to be so overbearing." One of the larger striped kittens, apparently having exhausted the milk supply where he was, climbed over his brothers and sisters and tried to push the smallest kitten away from the teat where it had been feeding. "Oi!" Ron yelled at it, picking it up by the scruff of the neck. Barry cried out and took the kitten from Ron. "He's mine. Jules said I could have him. He's already got such a little roly-poly belly, I'm calling him Roland. And I'm taking the big black one," Andy said. "I always wanted to have a cat at home, but Mum wouldn't let me because of my allergy. Now that Madame Pomfrey has given me that potion, I can have a cat. I'm calling him Beowulf." "You can't call him Beowulf," his twin sister informed him. "That's a dog's name. He's my kitten and I can call him whatever I want. I won't tell you what to call yours. I'm calling mine Butch because he already seems to be very tough. He can take care of himself." Ron looked down at Jules. "So, they're all spoken for?" "Just the boys," he told him. "The runt's a girl and so's the other black one." Ginny cried out. "Oh, could I have the black one, Jules?" He smiled and nodded at her, then looked away, blushing. Harry had had the impression that Jules might fancy Ginny a little. The kittens were done feeding and had separated themselves from the teats. Their mother was washing each one carefully, her sandpapery tongue grooming the stickiness from their fluffy fur, for they were all long-haired cats, like their mother. When the mother was done washing the tiniest kitten, Ron leaned over and picked her up gently. She fit in the palm of his hand. "So, sweetheart," he said softly, "does no one want you, then? Shall you be mine?" he said, his face very close to hers. Harry stood stock-still, surprised. He turned and saw Hermione gazing at Ron, with a heartbreaking expression that made Harry's throat feel tight. The kitten yawned hugely, prompting a chorus of "ahs" from those assembled. She curled up in his hands, closing her eyes and starting to purr contentedly. "I think she likes you," Jules said, smiling. Harry looked at Hermione, looking at Ron, thinking the same thing. Harry had tired of talking to snakes in care of magical creatures. He still attended lessons but refrained from entering the enclosure. Finally, halfway through November, Hagrid promised that they would start in on the Gryffindor animal. Sure enough, when they came to the next lesson, the snake enclosure was gone. Instead of a large, metal cage in the yard to restrain the animal, it was simply sitting in the middle of what had been the goose yard, napping peacefully. All of the students were taken aback. The fence around the yard was only about 3.5 feet high and would present no real obstacle to the lion were he to try to get at any of them. Harry asked Hagrid whether there was magical fencing around it that the lion could not pass through. Nah, he said casually. Don't need it. He don't harm humans. Plus, he just ate 150 pounds of raw meat. Full tummy. What do you mean, doesn't harm humans? Ron demanded, keeping Hagrid between him and the sleeping lion. The other students were around 20 feet from the fence, not daring to move closer. What I said. If he were a lion, we'd have to worry. What are you talking about? Ron demanded. Yes, a lion. Oh, is he? Well, fair your information, although fair hundreds of years people have been making the mistake o' calling the Gryffindor house team the Lions. And Callan the pitcher on the coat of arms a lion. The damn thing ain't a lion. Harry and Ron made faces at each other. You're mental, Ron said weakly, never having uttered such a thing to Hagrid before, as much as he had thought it many times due to Hagrid's predilection for extremely dangerous creatures. But Hermione's face had a sudden glow of understanding on it. Oh, Hagrid, is it really? But I thought one of those would be like, yeah, but there's more than one kind. This is the Gryffindor kind. Harry and Ron still had no clue. The rest of the class, Gryffindors and Slytherins alike, seemed very close to bolting back to the castle. Even blast-ended Scroots hadn't inspired the kind of mass exodus that seemed imminent. Harry, Ron, said Hermione. Do you know any French? What? Ron sputtered. Hermione, this is no time to be lording your languages over us. No, that's not my point. Do you know what Gryffindor means? It was Godric Gryffindor's surname. But people didn't actually used to have surnames. They were called Uric the Odd and things like that. Someone who did something interesting would get some kind of epithet applied to them, and then it would stick and become the family name. What's important is what Gryffindor means. Harry was bewildered. So what does it mean? Them to realize what she was about to say and say it with her. But there was silence. She finally grew impatient with waiting and shouted. A golden griffin. Hagrid smiled. Like this one air. Don't believe everything you read in that thing, Hagrid said moodily. It says horrible things. Abu, a friend of mine. Harry could think of about a half-dozen creatures to which Hagrid could be referring. Harry, Hermione said excitedly, that's a griffin that was produced by a union between a griffin and another lion. So it's 3/4 lion. Its only eagle attributes are its wings. What wings? Harry wanted to know. He didn't see any. The griffin awoke, sniffed the air and glanced around wildly. Then Harry saw that it was staring directly at him. Its nose was moving suspiciously. Harry was already running for Hagrid's cabin when he realized that a shadow had passed over him. He reached the door and pulled it open, ran in and slammed it shut, shoving a long bar of wood into the brackets on the door that were designed to hold it. The door thus locked, Harry went cautiously to the window. The other students had scattered, and Ron and Hermione huddled by Hagrid. Circling low over the yard was the griffin. Its iridescent wings had to be a 16-foot span. It landed, folding its wings once more against its flanks so that they disappeared from view, and settled down once more. Harry wondered what he'd done. Why had it come after him? Take me off, Sandy hissed. What? This isn't a good time for a conversation, Sandy. There's a griffin out there who thinks I'm his lunch. No, it is me. He doesn't want you, he wants me. Sandy sounded quite confident. Why? Griffins and serpents of all kinds are natural enemies. Griffins and basilisks especially, but a small snake like me has no chance against a griffin like that. Please don't bring me down here again. He took her off his arm and placed her near the fireplace, where some glowing embers sat in the banked ashes, along with a number of potatoes in their jackets that Hagrid seemed to be slow roasting. Sandy stretched out in front of the fireplace, warming her belly. You're sure it wasn't after me? It does not care about you. You are not a snake. Harry went to the door of Hagrid's hut and opened it cautiously, then closed it behind him. Everyone gawped at him. Malfoy was incredibly gleeful. Oi, Potter. Can't talk to griffins? Maybe you should have been in Slytherin, though we're all glad you aren't. It's bad enough we have to put up with you in 2 lessons and at meals. Shut up, Malfoy, Harry said at the same time surprisingly Neville. Malfoy turned on him. Watch your step, Longbottom. You idiot, Malfoy. The Griffin was probably reacting to Harry's snake. Griffins kill snakes. They're natural enemies. Did you leave it inside, Harry? Harry nodded, impressed both by Neville's standing up to Malfoy and his knowledge of the enmity between griffins and snakes. Harry hadn't known. He'd wondered for some time as to why Neville hadn't been placed in Hufflepuff, but recently he'd stopped wondering. It was as if Neville had woken up. As if he'd been sleepwalking when he was younger. Harry didn't even recall Neville needing his grandmother to send him things he'd forgotten when school had started in September. Usually, during the first week of school, Neville got at least 1 package a day from his grandmother by owl post, and his King Lear report had brought even more praise from Moody than Ron's essay on Othello. Hermione had been somewhat miffed by his lukewarm reception to her thoughts about Ophelia and Gertrude from Hamlet. She changed her mind about doing Macbeth. She had mumbled, sexist, when he had waved aside the significance of their characters. Order to save his hand. Closing his eyes. Harry and Neville smiled at each other and Hagrid was pleased. Like to ride im. Neville? Neville jerked his head up, eyes wide. Could I? Hagrid smiled at him and Harry stepped back. Neville climbed over the fence and approached the Griffin again. Neville bowed to him, and he lowered his head to Neville, then rose regally and slowly spread his wings. They seemed to appear from nowhere, so perfectly did they blend in with his golden flanks. They were both gold and yet transparent at the same time. Neville moved behind the wings and carefully swung his leg over the back, sinking his fingers in the mane to hold on. The Griffin took a few running steps before leaping into the sky, all gold and flying mane and tail, the huge wings moving slowly as it climbed higher, remaining motionless as it banked, floating on a thermal, preparing to return. Harry was awestruck, watching. The other students, even the Slytherins, were also speechless, struck dumb by the beauty of the Griffin's flight. Harry wished he could have had a photo of Malfoy's amazed expression. After Harry collected Sandy, while Hagrid held the Griffin in check, they walked to the greenhouses for herbology. Harry made a decision. He didn't plan to learn to become a lion. Not anymore. He knew what he wanted to be, a golden griffin. Please be a responsible reader and review. Listen to Quantum Harry, the podcast, available on iTunes, Stitcher, and on the Quantum Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe today. You can also follow me on Twitter QH Podcast and or Instagram. BL_Pudum. Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Harry Potter and the Psychic Serpent. Chapter 14. Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Their first Quidditch match was nearing on the first Saturday in December. Harry suddenly seemed to be talking Quidditch morning, noon and night, driving the other 7 players mad and making even Quidditch-obsessed Ron want to stick Harry's firebolt in his mouth, or somewhere else. He had threatened more than once. He had them practicing every day between the end of lessons and dinner, and several times they'd missed dinner and had to go down to the kitchens to get food from the house elves. As Hermione usually came down to the Quidditch pitch to watch the practices and revise for the OWLS, she had also missed dinner at these times. On the Thursday before the match they had missed the evening meal again and were sitting in the kitchens eating at the large central table where the elves took their meals. The elves had cleared off and were happy to wait on Harry and the rest of them. Harry sat between Ginny and Katie, who was nursing a cold and sneezing. She'd been to see Madame Pomfrey for a remedy, but it was wearing off, and flying about in the brisk, almost wintry air had not helped. Hermione was opposite them, between Ron and Dobby, who she had insisted sit down and talk to them. I is needing to do my work, Miss Hermione. Headmaster is paying me now, remember. I is having to give him his money back if I is not working. Just for a moment, Dobby, I just wanted to ask you how is Winky? Dobby looked happy and sad all at once. Well, Winky is much happier than when she was here. Winky is belonging to someone again. Headmaster's brother is owning her now, and she is very happy. But she is not free. Dobby looked down and Harry wondered how someone who understood the value of freedom could have survived for so many years being owned by the Malfoys. Well, Dobby, I'm sorry Winky isn't free. but perhaps it's best that she isn't here at Hogwarts anymore, especially with her voice dropped Boxing Day coming. She looked at Harry and seemed alarmed that he was listening. She wasn't the best example of freedom. Dobby nodded sagely and also saw that Harry was listening with a furrowed brow. He jumped up suddenly. Harry Potter, you is needing more pumpkin juice. He knew he'd been caught eavesdropping. No, really, I'm fine, but suddenly, 3 house elves were heading his way with pitchers sloshing with pumpkin juice. One of them filled his already full goblet, spilling juice onto his plate of roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, turning everything a muddy orange hue, as well as splashing his robes and glasses. The world suddenly looked like a pumpkin had exploded all over it. Katie left before the rest, so she could return to the hospital wing for more medicine from Madame Pomfrey. As he watched her go, Harry turned to Ginny, speaking softly. If I need for you to play on Saturday, Ginny, that won't be a problem. Will it? She frowned. Why would it be? I've been practicing with everyone else. No, I mean, will it be a problem that you'd be going up against Malfoy? She'd basically been saying that her feelings for Draco Malfoy wouldn't stop her from doing her duty as a seeker any more than her feelings for Harry had. Her feelings for Harry. The question was, were those feelings past tense? Harry? Harry! Ron yelled, waving his hand in front of Harry's face. Are you on this planet or not? What? Oh, Ginny's fine. Don't worry. She just hopes I don't have to have her play the game on Saturday. You know how she is about playing in front of a crowd. Ron shook his head, which I absolutely don't understand, since she's so good. I mean, you'd think, but he didn't finish. Harry remembered that when Ron had looked in the mirror of Eriste, he'd seen himself as head boy and Quidditch captain, holding the Quidditch cup. That image will never be a reality now, Harry thought. Only prefects were eligible to become head boy, the other prefects voted, and if you didn't become a prefect as a 5th year, you'd missed your chance. Only 1 boy and 1 girl from the 5th year in each house were named prefects every year. And now Harry, was the Quidditch captain. He'd stolen Ron's dream. I've taken what isn't mine, Harry thought. It was not the first time he'd thought it. He looked back at Ron and Hermione. She'd brought a book to read while she ate. It had lain forgotten on the table in front of her plate while she'd been talking to Dobby, but now she focused on it again. Ron looked sideways at her while he ate his pudding, as if he thought no one else noticed. No one else did, as far as Harry could tell, except for him. When he'd eaten, he went upstairs to meet McGonagall for Animagus training. Except that McGonagall wasn't there. Dumbledore was. Harry approached him cautiously. Professor Dumbledore? Where's Professor McGonagall? She had pressing business, but she'll meet with you tomorrow. Harry wondered whether it had to do with Rita Skeeter again. He wished Hermione had been able to hear what Dumbledore had said to Rita. I wanted to meet you here to tell you in person, and also to ask how is the training going? It had been 3 months and McGonagall was pleasantly surprised by his progress. He could actually change into a lion now for a few seconds before reverting to his human form again. It was painful. All of his muscles and joints ached when he did it. McGonagall said that as he managed to increase the amount of time he could stay in his animal form, the pain would become unnoticeabler, at least tolerable. He would become accustomed to it. Harry wondered how Wormtail had remained a rat for 12 years. But, he considered, if you've been doing it for that long, you would probably just become numb to the pain. It's going well, Harry told him. I can show you if you like. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at him. I'd be delighted. He felt his hand pause, touch the cold stone floor. He opened his eyes and glanced up at Dumbledore, seeing at the edges of his vision his large pink nose, looking down at the huge front paws, feeling his tail swishing, his mane tickling his back. Then he cried out, "Ah!" He collapsed onto the floor on his stomach, his robes puddling around him, his glasses askew. He was in human form again. Harry felt like every bone in his body had taken a pounding. It wasn't like the Cruciatus curse, he knew, and since he was doing it to himself, he was prepared for what it was going to feel like. But he still wished it didn't have to hurt so much. He understood all too well now why there were only 7 Animagi registered during the previous century. There were obviously some unregistered Animagi like his own dad and Rita Skeeter, as well as Sirius and Wormtail, but he still doubted that there were very many. Not many people were suited to it to begin with, and of those suited to it, not all of them were probably interested in inflicting that kind of pain on themselves. But Dumbledore was smiling and looking impressed all at once. "Harry," he said. "Very good. I've never seen anyone advance to this level so quickly." Harry couldn't believe it and tried not to seem dreadfully pleased by what Dumbledore had said. But his mouth betrayed him and smiled anyway. "Thank you, Headmaster. So, Harry, a lion. I suppose I don't have to ask you why." But Harry had been meaning to ask McGonagall about the griffin. He hadn't got the nerve yet. "Well, Professor, actually I've been thinking that maybe I don't want my Animagus form to be a lion after all." "Oh, really? You'll have to retreat quite a few steps in your training, you know." "Although Minerva did the same thing, Professor." Harry thought for a moment. No, neither could Harry, but the thought made him laugh. He tried quickly to stifle it, but he saw that Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling again. "So, Harry, what animal do you think you'd like to try? A magical creature? Perhaps like one you've been studying in Hagrid's lessons? Something that looks at first rather like a lion?" Harry didn't realize right away that his mouth was open. When he did, he shut it immediately. "How did you?" Harry was dumbfounded. You did it too." It seemed eminently appropriate, especially since you've already killed a basilisk. Dumbledore twinkled at him again. Harry laughed. "Just when I thought I was being original. I hope you don't feel manipulated, Harry." He smiled at him. Harry smiled back. "Even though I was, well, you might as well go back upstairs since Professor McGonagall can't meet with you. Have a restful night, Harry. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, Professor," he said, turning to go. He couldn't help grinning as he walked through the empty great hall and up the stairs to the common room. As he walked, he realized that he hadn't had much opportunity in the last 2 weeks to do extra potions work. So when he had arrived in the common room, he declined Ron's offer of a chess game and went to his dorm to get his potion supplies. When he was back in the common room again, he saw Hermione at one of the tables with sheets of parchment around her covered in complicated arithmancy formulas. She didn't glance up. He left the common room, relieved that she hadn't noticed him, and decided to come along. He was still feeling rather pleased about the griffin thing, and she was still hacked off that he wouldn't tell her about the Animagus training. Well, he thought, even Ginny will get a surprise when I finally master taking on the form of a golden griffin. "Hello, Ginny." "Malfoy." She looked up at him, surprised, and turned a bit pinker than her usual color. Perhaps because the last thing she'd said to him in the kitchens was that her feelings for him had never got in the way of her catching the snitch first. Malfoy didn't seem especially pleased to see him. "Potter," he said evenly without inflection. He seemed to be holding himself in check. "Good," thought Harry. "Maybe if neither one of us sets the other off, we stand a chance of both getting out of here alive." He was planning to make Eutharso's potion. It was at least 3,000 years old and gave a person courage by making them feel safe whether they were or not. He had heard Angelina and George talking about it. They were going to be partners when George attempted to harness the sun bulls. Harry wasn't sure whether this potion was a good idea or not. He thought of Hermione saying to Moody, "Pain helps protect us." Fear, he thought, is a kind of protection, too. It had also reportedly been useful for more mundane purposes, such as helping people who had a phobia about public speaking. That's what Harry was hoping. He planned to test it on himself. He was almost done cutting his roots for the potion when Ginny poured her potion into a glass jar using a special wide-mouthed funnel Malfoy apparently owned. She put the rubber seal on the jar and carefully closed it. Immediately, a purplish mist rose from the surface of the green liquid, making the jar look as if it were filled halfway with something green and halfway with something purple. Harry glanced up. "What's that?" he ventured, hoping she wouldn't lose her temper with him again. But it was Malfoy who answered. "Euphemo's potion." He glared at Malfoy. Harry knew what that was. When he'd been looking up the Eutharso's potion, the Euphemos had been several pages ahead, and he'd glanced at it while searching for his own potion. The portion of the potions book with concoctions from ancient Greece had the titles written in Greek at the top of the page, and therefore they were ordered like the Greek alphabet. It prevented whoever took it from saying anything bad about someone else until it wore off. No matter how hard the person tried, while under the influence of the potion, they could only say nice things about other people. Harry thought of it as a substitute for tongue biting. He wondered whether Malfoy had tried it. Ginny and Malfoy packed up their supplies and prepared to go. Ginny glanced over her shoulder at Harry. "Good night, Harry." He gazed at her, standing with Malfoy. His throat was tight. "Good night, Ginny." She looked at him for a couple of seconds longer, then turned to go with Malfoy. Perhaps she was a good influence on him. It's a good thing, he had to keep telling himself. A good thing.